Live from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Welcome, race fans, one and all, back to Green Flag TV, where this afternoon it is round number 9 of the VSCA Sports Car Championship here in 2026. Welcome to this running of the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix. For the first 3 hours, my name is Ola Ramble alongside Cade Corbin. We're going to be bringing you all of racing action for the opening half of this race before Howie Burrows, Lucas Moody, and James Newton will take over for us right around the halfway mark. What a run it is anticipated to be here this afternoon. And Cade, as we take a look at the beautiful sights from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, set to be a fun afternoon at the longest track on the calendar.
That means you've got plenty of passing zones, plenty of opportunities to work your way through that challenging multi-class traffic. Also, the 4th endurance race on the schedule for this series means that the length of the race is going to play into the minds of the strategies. It's going to take a toll on the drivers. It's going to take a toll on the teams. As you can see, there's just a few more races left in this season. This is round number 9, so we're closing in on the end. We're going to wrap up all of our championships, the drivers, the teams, the Sprint Cup, the Endurance Cup, and a lot of points to be gained here today, so very important for every single team on the grid.
And just 2 weeks from today, we'll have the season finale for the Sprint Cup at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And then almost a month from there, Petit Le Mans and the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to close out not just the Endurance Cup, but the remainder of the season here as well. It's tight for the championships, especially in GTP, where the front runners being separated by only 50 points in the overall championship. That's how you know we're going to be in for a fun afternoon. But we talk about Elkhart Lake, right? I mean, Road America, a very different track to when it first started out. Just over 4 miles, 6.5 kilometers in length, 14 turns, with this place opening in 1955. And this track, one of those venues that no matter what you race here, you're always in for a good show. Long straights, hard braking zones, that seems to very much be the theme of this place. And boy, does it put on one hell of a combination.
It always does. It's a lot of fun to come here in any different car. A lot of sports car racing that goes on here, a lot of NASCAR racing that goes on here. Great fans. If you ever want to have a great time camping, you want to head up to Elkhart Lake, get yourself a bratwurst, hang out for the weekend. The Midwest knows how to put on some motorsports, and we're expecting to see that today. That's going to carry over to the virtual world. Taking a look at those weather conditions, 31 Celsius, pretty good track conditions to start out for the day. The driver's going to have a decent amount of grip, and that's going to allow for some passing opportunities early in this race. You can be aggressive, you can get the car down into the corner, but as the sun beats down onto this track, as the day goes on, the track's going to rubber up. That temperature is going to change. Drivers are going to have to be on top of it because this track is not going to be the same by the end of the race.
And some wild cards as well, because you got a few new faces joining the grid here for the VSCA Sports Car Championship this afternoon. Some of those new teams include Paul Botting Motorsports entering 2 GTPs and 1 LMP2 car to the grid, and then Infinity Fox Racing also introducing another GTP car to the grid as well. So you got 14 GTPs, 12 LMP2s, and then of course about 30 combined GT3 cars out there on the racetrack. So it could be up to a 57 car total grid. Means you are in for one heck of an afternoon, and it's going to be busy out there in a hurry.
Yeah, that's pretty much a full field. I think iRacing doesn't let you have more than 60, so we're about putting that, getting that limit on here. You can see just 1 minute left of qualifying. That's going to be wrapped up, and then drivers will be allowed to take the grid. We'll have the starting lineup for you for those 6 hours of Road America. And what I like about those new teams is they don't really care about those point standings. They aren't here to go out and collect the points that are awarded intermittently throughout this endurance race. They just want to go out there and win, right? Their strategy is going to have them be as close to the front as they can by the end of the race. And so those are going to be a couple names I think they can afford to be aggressive, and it's going to be exciting to see how they shake out.
It is a very picturesque racetrack out here this afternoon, and it's going to be an awesome race, an awesome day, 6 hours. afternoon of racing here on the day. Let's get a rundown on what this grid is going to look like. Coming up, it's your starting grid here on Green Flag TV. Started on pole position, it is going to be Charlie Rudd for Gamma Sim Racing. He is joined by Tiago Mello for Bravo Stowe Shatton in the number 2 spot. Row 2 on the grid, holding Nicholas Pedersen for Wastegate Racing. He's joined by J.D. Daniel for Pax Sim Sport. Row number 3 on the GTP field here on the afternoon. It's gonna be, once the overlay decides to cooperate there, it's gonna be Ryan McIntosh, one of the rookies coming in for Paul Body Motorsports alongside Seth Neufeld for BMW M Team TSR. Row 4 holding Alex Martinez Sanchez, World of Simmers team, alongside Sergio Lazer for VSCA Competición. Top 10 closed out by Joao Vitor Delgado for BMW M Team Delta Racing alongside the other Paul Body Motorsport machine of Azanuka Manel in that number 62. Felipe Silveira brings up the BMW M Team Delta Racing number 21 and 11th. Mario Capalucci will roll out 12th for Visual Motorsports. And from there, it's Albrecht Motorsports with Mark Skurshell alongside Fabian Rudd for Infinity Fox Racing to close out the GTP grid.
And leading off the LMP2s, it's going to be Jorge Letio Diaz for the Grow Racing team, starting alongside Sebastian Trujillo for Gamma Sim Racing. They'll be on the outside of that front row. Just behind them, it's Doriano Ricciuti in the number 59, the Old Dogs Racing Machine, and Arton Frias rounding out the top 4 for Fury Sim Sport. Outside the top 5, it's Roberto J.M. Arter in that number 87 Rick Team Racing Machine, alongside Paolo Calvo for Flight Level Racing. Samuel Hoff for Patty Engineering, he'll roll off 7th alongside Kikoya Lightship from Flight Level Racing's sister team. And rounding up the top 10 for this category, Connor Botting in the Paul Botting Motorsport entry. They're making their debut, and Matthew Rutan for Vision 1. Back at 11th, Kevin Burnett for Red Lab Competizione in that 552, and Marcus Young for the 512 machine, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing. That's going to, I believe, round out the LMP2 grid as well.
Yes, it will, as we get set to roll things back out again for the GT Pro grid. It's Marco Silva for Matco Fisher Motorsports alongside Tomas Silva for Virtual Power Sim Racing. From there, row 2 on the GT Pro field, Andres Quintana for World of Sim Racing team of the Corvette alongside Timothy Johnston with the first Aston Martin of the field for iRacing Today Motorsports. Row number 3, bring it up for Sean Hatfield for Ultra Motorsports alongside Tane Hodgson for Frida Sport. Row 4 holding Nuno Vinagre for Grow Racing team. He's alongside Juca Taineo for Rusty Spatulas Racing. Row 10, it's Jose Barbosa for Rick Team Racing alongside Josh Goen for the Goen Racing crew. And then row number 6 on the field, Vincent L'Herbier for SimCity Racing alongside Chris Schreiber for Double Stint Racing. Row 7, Stefan Knowles for Unitronic Vision Motorsports and Nicholas Soul in 14th. Closing out the GT Pro field, it's Tyler Red for Block Majority Sim Sport in 15th.
Now for the GTMs, we've got Michael Adamczyk for Flight Level Racing. He'll lead off Brandon Chan in the 449 machine. Back in the second row, going to be Pete Meja for Gowan Racing and Elijah Mitchell for Gamma Sim Racing. That 238 machine looks fast. Rounding out the top 5, it's Matthew Elia for Off the S's in that 83 car. Then the BMW of Reha Suganachi for Wastegate Racing. Smell Abe in the Blanco Motori Sim Sport machine going to roll off 7th alongside Henrique Gomez for Bravo Snow Shatin. That 23 looks good as well. Then the Vulture Motorsports AM entry, that Sheyes Bencharachu in the 9th spot alongside Marty Jeffries rounding out the top 10. Back in 11th, it is Claudio DeSanto for Wolf Motorsport alongside Dominic Smedra in the 12th spot. And then just outside the top dozen, it's going to be Jason R.R. Smith for SWF. He'll start alongside the 3 car driven by Garrett Spence. That is the BMW M Team TSR. And rounding out your GT3 field and this starting grid for today, it's Bennett Allen in the Frida Sport machine alongside Jacob Bessner for Rentley SRT.
Now, here's one of the big kickers that's going to be a huge shakeup in the GT field this afternoon. See this 747 entry here? That's Michael Adamczyk. The critical thing, he is 2nd overall of the entire GT3 field this afternoon.
It's been a really great season for them. It's been a really great season for Flight Level overall. They got the LMP2 win last week, or last race out at Watkins Glen, so they're looking to continue that momentum. But yeah, the issue is they're going to be starting behind all of those pro cars, so they've got a lot of ways to work their way through the field if they want to score some solid points today.
Now that said, The M and the Pro fields have been separated, so they've shuffled it out to the rear. That's a good thing for the GT3 field for the time being, but look out for Adamczyk, as he will no doubt try to soar his way back through the field. Coming around through the final couple of corners, we will get, looks like, one more formation lap here on the afternoon before we get this show on the road, as the GT field still working their way through the kink and working to try to catch up to the tail end of the field. There are the LMP2s right behind your GTPs. And I tell you what, Kate, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic race out here this afternoon. You got 6 hours ahead of us. Last time we were out here, it was a pretty wet race that caused a lot of technical difficulties for a lot of drivers. That was back in 2024. It was a much different dynamic, though, as well, because it was only a sprint race of 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's over double the length 2 years later.
It is, and I don't know exactly what the forecast reads. It always kind of tends to change last minute up here in the American Midwest. But right now we've got sunny conditions, which means that's going to be different, and you've got to have a different mentality to get through this entire race. You know, you're not going to go out and maybe bring the same setup or the same mindset that you would to a sprint race. Your car has to be a little bit more conservative. Your strategy has to be a little bit more conservative, because going from less than 3 hours all the way up to 6 hours, right, you're doubling the length of the race, means you're doubling the amount of opportunities for mistakes to happen and for things to go wrong. You got to be ready to account for those, and you got to be ready to take advantage of the other mistakes that other teams are going to make. So I think the biggest change probably is going to be in the setup. You might want a little bit more downforce. You might want to be a little bit more conservative. And then again, you're going to account for those weather conditions that they're still going to change over the course of the day. Like I said earlier, the track is going to get hotter. It's going to get slicker. It's going to rubber up. And in certain parts, it's going to get very, very dirty. And so you're going to have to be on the lookout for that as well.
Well, the good news for the field here is that they're not going to have to worry about rain. It is anticipated to be a dry race all the way until really the last 20 minutes, where the chance of rain jumps from 0% up to about 20. So let's be honest, it's going to be a dry race all the way through. So no need to at least worry about rain coming away to wash away all the rubber being put down on this racetrack. So that's I think one saving grace that a good chunk of this field are going to be grateful for after a doozy of a couple of wet weather races. Sebring and Homestead in particular come to mind.
As we get set for this one, I got to ask about picks, Nolan. I think we're, even if we're not going to be in the booth till the end of this race, I still want to put some money down. Who do you think is going to come out on top of this one?
Oh, I'm not even going to engage in that game today. As we've seen in races past this season, it could go either way right from the get-go. We've seen some shock winners. We've seen drivers that have dominated all day long having problems. You really cannot ever put all your money down on one driver. So I hate to disappoint. Get back to me in about 3 hours. I might have the beginnings of an answer for you.
Well, I'm not going to be lame. I'm going to put the mortgage on the Rusty Spatula, as I do love me a good Rusty Spatula, and I think they've got a lot of pace. Qualified well, I think, in that McLaren. So I'm hoping they can get to the front and make a name for themselves. So I'm going to go ahead and toss that pick out there. Hopefully it's not the commentator jinx of the century, but I, on the other hand, I do engage in those activities. I'll throw a wager.
Well, you heard it here first. If we get another full course safety car with in the first lap, and Rusty Spatulas happens to be involved, you know who to blame now. Field making their way into Canada corner. As we get set to get this show on the road. 6 hours of racing set to commence for the VSCA Sports Car Championship and the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix. Coming around, turn number 13, turn 14 awaits. Right now, in the hands of Charlie Rudd. But the Gamma Sim Racing crew has to wait until he is well out of that final corner, though, before he will be allowed to go. Happy you're joining us for racing action on a fantastic Saturday afternoon, as Charlie Rudd will enter the start zone for round number 9 of the VSCA Sports Car Championship in 2026. And for the prototype field, It's time to get the party started. Green flags in the air. We're racing at Road America. Good getaway so far from the top runners here in GTP. Charlie Rudd trying to force his way down into turn number 1. No problems so far throughout the GTPs and the LMP2s as they all get through turn number 1 clean.
That means it's time for the GT3s to take the green. The pros leading the AM class across the start-finish line. Great jump there from Mateo Silva. He's able to get away into turn 1, but the field going to funnel in behind them. Very challenging these first few corners. Oh, and we do have a spin. It looked like it may have been one of the Vulture Motorsports machines off in the litter, but that's the only car off. Everybody else is able to get through clean.
It was Sean Hatfield that spun off the road, one of the Vulture Motorsports cars. You called it accurately. We've got more problems up the road as a few GTPs have gone off, and we might get that lap 1 safety car like we've been worried about. Visual Motorsports tangled up here, and 2 of the BMW M-Team cars are caught up, including Delta Racing and TSR.
Those are both huge contenders for the day. Those are a couple of guys that could come into the race thinking about favoritism. How about that? 3 wide. They're going to make it work. This is turn 5 down into turn number 6 as the field is able to stay green. No yellow yet. And we've gotten through what is potentially the most treacherous part of this race, as there we can see a few penalties handed out, a few heavy contact. There's one GTP without a rear wing that is right now getting passed by the GT3 field. That's a little bit of chaos. There is an absolutely destroyed machine, and there is the safety car.
We were worried about it, and we got it. It was for the BMW M-Team TSR entry, as well as Philippe Silvera off the run. I think Silvera got a bit of a hit from the McLaren from behind. You were kind of mentioning that earlier on. So a very, very early stoppage to this race. And I hate to say it, Cade, but this has kind of become the norm this season, right? I mean, you look at all the races that have had lap 1 safety cars, or at least, opening 10, 15-minute safety cars. The number's getting up there. I have to reckon it's probably close to half the races at this point.
It's been close to half, and it's been the recent trend too, right? I think the last 2 or 3 races consecutively have kicked off with the lap 1 yellow flag. That's the BMW M-Team machine that is absolutely destroyed, front and back end damage. We'll see if we can get a look at what happened to them. And it's crabbing pretty bad too. The looks like the left front toe is completely destroyed on that machine.
Earlier penalties, sorry, just to cut you off. Earlier penalties were just cleared, by the way, by race control. I do believe those penalties were just a result from the class sort, hence why they got cleared.
That's a good thing to sort out. I was going to say, it's just easy to be way too aggressive right off the bat. You have so many good braking zones here at Elkhart Lake. That's what makes it such a good track. And unfortunately, it's easy to get baited. Here's what happened at the very beginning of the race to Hatfield.
Solo car incident just on cold tires, and man, some of those drivers were lucky to get through that unscathed. That easily could have been an absolutely massive crash there for Vulture Motorsports. But then it goes wrong for Philippe Silvera and more as they made their way down the hill in towards turn number 5. Watch this as, oh boy, Philippe Silvera got hit from behind. That sends the 21 car in hot and wiping out his own teammate.
And it looked like he was making a move to the inside, and I don't know if he moved under braking or if he was just barely established by the time he started jumping on the pedal. As there's the contact between the LMP2s, that's the flight level car. We'll get another look at that, but it looked to me like the incident with the GTPs just got on the brakes a little bit too soon, kind of in the way. That's a move to the outside, and we're going to see that 11 car, I think, come diving in. Yep, just a little bit too quick. Tried to make it 3 wide. A little bit of net code there, and once the brakes got locked up, kicked the back end of the 11 car right around, and no major damage, but did lose them all of their track position.
And then, of course, you had an issue with one of the McLarens here at the tail end, losing the front bumper, and that belonged to this entry here, Telemetry Racing and Nicholas Soul. They were 3 wide coming through turn 5, but with all that gravel on the track, and imagine the tires got dirted up quite severely. And I'm curious if this is an isolated incident or if he ran into the back of the stricken GTP. Oh, it would be the latter as he just sends the 21 off the road.
And there was another car involved as well. It's that the blue. I didn't catch the number on the car, but that was a 3-car pileup.
It was another one of the BMW M Team entries from the GT field this time, it looked like.
Oh, man.
So this is at speed, and look at how fast the 21 car comes shooting in there. Absolutely no chance to avoid. Then Visual Motorsports has their spin. And then Let's Ride on board with Telemetry Racing as they arrive on the scene of the melee. The safety car, keep in mind, is not out yet. Everyone is still racing.
That was clean through there, right? And then he's got the little bit of the lunge at the Porsche. And I don't think he's side by side up to now. Coming up on the left. Oh, it's
had
blind.
no idea. No idea.
Absolutely.
And that is again on the human spotter. And sorry, that was not one of the BMW M18 cars. That was the 499 that got collected. That was Brandon Chan with from 499 Racing in the Lamborghini from GTN that got caught up. This is going to be on board with Philippe Silvera. And look at how hot he comes flying in there. He had no chance to avoid his teammate.
I mean, he gets hit from behind, and once the car gets knocked offline like that, you're not engaging the brakes properly. It's not slowing down. Really, really sucks to get both of those BMWs. I guess the silver lining is by the time we get re-racked and restarted, we'll still have like 5.5 hours to go in this race. That's plenty of opportunity to repair the car and to get themselves back in this race. We know those M-Team machines have a lot of pace, so they should be able to sort of drive their way up through the field. You see both of them on pit road right now, unfortunately twinning, but if they can get repaired and stay on the lead lap, they'll definitely be able to contend for this race as it gets going in the later stages. But for now, they're going to be at the back. They're going to be limping around a little bit, and they're going to have to dig themselves out of a hole for sure. Not a self-inflicted wound, but a wound nonetheless.
Well, I got bad news. They're already down a lap. They didn't even complete lap 2 before they were stuck. Everybody else is up running on lap 3 now. So they're already trapped a lap down, which is less than ideal. That means they're going to need another safety car to get themselves up and rolling. And I'm sure some drivers will have the argument, right? Well, why didn't the safety car come out sooner? We could have prevented that whole secondary incident. But the other argument that you could make to that one is, well, why throw the safety car? All the cars were actively driving away, and it's on the human spotter to let drivers know if there's a hazard up the road. So I think it's a combination, right? Could the safety car have come out? Yeah. Or could it have come out earlier? Yes. But at the same time, spotter kind of got caught lacking there.
And they did. I mean, everybody was driving away from the scene of the crime, if you will. There's two sides to every coin. I think it's also on the responsibility of the slower cars to do a little bit of a better job getting out of the way. I didn't see exactly what happened to the BMW that was caught up in kind of the secondary wreck, right? Here's the initial contact is what we're looking at here. But when this car loses this rear wing, he's limping around. He's limping in the racing line. And so there's a little bit of a mutual responsibility from the entire field to continue to avoid the damaged cars and the slower cars. I mean, he was running not that far off the pace of the GT3s, right? So they have the reaction time. But I think, the 21 can do a better job. I think it was the 21. He can do a better job getting out of the way as well. And I mean, you could see how close it is right here. He's on the apex. That's where these GT3s want to be.
Well, so yes, but at the same time, at this point, all he can do is hug the left side, right? Because the cars are all going around him on his right side. He has no chance to cut back to the other side of the racetrack, and you can't expect to just drive off the track either in the midst of all of that. And man, 499 Racing and Brandon Chan did a great job to avoid the worst of that mess. But it's one of those situations where I can understand, I'm sure drivers say, well, why were you on the exit of the racetrack? Where else is he supposed to go? Everyone's passing him on the right-hand side. It would be even more dangerous to just cut across the racetrack and put himself onto the apex for turn 7 there.
I think it's a situation you got to have groupthink. You somehow have to telepathically communicate with the rest of the racers. Everybody kind of has to agree on the way to get through that wreck. And I mean, you can certainly put the blame in many different places. You could yell at race control, you can yell at the slower cars, you can yell at the spotters, you can yell at the drivers, but everybody's got to be on the same page. And I think that was a situation you had so much going on. We talked about 57 cars taking the grid for today's race. You're never going to get everybody to communicate. Basically, you're never going to get everybody to have the same plan. And that was a situation where it came to fruition. Not everybody had the exact same idea, and the speed difference results in the contact between all of those cars.
You and I were kind of talking before this race, if there were to be a lap 1 incident, would it be at turn 5? I thought it was going to be...
It would be at turn 5.
I thought you ended up being right on that one, which, I mean, holy cow.
I did.
But
Sadly.
I was expecting it to be down between the kink and Canada corner, because that is such a bottleneck, and we have seen some monumental accidents there on Green Flag TV over the years. Most recently, Smail Laib from the Aspire Racing Sports Car Championship got turned sideways, and a McLaren came flying in, T-bone him at full speed, and sent him cartwheeling down that straightaway about 8 or 9 times on what has got to be one of the most thunderous hits we've seen in Green Flag TV's extensive history. But that said, this season, VSCA has had a couple that would give him a run for its money. I think most notably, to me, would be the Eris Racing hit, where they had that hung throttle at Daytona in the Makona Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona, sent them head-on into the International Horseshoe, rebounded back onto the racetrack, and got punted so hard to the rear end that they flipped over twice.
Well, it also comes to mind just last time out at Watkins Glen, I think we had a Porsche flipped over in the carousel at Watkins Glen, which is a strange place for it to happen. I think it happened while we were away for a moment. We were doing a Feel the Noise or a ride along or something. We cut back and we had a car sitting on the roof.
It was the car you were on board with, too, if I remember correctly. I remember seeing the screenshot, and I just was thinking, I'm more impressed than anything. How do you manage to roll a car there? Like, I was expecting the S's or something, because we've had cars from VSCA flip over the S's before in 2024 with a massive 23-car pileup. But hey, it goes to show, right? Just when you think you've seen it all, something will come along to show that you haven't. Now, here's the big thing with me for this restart. You still have, for all intents and purposes, all 55 of the 56 cars that took to the green flag on the racetrack. The problem with this now, there's no class separation. The GT3s are not lagging back like you normally would. They're right up back here with the LMP2s, which means if there's another pileup like we just saw, it's got a potential to be a lot more devastating.
Something I do want to point out, that driver we talked about, Smail Laib, right now is second in this race, driving for Blanco Motore, second in the AM class, that is. He's hoping not to replicate that issue if we do get all the way back around to the kink and Canada corner. But the advantage here, even though we do have all the classes together, is this is a single file restart, and the prototypes are going to be able to get on the gas a little bit sooner. The leaders are going to be able to accelerate out of turn 14. The safety car is going to pull off a little bit sooner. You can see they've already laid back way behind the safety car, so it's going to get out of the way, and they're going to be able to jump on the throttle before the straightaway even starts. So I'm thinking they're going to have the GT3s cleared hopefully by turn 3, right? They're going to have a pretty big gap back to Marco Silva and the rest of the GT field. We'll see if they can pull it off here. 5 hours, 45 minutes to go. Charlie Rudd in the Ferrari is on the gas, and we are back to racing here in Road America.
Closest battle could be for third in GTP between Nicholas Pedersen and JD Danik coming down to turn number 1, but Thiago Melo has got a bit of a run going. Not close enough into turn number 1. So the GTV is getting through safe and sound. LMB2 could be up for grabs. This is Paulo Calvo trying to go for 4th around Ayrton Farias. Around the outside and at turn 1, a bold look, and it's not going to pan out the way he thought it would.
GT3's able to get through the green flag clean as well. No real position changes. That was the Blanco Motore machine taking a peek to the inside. A couple of pros going at it. A couple of AMs going at it as well, side by side for the 238 machine and the Mustang just behind, but they're going to get through clean. Back up to the prototypes now. Rudd able to hang on to the lead. Not a massive challenge from Mello already. Look at the send from the 767. Excuse me, that's the 57. Too deep in the corner for a couple of them.
Old Dogs Racing off the road as well as Flight Level Racing. So Doriano Rikuki will also go spearing off, but this time, no contact with other drivers. They'll get this thing back under control. So the field is very much back to green, and we have officially made it further than we did on lap 1 without incident. There's Going Racing's Pete Mejia. Just lost the spot to Shreyas Venkataraju for Vulture Motorsports.
And there is one of those BMWs right now, a lap down at least, with major damage from the first wreck in the midst of a GT3 restart battle. This is something that you do not want to see. That's Gowan Racing on the right. The BMW going to take it all the way through and stuff it into the bottom of the apex. They're going to get it here. This is, I believe, through turn 7, and now they're headed into the carousel. So yeah, we've officially made it farther. The entire field is clear of turns 5 and 6, except for one of them off the road.
That's Jose Barbosa for Rick Team Racing, having a bit of a moment. Gets back on track. Doesn't look like whatever caused that issue was too severe. Let's get a look. This is going to be the look at what happened here to Barbosa. Willing to bet just a little bit too much speed coming through the kink at turn 11. Whoa, hold on, and hard into the Armco left-hand side.
Looks like he grabbed a little bit of that curb, the red and yellow. No grip there, gets the car unsettled, kind of off the track, as that's a massive block down the back straightaway, headed into Canada corner, the 62. Mark Scherschel going to have to look on the outside. Excuse me, this is already on the other end of the track. That was already the middle straightaway. They've already completed the lap. And that was still a huge block. You're going to have to be doing that all day, though. You talk about the amount of long straightaways here. You've got that front straightaway, then that middle straightaway with that little turn 4 kink. That's where they just were. And then you've got a third long straightaway that does lead into Canada corner. We'll be getting there eventually. And in all of those situations, the toe becomes so important. The car behind is going to get that massive run. And yeah, you're going to have to find a way to defend that, or if you're the car behind, you're going to have to find a way to take advantage into a braking zone. Right there, a little bit of a situation. I think both drivers were the wiser and played it a little bit safe and were able to make it through the corner. A little bit of an off track there just in front of them. That was Tomas Silva, but no issue for these GT3s.
Couple of laps in the books now. iRacing today in motorsports, and Timothy Johnston still holding on against Tane Hodison. Just in the wings. Further up the road from them, it's Pat Engineer SRT and Rick Team Racing are also racing it out for 4th place in LMP2. So lots of battles still on the racetrack in the early goings of this one. And a lot of battles that are not going to be decided anytime soon.
And another thing to keep an eye on, we talked about it earlier, Flight Level Racing's Michael Adamczyk had the second fastest time among all GT cars in qualifying, but had to start behind the entire pro class for this race. You see him right there on the inside. Oh, that was Jose Barbosa, and the BMW prototype was getting way off the track back there, was able to keep it straight, but still tossed a lot of dirt and debris onto the racing surface. Adamczyk has worked his way through just a couple of the GT3s right now. He's sort of snuck by a few, and he's now working his way up, trying to improve his overall standing. Here's the 21 back in to the pits after that initial crash, and they are still clearly down on speed, and now being shown a black flag 3 laps down.
Yeah, tough break. Tough break for Felipe Silveira, as they're going to have to serve another penalty. This is just insult to injury for them. Battle on 3rd place. Andres Quintana and Timothy Johnston once again looking to go side by side as they make their way down to turn 5. Timothy Johnston clears for the 3rd place position. Andres Quintana will tuck in the line just behind for 4th, bringing Tane Hodison back into the mix.
That was a really nice move by Johnston. I think that was kind of textbook, and I think Quintana kind of had to let him go. It's a little bit too early in the race to be fighting those textbook moves. Now, though, he's got another car up his bumper. Free to Sport Porsche going to throw it to the inside. No contact, but the advantage is going to be to Quintana here in the carousel if he can hang on the inside. Best Corvette in the field right now. Going to do a little bit of door banging.
Can't match the downforce of the Porsche, though. Round the outside. You're right on board with Andres Quintana. GTP ducks through on the right-hand side just in time for the kink. A little bit of a lift. Doesn't want to go spearing off the road. All this has allowed for Timothy Johnston to pull away by 1.3 seconds with that margin. Checking in on the closing battle in LMB2 as Doriano Ricciuti will look to the inside of Roberto Arter. Couldn't commit, though, to the pass for 5th.
And we're now out of that territory. It's been a few laps since the restart. Cold tires shouldn't really be an issue right now. We noticed it a couple of times in the initial drop of the green flag and then the ensuing restart about 15 minutes later, where you just don't have the same level of grip that you do when the tires get up to temperature. Here's a nice battle for a class lead, actually. Trujillo and Diaz going at it. But the tires are plenty warm now. That shouldn't be a major issue. So hopefully we can get some good green flag racing here as drivers right now full grip on what is currently still a track that's on the cooler side in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
Take a look on board with Sebastian Trujillo as he made the pass on Jorge Leitao Diaz. This was for the LMP2 race lead, and you're talking textbook overtake, so that's about as textbook as one could get.
And it's a pretty simple pull to the inside. I mean, you've got the toe down the straightaway. The difficult part for Trujillo now is that he's not going to be able to get away because the toe now goes to Diaz. I mean, he's probably gaining close to a tenth, maybe 0.2 of a second down that long back straightaway. So you can't just drive away from him. You've got to be super duper consistent. You've got to really nail your marks. Otherwise, you're going to have the opportunity for this Grow Racing Team 14 to get right back in the battle. The good news is they've driven away from 3rd place, so they don't have a whole lot of pressure that way. But for now, as we are getting into the realm of maybe thinking about that first pit stop, should be coming up in maybe 20-30 minutes or so. You want to have the track position, and right now the class lead goes to that 235 machine. Still, though, intense battling here, middle of the pack, as we ride along with the debutant Phil Botting car.
And Paul Botting Motorsports making a real, I think, making some noise here with the Acura, as they are running right now 5th place with Ryan McIntosh behind the wheel. World of Sim Racing team behind, without ANX Martinez Sanchez and JD Daniel from Pack Sim Sport just in front. So they got a lot of potential here to gun it for the 4th place spot. It doesn't help that they're being held up by one of the lap cars from the GTP category in front of them. But you see just how much McIntosh is applying the pressure to the tail end of JD Daniel. Daniel has no opportunity to even breathe.
I think you've got a little bit of a faster car behind, just a little bit of a slower car here. You talk about raw pace, could be a setup thing, playing a factor into it as well. Will a little bit oversteer on corner exit. That's a little sketchy. Gets on the curbs and has to recorrect the car to the left. I mean, McIntosh is there. He is certainly going to have the opportunity to potentially make the pass. A little bit of counter steer again on exit. I think that means the car is loose, which right now is super good, right? You got a cool track, lot of grip. You can afford to get the car to rotate with the back end kicking out. If the track does get hotter, I think that could be a little bit of a disadvantage. And if you've got a little more downforce in a car like the 55, the advantage might swing, right? We might see them be a little bit faster in the later portion of this race. Right now, though, they want to hang on to the track position. McIntosh, no looks into turns 1 and 3.
We'll check back in on this fight if it closes in much more. Let's jump down to the GTMs. Haven't given them too much love so far today. Block and Pretoria Simsport down here, battling for 2nd with Bravo Snow Shadow. This is Smel Laie. We talked about him earlier on this afternoon in his stripes in the Aspire Racing League. Right behind him is Henrique Gomez for Bravo Snow Shatons. So 2 drivers that both have a lot of skill in their own right, fighting for 2nd and 3rd in GTM as things run. They are 3 seconds behind Michael Adamczyk.
Adamczyk has just driven away. We talked earlier he was going to try to drive his way through the pro field. Hasn't really made a whole lot of progress. He's kind of got up to the bumper of the Blocko Motori machine and hasn't really been able to go anywhere. There is a nice pass.
And
more contact.
That's Azanuka Manel going off the road on the replay machine and had some contact here with one of the lap no, that was the battle for 8th place, the BMW M Team TSR.
The one BMW that hadn't had any issues yet now finds it That was the other Paul Botting car. McIntosh is still up in that battle for the 4th spot. They brought 2 GTPs to their first race, and unfortunately, one of them has now found some issues. Vitor Delgado was the BMW that was caught up in it, as this could be the leaders having to work their way through some GT3 traffic. Looks like they've already caught the tail end of the field. The battle for the lead now as they snake their way through those slower GT cars has allowed Charlie Rudd to apply a little bit of pressure for the overall race lead.
And Thiago Mello taking the race lead away from Charlie Rudd. This is how this pass was completed. You can see Charlie Rudd just up the road and got really checked up by a GT car coming through turn 11. And Thiago Mello said, "Thank you very much," and a brave pass on the grass, but able to make the move happen and take the race lead away into Canada corner.
That was honestly really, really impressive. The grass in iRacing is not like grass in real life. It is slick. You dip a tire over there and it feels like you're on ice. So major props to Thiago Mello as they encountered some slower traffic, was able to take advantage of it. And I think that's something that you are going to have to do in a field that is so closely matched, right? We know a lot of these guys can run the similar lap times. They have similar raw pace. The real question is, how can you take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves, right? You get a big run because of the toe. Maybe you can take advantage because of a GT or an LMP2 car. How can you manipulate those opportunities, get offline, and make something happen? And right there, Thiago Mello was all the way offline, but he's got the pressure again. Rudd has not gone away. Now Rudd looking for the opportunity. Big block there by Mello, and they're going to have to file down to get through Canada corner successfully.
Mello and Charlie Rudd still running this one out, 1 and 2 here. As Mello hunts to the inside. No dies for the time being. Can Charlie Rudd have an answer? What about Nicholas Pedersen? Pedersen would love to get a run going as he comes up the hill, making that look to the right-hand side. Pedersen, 3 wide into turn 1. And Charlie Rudd forces the issue from the middle to get around him. Gutsy play from Gamma Sim Racing there, Cade. That could have been disastrous for the both of them. That was a game of chicken, and Pedersen lost that one.
And that's scary to be doing this early in the race. You got to look at the clock, I think, every once in a while and think to yourself, okay, we got 5.5 hours to go. We're going to have to pit 5 or 6 times. Let's not include some damage on one of those pit stops, right? Let's just get the car to the end of the race. But once again, the opportunities were presenting themselves as they worked their way through GTM. You can see the battle. Bravo Snow, Blockamatori, they're doing battle simultaneously. They're trying to get out of the way, yanking that car to the left. Here comes the prototypes. They're going to have to snake back to the side, lunge to the inside. That's for the 3rd spot. But going to have to back out. I think that was J.D. Daniel that had to kind of give up there and slide all the way back. As Paul Botting packs, they're still going at it. Woo! Nearly incident with the Mustang. And that could allow the VSR machine you see there now on the battle. They could close into this one as well.
Now, not done fighting yet as they make their way into Canada corner. Max Simsport doing its best, try to hold on. But again, he got that lap car with one of the BMW M Team entries just up the road that is creating some havoc for the field behind. World of Simmons team and Adex Martinez Sanchez has had a brief moment. And that was contact with Rick Team Racing, and they got spun off the road. They didn't really leave that BMW much room to work with.
They didn't. I think that could have been Barbosa in the BMW GT car. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was all the way out on the curbs, right? The GTPs, you cannot expect somebody to put 2 tires in the grass to let you by, and so the room just wasn't there. Certainly looked like a right rear hook, but you're right, Nolan. I think that's on the GTP for not leaving the space. So unfortunately, they paid the price for it. No major damage, but a lot of track position gone as now the battle for second heating back up. Peterson is caught up to the bumper of Charlie Rudd.
And you see Nicholas Pedersen and VSCA Racing taking a very, very conservative approach to going after the traffic in front of them. They know they have a lot of time still in this race. They don't need to burn up their equipment just yet. Now, had this been in the back hour, could be a different story. But right now, Pedersen is, you can see how careful he's being, right? He's not like Bravo Sociata trying to duck a car into the grass to make a desperate move happen. He's biding his time. You can see that he's getting into the head a bit of Charlie Rudd with how aggressively he's juking around, and he might be able to force his fellow Ferrari runner into a mistake.
And you've got to imagine, too, for the Wastegate team, that mindset worked for them last time out. They were the winners of the Ambrusi 6 Hours at the Glen. Got that GTP victory, of course, also the overall victory. Got a lot of points as well. That's moved them up to second in the overall standings. So clearly they're doing something right. And I think they're one of the teams that really understands just how long 6 hours is. They'll be around at the end of it, right? The Wastegate car is always good in all of the different classes that they compete in, as long as they can keep themselves in the hunt. You don't want to be too conservative and give it the lap time, but right here, he's got a little bit of a gap in front of him. I think he can push just a little bit into turn 1, make sure the gap is still there, and yeah, I think they'll be around at the end of this one. I really like the approach from the Wastegate cars. Oh, that is a big spin and right in front of the field.
And that is Henrique Gomez, the former race leader here in GTM. Bravo Sociata just got through. That was Flight Level Racing that has just gone off. And he's had another moment leading up to this. That's how Henrique Gomez lost the lead. Had a huge spin coming through turn 13. And right about there, you see Tiago Mello make the move. Now, at this point, Adamczyk is just trying to get up and going, but his tires are still hot, and so he just spins it again.
And that was actually Adamczyk. Adamczyk was the leader of GTM. Henrique Gomez has actually inherited the lead of that category in the Bravo Snow car. No issues for Gomez. Gomez now up front. And we talked about how good Michael Adamczyk was. Looked like he was the best GTM car by a good margin based off of qualifying and race pace. But he has now dropped himself out of the podium, and he is back in the fight. Adamczyk right now, it looks like, is all the way back to the 4th position for GTM. And again, they have hot tires. They got dirty tires, so a big mistake early out of the Flight Level Racing team.
Speaking of class leads, Gamba Sim Racing's Sebastian Trujillo might have some company as Jorge Leitao Diaz starting to run him down with the Grow Racing Team entry. You also have the Ball Body Motorsports Rally Competizione entries racing for 8th and 9th in the LMP2 field. So a couple of LMP2 battles are picking up as well. Azaduka Manel for the GTP field has just picked up a black flag. That would be for hitting the incident limit, of which, again, only a 10x before you are forced to come down pit road for a drive-through. Man, oh man, Gamma Sim Racing is in trouble here.
And that could have been a jump to the inside, but I think the 14 was kind of nice to him there. Now still stuck behind that Mercedes-Benz, finally able to poke out, headed into Canada the corner. They did give up a considerable amount of time, though, as they've still continuing to work their way through some lap traffic. I think Diaz, a little bit of a similar mentality to the Wastegate car, right? Understand that it's a long race, be a little bit more patient, be nice to these GTs. If you're nice to them early, in theory, they should kind of, pay it back on the back end. You're going to have to pass everybody at least 2 or 3 times over the span of this race. So treat them with a little respect, treat them nice, and kind of the golden rule of racing. And right here, we're seeing once again the battle for the, this is the GTP class lead. I mean, it's just not going away. There's nowhere to escape. You've got lap cars, you've got GTs, and you've got your competitors all on the same straightaway.
Albrecht Motorsports, World of Sim Race Team, and BMW M Team Delta Racing all under a blanket. And right now you can see Albrecht Motorsports' Mark Skirshell really trying to use lap traffic as a pick to keep his competitors behind him, but Sanchez quickly able to make short work of that Fisher Motorsports GT Pro entry. In fact, that was the GT Pro leader, so there's not going to be GT traffic for a little bit yet. Not good news, because Skirshell has been slowly reeled in by drivers like ADS Martinez Sanchez over the last few laps.
So looking at the lap times here, looks like right now they're about in the minute 50. Maybe you could get down to a minute 49. We saw qualifying times in the minute 48s. That's for these GTPs. You go all the way down to the GT3 category. They're lapping somewhere in the ballpark of 2-minute 3, 2-minute 4, maybe 2-minute 5 for some of the GTMs. So it's about, you know, a 12, maybe 13-second difference between these cars, which means as you go around the track, as it takes you that minute or so, doing a little bit of quick mental math, it should be about at least 7 or 8 laps, which is going to come out to a good 15 minutes or so before they're going to have to encounter that traffic again. So you've got some time to settle out before you get to the back end of the GT traffic. Just go run some laps, make sure you can feel your car out. Obviously, you want to do the battle if the battle is there, like right here. Great battle for the 8th spot, Paul Botting and Red Lab. But if you don't have to worry about those GTs, I would honestly use the opportunity to take a little bit of a breath, get my bearings, and make sure that I know what I'm going to do. Of course, you've also got to deal with the other class that's in there. There's three different types of cars on track, but you can at least take a breather from one of them and kind of give yourself a moment to just reset.
Those moments as well, you absolutely cannot take those for granted, because when you get through the first round of pit stops, you're not going to get many of those breaks anymore. You get a few breaks early on when everyone is still relatively clustered up with their own classes, but after that, well, good luck. You're going to be constantly having to deal with traffic of one nature or another. Battle still on for 8th. Mark Skirshell, 8X Martinez Sanchez, Joao Vitor Delgado, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Up for grabs here for the GTP field. And Sanchez is close. He could have a look here. He is going to have a look for the 8th place spot. Skirshell not going to defend it. They'll have to try to hang this one the long way around turn number 1. He's got turn 1. And Sanchez not going to find success down the inside.
And that opens the door for the 12 machine to kind of poke their nose in there a little bit. Delgado is the BMW who is still on the lead lap, right? They've still got a chance to at least make something happen with this number 12 machine. And as they get the battle in front of them, look at the back and forth. That's a big move around the outside. Delgado setting up the under. He's going to be able to get to the left rear of the 51 car. And now they're side by side for the 9th spot, lunging into turn 6. Give the spot to Joao Vitor Delgado as we got another one off track. This is exit of the final corner.
That's Grow Racing Team. That's Diaz. That was the driver fighting for the lead in LMP2. I have to say, from Mark Skirshell, bit naughty. Made more than one move under braking. Can't be doing that. Rule typically is you get one. He definitely made more than one. Taking a look, this is going to be what happened to the Grow Racing Team entry. Into the final corner. Oh, clipped the grass on the way in and lost the tail end through turn 14. Hey, could have been worse.
It could have been way worse. Could have backed that car all the way up to the barriers. That does give Arton Farias that 2nd spot, and now up to P3, Samuel Hoff for Patty Engineering SRT. That's another team that I want to keep my eye on. Of course, as I say that, Hoff is going to lose that 4th spot to Arter, as the battle on our screen is once again for the overall race lead. We'll cut back and look forward. There's Arter in the 87 machine, just now getting around the Payt 47 car.
This was the move for the final spot in the podium positions here. As Arter, locked up the left front and just went in too hot. Oh, a bit of contact there too, it looked like.
Really easy to do in the LMP2 cars. I think we're going to see a lot of that throughout the day. Wanted to add Diaz all the way back to the 8th spot in class, I believe. Excuse me, that's back to P6 for the 14 car. So they already are on the march back forward after they gave up what was a really, really good first stint up to that point and then got slid off into the grass. I don't think that's the last that we've heard of them. Odds are we could get at least one more safety car in this race. That'll bunch this field back up. But even if not, a lot of really good pace out of Vitor Diaz. Excuse me, out of... Vitor Diaz. They should be able to get the 14 machine back up in contention for the LMP2. They're not too far off right now.
Charlie Rudd still keeping Thiago Mello honest up at the front. St. Hodison under fire. Here comes Andres Quintana wanting to get a run going. By the way, the 183 for Blanco Vittori Cinesport just came down pit road, and they have done a driver swap. So Ian Lawrence Brown going to jump into the car for them. But here comes Quintana looking for the outside. That doesn't lead to anything. Might try for the inside instead. And side by side down the front straightaway. Connor Botting at risk of being overtaken by Kevin Burnett.
It's going to be, I think, an opportunity where you just back out. You say, all right, that move didn't work. Let's reset and try again. This is a battle for the 8th spot in the LMP2 category. Red Lab been able to play some defense. They've been, I think, a little bit better in traffic, but a little bit slower on raw pace, and that's gotten to be frustrated for Connor Botting, as he's going to get a nice run up to the bumper, but just doesn't have the opportunity to make the move right now. You can see number on that car, 08, had the position at the beginning of the lap, but the Red Lab machine has been able to get it back and hang on to it once again.
And for third, Arthur has not been able to run away with a move from Samuel Hoff, as Hoff has been really piling on the pressure now for the gearbox, saying, you know what, if you think you're that much quicker, then run away from me. But right now, Hoff not giving him the opportunity to do so. And don't forget, still in the battle for the overall race there between Tiago Mello and Charlie Rudd. That has gone nowhere, with Pedersen still waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Pedersen's there. These two get side by side, could present an opportunity, just like we saw in that battle for 8th, for him to make something happen. He's still, again, very, very conservative, as the top two are going to snake down to the inside.
Oh, Pedersen's in the wall.
Off the grass. Oh, Peterson is off and hard into the barrier.
Oh, that's going to be a safety
back
car.
Across the track, and that car is destroyed.
That's going to be a safety car for sure, no doubt about it. Safety car comes out, and that is going to really save Tiago Mello's bacon. And how about that? Rick Team Racing and Roberto Jim Arthur just came down pit road. This could be a game changer. This puts Rick Team Racing potentially into the LMP2 race lead.
Yeah, that's super lucky. I think that was a really, really short pit, but as long as they have an okay pit stop and they can beat the safety car out, they're going to be on the lead lap, and they'll get to stay out when everybody else pits under yellow.
They're not going to beat it out, though.
So a huge advantage. It's going to be close.
No, not even. They're still in pit road, and there is the pace car going into turn number 1. So, well, I tell you what, I don't know. It could go either way. We'll have to see how this one pans out. But a huge shot into the wall for Wastegate Racing. They got caught up by a lap traffic and then got spooked by that same lap traffic, causing them to go into the grass, and around they go. There you saw the initial clip. And then Wolf Sim Racing just came across the track and left rid the 32 into the other side of the wall.
It looks like Wolf Racing had gotten hung up behind that McLaren that kind of looks a little bit like a modified car. Not sure. There was something that happened on the straightaway leading up to this incident where the Mercedes had gotten caught up behind. I don't know if we'll be able to see. Yeah, right here, the two GTP leaders are going to get by. And then the Mercedes thinks, okay, now I've got the opportunity to cut in front of this GTP. But Peterson just had such a run down the back straightaway, couldn't really afford, or really didn't have the time to have the reaction to lift off the gas there. And eventually that did result in the contact. I mean, that is huge. This really could be race ending for the Wastegate team.
And that's what really did it. Now, no intent there, I don't think, from Wolf Motorsports. It's just a series of unfortunate events there. Right on board with Nicholas Pedersen at Wastegate Racing on this thunderous hit into the left side wall.
I thought it initially looked like he had a little bit more patience than that, but he did have kind of a gap to the bottom. And that Mercedes just kept coming to the right. It was already, I think, a lap down at that point. And, oh, this is going to be brutal.
I think we missed it on both shots there, unfortunately. But like you said, an absolutely brutal impact for that number 32 car. And I got a feel for him, right? Because, I mean, this is a team that has a lot of speed, and I mean, I think at this point, you kind of realize you're screwed. I mean, even if you lock it down, which he did do immediately, that car is not stopping. And look at how far it punches through the Armco there as well, ripping the whole rear end off the car.
I want to stand corrected. Earlier, I'd said Wastegate was second in the points coming into this race. They were actually the championship leader on the day of that GTP category. Albrecht Motorsports coming into the day just 50 points behind them, which sounds like a lot, but it honestly isn't. You've got a lot of opportunities to gain points, bonus points. This being an endurance race, you've got the endurance points as well. And Albrecht still in this race. As far as I remember, they're still on the lead lap. All the way back in the 7th position. So they're going to gain a lot of points on the Wastegate team, especially this early in the race, having that wreck happen. It's going to really close up the battle for the championship lead. I think for the moment, Albrecht is actually going to inherit it the way that they're running on track currently. And the only silver lining for the Wastegate cars, that Seth Newfield Nat 25 BMW team, they were 3rd coming into the day. Also pretty close to the Wastegate team. They were involved in that very, very early crash. So the opportunity for the BMW to gain points has kind of gone away. Wastegate going to lose minimal time to them, but still big, big losses for the point leader.
Huge championship implications with this crash, and huge implications for the remainder of this race as well. So still have a long way to go before we are concluded with our race here this afternoon, as the safety car procedure continues on. It's going to be a little bit yet before we go back to green flag racing. We're going to take a step back when we return. It's more racing action on Green Flag TV. You are watching the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix live from Road America. We'll be right back.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix on Green Flag TV, round 9 of the VSCA Sports Car Championship. Once again, my name is Ola Ramble alongside Kate Corbett, bringing you all the action from start to finish on what has so far been a thrilling race here on Saturday afternoon. The iRacing pace car is out in force on the racetrack, but everybody is coming down pit road with pit lane opening this time by.
And this is pretty much about when they would first be on pit road anyways, right? The safety car came out at a good time to make the pit windows, so you might have to alter your strategy just a little bit, maybe by a couple of laps, a couple liters of fuel. But for the most part, this kind of keeps you on strategy. If you're able to execute here, you should essentially exit the pits in the same order that you came in. We'll see if anybody opts for a driver swap. So keep an eye on those names. Of course, Rudd and Mello were the top two that rolled off the grid and battled for the race lead basically since the drop of the green flag. It's been about an hour, and they've never been more than 2 seconds apart. So we'll see. Looks like both of those drivers are going to stay behind the wheel, so they should continue their battle as everybody else takes 4 tires, a full tank of fuel. That should get us at least another 45 minutes.
Few drivers did go for driver swaps. Among them was Rusty Spatula's Racing down to the GT Pro category. So Henna Hakkinen is now into the car. As there you see everybody funneling their way out of what is a very tight pit exit. You don't want to get caught up by that, as in fact one of the Porsches just about got caught up at the rear end, nearly going into the wall there. But there is your race off of pit road. So once everybody is caught back up, we can do the last set of wave bys, followed by the class sort. And then we will be good to go from there. This is our second safety car of the day. The first one came with a multi-car crash down at turn number 5. The second one came just after the King with a violent hit into the wall for Wastegate Racing that has so far put them down and out of racing action here tonight. And we will try to get another replay for you on that run, because it was, to put it mildly, an absolutely brutal shot into the wall for Wastegate Racing, and a tough break for them.
It seems like every time we have to come to this track, we got to get some sort of brutal hit on that back straightaway. It's a narrow, winding, hard to call it a straightaway with as kind of curved as it is. It looks like we are going to... Here it is. Yeah, this is definitely kind of setting up what happened. Keep an eye on the 32. Keep an eye on the GT3s as well. They get 3 wide. There's the contact. Gosh, that is just a huge hit.
And I'm sure it was quite the view as well from Paul Body Motorsports' Ryan McIntosh, who is now into the number 3 spot as a result of this, effectively unimpeded. This is what McIntosh saw as he was coming around turn 11.
You can see the smoke. Looks like he's able to lift off the gas, and that gives him enough time to cut the car back to the left. And kind of had to drive through some debris right there, but those giant pieces of the front and rear clips of the car that kind of got thrown across the track, luckily those, you can't hit those in iRacing. They're not actually really there. It's more of a visual thing. So that car able to continue once again. He's up to the 3rd spot. They had a better pit. Not exactly sure what happened to Charlie Rudd, who's dropped back now to the 5th position. I should say they're currently 4th, actually, within the LMP2 category.
I think it's just a case of they had to wait for some traffic to go through, because they spent about the same time in pit road and the pit stalls. That's just part of the hazards. You know, it's those little tenths of a second that can make the difference. And with how tight pit entry is here, you have to go through their single file. And I think he got bullied out of a spot or 2 because of it.
Pretty good. I should say they had pretty good pit selection, though. Having qualified on the pole, it could have been something that, yeah, that first pit stall was almost disadvantageous to them.
Look at the ebb and flow and the temperature of this racetrack so far. That is immense.
Yeah, typically that graph is pretty flat, but there's that very, very noticeable drop about 20 minutes into the race, and it's because this is cloud cover, right?
Well, and because you got to remember, right, this clock only goes back an hour, so no wonder drivers have been struggling with this track today. It's been very volatile on its temperature so far.
And you got to think, too, right here, we're going to restart on cold tires. Drivers haven't had to experience that for, I mean, since the last restart, which was over a half hour ago. They've, I think, gotten used to the way that the car is handling, kind of gets gripped up. You get in that groove, especially you get into a mental rhythm, and now you've got to reset with not only an opportunity to gain track position, but an opportunity to get the car spun out and make a really big mistakes. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a very chaotic restart, unfortunately. These first couple of braking zones are going to be really tough as drivers get reacclimated to the way the car is handling and find themselves in some traffic that they haven't before.
A chaotic restart in an endurance race? I've never seen one of those before. No, sir. Never have we ever seen anything like that. Oh, you know you're in for a good time. Rick Team Racing right now classified as the overall race leader. Now this will be because they pitted before the they pitted on the same lap that the safety car came out, because they were already in the box at the time that it came out. So Roberto J.M. Arter still in the car, and they are now leading the race. So as predicted, they have cycled through to the head of the field on what has been an absolutely incredible strategy call for them. I'm willing to bet they had spotters that saw the incident going on, because it's so convenient, right, that he was the only car that thought to pit on that lap. I'm willing to bet somebody saw the wreck and immediately like screamed out, pit, 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 because they could see that safety car coming a mile away.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how long the Peterson machine kind of sat on the track before the safety car came out. It was only a couple of seconds. Yeah, so they, I guess, just happened to be the closest car to pit road and were able to make it across the commitment line before pit road closed. But that has cycled Archer. They were still running well, right? They were probably third or fourth. We're going to take a look at it again. Third or fourth when the yellow flag came out.
Well,
so here's the initial contact. I mean, right here, you could tell a guy to pit. You got to know the safety car's coming.
And watch the wheels here, because those wheels tell you when the safety car is deployed. It's about 5 seconds here. 10. Takes the toe to pit road, and already that safety car's out. So we're talking less than 10 seconds.
Look, if that's the case, more power to them. But like I said, they had really good pace. They were fighting for third when the yellow flag came out. So it's not like they're going to get swallowed up here. Right, they certainly deserve to be towards the front of this field. That Rick Team Racing machine, I'd be willing to bet that they're going to use this track position to their advantage if they can be the first one. Yeah, here it is.
How about that? They were already on the way in before the spin even happened. Because right around here is when the safety car comes. You see the flagman up there, right there.
And
there you
there's
see
the
it.
Yellow.
So they were already on their way in before. So this just happened to be a strategy call that could not have panned out any better for them.
I think if they do win this race, though, they aren't going to admit that. I think they're going to say that it was their choice. I think they're going to say that luck had nothing to do with it. Hopefully we'll get to talk to them at the end of this one, if they can hang on to that lead. But, boy, still a long, long race to go, even though they're going to have some clear track in front of them when we take the green.
Wastegate Racing's number 33 entry, Reha Sognachi, having a moment, and I think they might be down and out. They look like they've had a massive hardware failure. They are tumbling down the GTM order. Oh, they're back in it now into the number 2 spot, but that's not something you want to, I think, toy around with too often in a situation like this. We've seen hardware failures really disrupt some runs before, not just in VSCA, but all across Green Flag TV. It's been the bane of the league's existence the last month or so, has been hardware failures.
It's been bad more recently. Connection issues as well have plagued a lot of these races. I've seen quite a couple of blinkers that have really affected the flow of races. And that's just not what you want to see, right? You have a very, very competitive league. Something where these races are thought out well in advance. And you don't want to have the internet element come in, right? Unfortunately, it does, very akin to a mechanical failure in the real world motorsports. But nonetheless, we hate to see them. I do want to point something out while we are under this safety car. You can see Ian Lawrence Brown has gotten behind the wheel at 183. Blockamatore has jumped to the lead of that the lead of the GT Pro category, and they are leading the GT Pro standings overall coming into this race with a pretty sizable 250-point gap on the SimCity Racing team. And right now they're in position to score maximum points for today. Something else to point out, there was an issue for the Goin Racing team, the number 18 car. They suffered some damage early, dropped to the back of the pack. I believe right now they are at least one lap down to the class leader as it sits. They are behind the Blockamatore car, and that's important because they were in contention for that championship. They were also the winners last time out at Watkins Glen. So we knew that the Goin team was going to be good, but Josh Goin right now looks like they've got most of that damage repaired, but they are a lap down to the rest of the GT field. So really sucks to be a Watkins Glen winner. They're the second one that's had issues. Of course, there was the Wastegate car that had that massive crash, but even before then, Goin Racing suffered some issues and had to lose a lap at the beginning of this one.
Well, and that's not the only thing you got to keep in mind as well. With Goin Racing getting the wave around under this yellow flag, they are going to be on the same lap as their class leader, so they're going to have the ability to fight this one out all over again. Report coming in, by the way, of what has happened to Sean Hatfield and the Vulture Motorsports crew. They have had to come down pit road again because the 84 entry evidently had some connection issues. That's the Unitronic Fisher Motorsports entry of America Gdansky, who had that issue and gave the some suspension damage to the 65.
It's already been, unfortunately, an eventful day for the Vulture team. One of their cars got turned around a turn one, lap one. And then I think it was the same car or a different car. Something happened with one of the Vulture machines. They were caught up in another. Oh, here it is. This is under. Yeah, this was. That car is crabbing a ton. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, this happened under safety car conditions here. Now, there's the 65 Vulture Motorsports. And oh, no! The 84 runs into the back of the 65 under the safety car.
And then there's major wall contact to the right front. Here it is again. Large gap between the two. This is the second place GT Pro car, by the way. So that's going to be a huge reshuffling of the GT standings with both of those machines.
And you got to remember, right, the report is that they were having connection issues, which means that, you know, it looks careless from our view, but there's a good chance that the 84 probably couldn't see the 65 on the track at all, if anybody.
And there's a good chance of that, but at the same time, right, it is the driver's responsibility to make sure that everything is hooked up and connected. If that was the first issue that they've experienced all race, then I can certainly feel bad for them and say, hey, there was nothing you could do. But if that was the third or fourth time where they've blinked out or, I don't know, black screened, whatever is going on with that team, if it wasn't the first, opportunity, then you've got to think that some of the responsibility does fall on the team to try to troubleshoot those issues and figure out what's going on, especially while we're under safety car, right? You have the opportunity to diagnose a little bit. And it looks to me like they didn't. And
if I may play devil's advocate, we don't know if they were. They could have been trying to diagnose it as this was all happening as well.
True.
Which, if that is the case, and you're multitasking while driving, that's a whole other can of worms, obviously. But, I mean, the whole thing about it's up to a driver to ensure their stuff is secure. This, again, goes all the way back to that Ares Racing full throttle or hung throttle incident at Daytona, especially since that was a case where they knew there was a problem. They didn't pit to get it fixed. Now, granted, under a yellow flag like this, with how long these laps are, we were talking about 4 minutes apiece. Good luck on trying to get back to pit road without getting black flag for passing the entire field. That's going to take you a while, and you'd imagine this would be one of the safest places to be able to do that troubleshooting while you're still driving the car.
Certainly, we talked about this earlier as well, I think, with the incident on lap one, but there's very much two sides to the same coin, right? Everybody wants to point a finger, who's responsible, who's not responsible. I'm trying to look at I believe it was the front end of that 84, right? I didn't actually see too much damage.
Well, they both had to take tows to pit road to get the cars
They
fixed.
did.
They couldn't.
Okay.
They couldn't limp it back.
That's what I figured, but it does look like they've gotten it completely fixed. Same thing for the 65, right? It doesn't look like the toe is still out. Doesn't look like they have aerodynamic damage. I mean, the contact was pretty big, but it was, behind the safety car, so they have. They weren't going super fast. It wasn't a race pace kind of collision. So I think both of those cars are going to be back up to speed, and they're going to be repaired. And by my count, they are still all on the lead lap as well.
If anything, I'm surprised they got as much damage as they did.
Right. For a coming contact to go in, how fast are they behind the safety car? Probably 80 kilometers, maybe?
If that, in some cases.
Yeah.
It's one. A strange situation all around. But still have a long way to go in this one. We are just over 1 hour complete with less than an hour of green flag racing under our belts. Coming up here on Green Flag TV, it's a big day tomorrow. It's a triple header show with the flagship event going to the Mystic Racing League and the Hampton Heat. It's the second race of the late model Triple Crown for the Langley Speedway. Following that, we'll have the Blazing Pedals Truck Series at the Texas Motor Speedway. And then Howie Burrows and Fettuccini will bring you the season opener of the Motor City Racing IMSA Championship for their Season 4 opener at the Sebring International Raceway. High Tide is back for more on Monday. Silver Fox Racing Late Model Stock Championship with 2 races to go at Bristol, and the PSR Truck Series will take to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well. Beer League back again for round number 5 next week. Lots going on for us here. Obviously, it's a busy weekend here at Green Flag TV, but hey, I like it. Make sure there's always something to look out for.
There is, and something that we kind of mentioned earlier, there was that huge crash that happened here, sent a car tumbling. That got turned into a YouTube short over on the Green Flag TV YouTube channel. We do have some of those as well, highlighting some of our great finishes, crazy moments, and other motorsport situations that you definitely don't want to miss. So even when there isn't live racing going on, there's still plenty of content to check out on over on our channel, and it's always being updated as we have more races that produce more highlights. I guess in some cases maybe producing some lowlights. Hopefully today we'll get to have one of those highlights, maybe a good race for the win, maybe a good battle for position, but the only way to see it live is to stick around and find out over the next just under 5 hours of competition.
Lights still on aboard the Ford Mustang FR500S iRacing pace car. Bit of a change-up. VSCA usually runs the BMW safety car for their events, but those lights have just gone out, which means we are going to be racing by the end of this lap.
Thiago Mello going to lead us back to the green in that BMW. They are going to be able to accelerate essentially within turn 14 here. They've got a nice restart zone the drivers should all be aware of, so the field's going to get a little bit strung out by the time they hit turn 1. Still, though, plenty of opportunities for the rest of the field to pounce and try to get a run to gain a little bit of track position here early in the stint.
Well, they'll make their way through the kink and towards Canada Corner. Once again, my name is Lorenzo alongside Cade Corbin, bringing you the opening 3 hours of this race. At the halfway mark, Howie Burrows will be jumping in behind the cameras, taking over from myself. James Newton will be jumping on to the commentary box, as well as Lucas Moody making his return to the commentary booth after taking a couple months off. So welcome back, Mr. Moody, as we will get set to go racing this time by iRacing pace car making its way through Canada, racing away from the field. While Thiago Mello backs this one up, and we gear up for the green flag.
That Bravo Snow team. They're going to be, I think, really happy with the way that this race has gone so far. They've essentially been in contention since the drop of the green flag. Good pit stop there has allowed them to keep the top spot, but they've got a little bit of a new competitor behind them. JD Daniel, as, yeah, nothing's happened to that 94. They're just kind of rolling with the pace. JD Daniel in for the Pack Sim Sport team. That's the highest that they have run all day. First time they've been in contention for the win, so we'll see if they have anything for the BMW. A little bit of Porsche on BMW battling there. Should be going on here to take the green.
Thiago Mello out in front. See if he can run away with this one. 4 hours, 46 minutes to go. Green flag is back in the air. We're underway once more.
Oh,
and
we got one around on the exit of the corner.
That's Sergei Lazaire who has spun it out, and not a lot of opportunities to get that car reoriented. Doing his best, but this is a very dangerous spot to try to do this at. I appreciate that he is not trying to do the flick spin. He's just executing a 20-point turn to get himself back onto the course. McIntosh is up into second place.
Yeah, great move down into turn 3. Now the field, though, going to snake out on the second long straightaway of the day. We'll see if we can get a replay of what happened, but I'd be willing to bet it was a situation of just getting the throttle down too fast on that 7 car. Kind of accelerated in a weird spot, being at the tail end of the GTP field. Probably had to lift just a little bit to make it through the final corner based on where they started accelerating. So I don't know if there was contact. I don't know exactly what happened, but he was the only one to experience any issues, as the GT3 field was able to get through there clean as well. And this is the first side-by-side battle, and they're going to back that one out. Whoa, here comes a big dive up the inside, but the 44 car able to make it stick and slide up into the 4th position.
Timothy Johnston trying to follow through as well for iRacing Today Motorsports. Travis Linscomb had for Telemetry Racing dropping down. Also in the mix, Tane Hoddison for Prix Sport. And right now, Telemetry is getting absolutely mugged off the jump here. World of Sim Racing's and Andres Quintana will want to get through as well down the inside. That McLaren, no pace on this restart.
I don't think they've got any damage. Maybe they didn't get the tires cooled up. Could have just been a momentum loss, right? You get out of the groove once, and all of a sudden, it's easy to just get eaten alive. That's Marco Silva in the 44. Oh, big contact for the 16 team.
That's one of the rookies, Infinity Fox Racing in Canada.
Corner. Yeah.
So this is first off what happened earlier on. This is on the restart to Sergei Lazaire. Coming around through the final couple of corners here. And yeah, just lit the rears and spun it around.
He was already on corner exit, though, when the spin happened. Wasn't exactly what I was thinking. Here's Fabian Rude, again, making their debut in the GTP field. And he just goes a little bit too wide. I think overestimated how much space he was going to need to leave to get through Canada corner side by side. Unfortunately,
oh, here we go.
That car shot straight ahead. This is for the GT3 lead. And Tomas Silva is going to get it into turn 1, clear of Ian Lawrence Brown.
Tomas Silva makes the move, gets around Brown pretty easily. No major fight there for the spot. Ian Lawrence Brown happy to let him have that one in the early goings. Knows he will have opportunities to get him back further down the line. So the GT field in hot pursuit of Tomas Silva. Overall, a relatively, I would argue, a less tame restart than what we had with the first safety car restart of the day.
Everybody was able to make it through pretty clean, though. You see, Lawrence Brown lost some momentum and gave up another spot. Marco Silva has been on the charge here. That 44 looks really, really good, as this now is the battle for the 3rd spot. JD Daniel coming under fire from, I believe that's Charlie Rudd, who had been leading earlier in this race. They've slid back to 4th now, looking to gain back some track position in that 137 car. A little bit of a better exit than JD Daniel. So we'll see if he can get a run on that Porsche down the front straightaway. Still a few car lengths between them, though. And he's not going to be able to get there by turn 1, so he'll have to settle out for 4th for now as they continue to bleed time. Already 2 seconds back of the race leader, Thiago Mello.
Charlie Rudd continuing to power through. Wanted to make the pass on J.D. Daniel. Further down, multiple cars fighting this one out. There was Infinity Fox Racing going back around a couple of the LMP2 runners, but this is Red Light Competicion's Kevin Burnett. Race with Rico Kohlmeyer, fresh into the car for Visual Motorsports under this safety car. Battling for 8th.
Here's side by side again. That's Blanco Mattori going to lose another position, dropping them all the way back to the 4th spot. Timothy Johnston able to get by. Johnston and Brown have been, it seems like, on top of each other just about every race this season. Those two Aston Martins just can't seem to get away from each other. Right here fighting for 3rd, and the advantage goes away from Ian Lawrence Brown. This is a look to the inside for that flight level machine. I believe that's Michael Adamczyk trying to recover from an earlier spin. Still had lost that track position and hasn't been able to get it back.
Hasn't been able to get it back yet, at least. He might get him here, though. Making a look to the inside. Steven Amanatidis going to try to defend round the outside. Adamczyk still holding the inside lane. Fresh driving the car for FLR. Jason Ketty makes his way on through. So Ketty will complete the pass for 5th in GTM for FLR. Frida Sports' Diego Rodriguez will drop back to 6th.
It should be noted that these guys are pretty well off the pace of the rest of the GT Pro field, right? Or at least not off the pace, but they're kind of sorted out. All the pros are in front of the AMs, except for Elijah Mitchell. Mitchell has been able to put a pretty huge gap on the rest of the GT AMs. He's kind of gapped him, and he's up towards the front of the GT Pro field. Mitchell's gotten way ahead, so as the rest of these AMs kind of fight it amongst themselves, they're not really an opportunity to go up and catch them. As I think that is Peterson. I don't know if they've been able to recover that car, repair that car completely. But I think that was the same car that was knee-deep in the barriers for the previous yellow flag, kind of navigating through GT traffic there.
Couple of cars getting a little bit closer as well. Oh, sorry, this is Infinity Fox Racing making his way back to the LMP2 field still. Battle for 4th picking up in GT Pro as well. 4 cars under a blanket, and it's Blanco Mattori, Frida Sport, World of Simmers Team, and Rusty Spatula's Racing. Your pick to win today with Henna Hakkinen running back in 7th.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. I think they've got a little bit more of a long-run strategy. I don't know that for sure. I kind of picked them off the bat, you know, and they've been a name that we haven't talked about much already, which I think is really a good thing. You know, you don't want to have an exciting start to these races. The end, you want to peak towards the end, right? But they've been consistently moving forward. I think they're going to be the team to watch in GT3, though. I think this 47 team right here, the Paddy car, they're going to be a team to pay attention to within the LMP2 category, up to the 4th position and closing on Farias. Update on that, Roberto Artur's managed to hang on to the class lead after kind of cycling there on strategy, but hasn't been able to run away from the few teams behind them. Again, that was the great move from the Rick Team Racing Machine. Gamma Sim, Erie Sim Sport, and Paddy Engineering are the 3 teams that are chasing Roberto Artur down for the LMP2 class lead.
Paddy Engineering, SRT, Old Dogs Racing, and Grow Racing Team all still trying to scrap for whatever positions are up for grabs here right now. 4th, 5th, and 6th at LMP2. But these guys have been having a hard time on trying to execute passes down these long straightaways. And I feel like a lot of the draft trains that we've been seeing down these straightaways have not been helping matters as around going to go Red Team Racing. That was the 88 headed up by Jose Barbosa. He got tipped by Gamma Sim Racing, who's now side by side with Bravo Snow Shatton and Enrique Gomez in GTM.
And that was a huge save by Jose Barbosa. I mean, that car was probably 45, 50 degrees turned sideways, managed to keep it safe, and with relatively little time loss as well. as this is the battle for the GTM lead. Enrique Gomez has run down and passed Elijah Mitchell. So he now has the class lead as Ria Shobaki is right, excuse me, that's Soganacci in that's the Mercedes looking to the inside. It's a great 3-car battle right now for the GTM lead.
4 actually. Blanco Pretoria Simsport is at the tail end of this fight as well, with Amanda Titus still in the fray. And then you have Jose Barbosa still trying to force his way through, and now he gives a shot to the shorts to the back of Enrique Gomez. Barbosa is not happy being held up by all of this fighting.
And these are kind of overall positions for Barbosa, but not really, right? That's where some of the frustration kind of comes from, is there is some merit to beating the other GT3s. Oh my gosh, what a send into the corner. Barbosa's going to have to go wide.
He's driving angry right now. He is not driving rationally.
And I think the 33 cut him a little bit of a break there, too, allowed him to kind of gather it back up.
I mean, I get it, right? As a pro driver, you're frustrated being held up by the M's because all you can do is just watch the M's drive away. But you got to remember, these guys have a race of their own to race for, and you're in the middle of a battle for the class lead. Of course they're not going to let you through. They don't need to. You're racing them for overall position. They don't have the blue flags. They don't need to let you by. Find your way around them.
The skill gap between those two isn't really all that close either, as that's the 11 driven by Rico Colbert able to hang on to that position. The skill gap isn't huge. You know, the AMs and the pros, I mean, what's the difference really? It's not much. When you have a fast AM driver, they can go up there and fight the pro drivers. That's what we saw in qualifying with Michael Adamczyk and a couple of others that put down really, really good laps, even though they're in that AM category. So it is frustrating, right? It's hard to get by these drivers that are only just a little bit slower than you, if at all.
You know, it kind of reminds me, you know, way back when, 2024, in this race, we actually had an M-class champion come out on top of the, we had a Digital Chicane. One of the M-class runners absolutely curb stomp the pro field. There goes Elijah Mitchell, takes the inside away from Enrique Gomez, and Gamma Sim Racing to the lead in GTM.
And Elijah Mitchell had a pretty sizable lead, kind of slipped back a little bit, got passed by a couple of the pros, and then all of a sudden found himself in the clutches of Enrique Gomez. Really nice move there to take the lead back. I think these two got to make sure they don't fight too hard, because once again, it is a very, very close battle going all the way back. You see there's 3rd, 4th, and 5th within the GTM classification. So again, they've got to be careful, but through the carousel, that's a pretty good run for Mitchell. He's going to maintain the lead, at least for now. Really good looking Ferrari, as this is a blanket of a battle within the LMP2 class. This is 4th, 5th, 6th, and I believe 7th is way at the top of the screen. They were letting that GTP by. Old Dogs and Grow Racing fighting it out for the 5th spot. Remember, that 14 car had a spin earlier. They're still trying to recover the track position from that as well. And after fighting tooth and nail with the 59 machine, they were finally able to get by and complete that pass.
Samuel Hoff for Pat Engine SRT, situated now about 1 second up the road. So a little bit of distance for Diaz to close in, but not an impossible and insurmountable gap either. So we'll keep tabs on that fight, see if that develops any. Race is on for 5th place as well here in GT Pro, with no end in sight to this grudge match.
I'm surprised that Ian Lawrence Brown has slipped back as much as he has. He's been pretty competitive all season, but he slid back to the 5th spot, now under fire from the Rusty Spatulas. Andres Quintana is in there, and the Grow Racing sister team is I mean, look at that line of cars. All of those are lead lap pro cars. So all of those are positions that Brown could potentially lose. He's going to be playing defense for a very long time here. Seems like the Aston Martin just doesn't have the pace. We saw the fluctuation earlier in the track temperature. Don't know if their setup has been affected by that, or maybe if it's, you know, just the driving style right now They could be being a little more conservative, but I worry about being too conservative. You get so much slower, there's a speed difference, and that speed difference can lead to wrecks, as there is a little bit of a moment on corner exit for the TSR BMW team, now really under fire from the Rentley car, looking side by side. That's going. Again, they're back on the lead lap, trying to work their way up through the field. They've gained 5 spots since the last green flag, trying to make it 6.
Yeah, doing their best to just maintain whatever advantage they can for the time being. There's a little bit of a distance, though, that still needs to close in. Speed of distance needed to close in. How about this fight here? Albrecht Motorsports and Vision 1 Motorsports. Trying to flash. Oh, my goodness! Oh, and a huge hit into the wall! Big crunch for one of the Porsches. That was the 912. That's Frida Sport. Diego Rodriguez, one of the front runners in GTN, now out of the race after a hard crash and a mistimed overtake by a GTP.
And we'll see if they're able to limp that car back to pit road. It is a long ways around this track, over 4 miles. And they're over halfway, but they still got a long way to go.
For all intents and purposes, Vision 1 Motorsports came out of that relatively unscathed. But my goodness, that was a vicious crash right into the concrete as well. I'm shocked that that has not led to a safety car. Credit to Frida Sports, Diego Rodriguez, for trying to limp it back so we can keep this race under green flag conditions. But holy cow, that was a titanic impact.
Did a good job getting that car back, though, and that's going to save them a little bit of time, too. Typically, if you can limp it back, it's quicker than asking for a tow, right? So they're going to save just a little bit of time. Even then, they are still, if not out of this race, absolutely injured. Not getting a safety car to repair the damage either means they're probably going to go multiple laps down, taking them out of contention to potentially win this GTM classification. Great run for the Freda Sport team, but not going to come to fruition, as there's another spin. Didn't catch who that was, but there was one of the McLarens was around on corner exit. That's the 17 of Jacob Bessemer, was fighting for the top 10, but now he's going to lose all of his track position. No damage, but all the way to the tail end of that battle.
This is what happened to Frida Sport. Oh my goodness. Definitely had a lot of assistance there from that GTP runner of Thomas Martin, chucking it down to the inside. I mean, this is why you don't try to really go for overtakes there. I mean, look at the impact. All 4 wheels up off the ground.
I mean, that's probably, what, a 4,000-pound car, approximately. A couple of tons just lifted into the air by slamming into the wall. I mean, that's incredible. And that was kind of a weird situation, too. Both of those cars that were involved in that contact were kind of taking strange lines.
Hang on.
Through that little kink.
Oh, my goodness. It's one of the highest speed corners you can find in American motorsports, period, right there. And incredible that that car managed to make it back to pit road. Battles on for the LMP2 race lead.
Yep, Sebastian Trujillo's finally run down. Roberto Arter took a while. You can see them getting around that 17 machine, the Rentley car that was just around. He's gotten out of the way, kind of giving way for this battle. Big run for the 255s. Excuse me, the 235 might have an opportunity to look to the inside of turn 1, as he is all over the bumper of the Rick Racing car, down to the inside, but I think kind of wisely backs out a little bit. It was, I think, kind of a mental move. Wasn't really trying to actually compete the pass. Was more trying to force the 87 into a mistake. But Arter held a smooth wheel, and for the moment, he's going to hold on to the class lead.
Harsh battling going on here. Not a lot of drivers showing a lot of mercy for their fellow compatriots out there on the circuit. Paul Body Motorsports' Ryan McIntosh has not let Tiago Mello get away. And while some of the Paul Body Motorsports entries have been having problems so far today, this 97 is making a case that they could potentially walk out of a win in their debut.
And that would be incredible. Something I mentioned at the top of the show, though, they have a little more freedom than some of these points teams, right? You saw the damage at the beginning of the race to the wastegate car that's kind of opened up the door for the Albrecht, the World of Sim Racing, right? Those other teams could capitalize and gain some points, but the only way they're going to do that is by being a little smoother, a little consistent, but really focus on being conservative, especially in the first half of this race. Ryan McIntosh doesn't have to worry about that, right? He can go all out, he can go hard. The gap was about 2 seconds up to Thiago Melo, but it has come back down. He's driven up to the bumper by being aggressive, as this is an aggressive battle as well. Another LMP2 fight. We got a Volta Motorsports car off in the grass, no contact. Hoff is able to hang on to the position for just a moment, but this is still 4th, 5th, and 6th under a blanket for the LMP2 class.
That got a little tight there. This is what happened to Sean Hatfield, already a couple laps down as well. And they just went too wide, got spooked by some of the LMP2 traffic, and then nearly caused a collision by rejoining the circuit right on corner exit.
That's going to mean the LMP2s have to catch their breath a little bit. Definitely not the first time that 65 car's been off in the grass. They got to keep it on the circuit and try to keep themselves out of trouble, man. It's been a long day already for Vulture Motorsports. I think that played a little bit into the hands of Sam Hoff, though, because he was under attack, and the attack kind of had to fizzle out so they could make sure that they didn't all wind up wrecked. As now Hoff has kind of closed it down to within a second and a half to Arten Farias. As the battle for the lead continues, Trujillo not giving up the pressure to Roberto Arter.
4 hours, 25 minutes still to go. And with a good chunk of action left, you have to wonder how much time is left before we see the next monumental incident, because they are never far away on Road America. Road America is one of those tracks, right, that it's one of those places, the runoffs always look so huge. But whenever a car goes around you, because of how fast you're going, all of a sudden, the runoff areas do not seem nearly big enough, especially coming through the kink. There's a reason why that is all safer barrier now on the outside of turn 11.
And part of the thing is, I mean, it is so narrow. If you measured it in feet or meters or even just car widths, right, it's not that much. Look, this move right here, Ian Lawrence Brown almost going to give up a spot to Henna Hanakin. The Rusty Spatula's through to the 5th spot, but when those two cars were side by side, you could barely fit a third one right against that inside wall, and it's like this pretty much all the way around the track. There's plenty of passing zones. There's plenty of ways to make it work if you're side by side, but you can't really get more than that. You can't really get 3 by 3, as here goes the Gamma Sim Racing. Trujillo to the inside, going to use the lap car as a pick and easily take the lead into turn 1.
So yet again, Roberto Arter, right? I mean, could have gone for the move. There was room for 3 wide down the inside. I'm sure the BMW was getting ready for it, but he's playing it safe. He knows I still have over 2/3 of this race to go. There's no point in chucking this race to the wing or away to the wind just like that. Gotta play it smart. That's half of endurance racing. It's not just racing hard, but you gotta make sure that you race smart as well. If you can't do both, you're never gonna win.
Yeah, smarter man than me. I think I definitely would have taken it 3 wide there. We got one off track in turn 5. It was one of the prototypes, no contact. They're able to keep rolling. Didn't really catch exactly who it was. But you can see the patience of Arter has now presented another opportunity to pounce, gaining a lot of time on the 235. Unfortunately, he's on the outside, contact with the Porsche.
And I would imagine had some help to send him around. That's Ricky Racing caught up with SWF Motorsports. That'd be Jason R.R. Smith, the number 94.
And I don't know if the 94 just didn't hit the apex or if the 87 just didn't give him a lot of room.
It would have been the latter on that one from the looks of things.
I think so,
that
too.
Porsche was on the curb. You can't go any further than that.
And with as close as the LMP2 field was, I mean, that is going to drop Arter all the way from the race lead, and essentially a lap and a half later, he is now, gosh, all the way clear back in the 6th spot. Okay, so we did kind of cycle out to that battle just behind the 14 car, but still lost a lot of track position. We got one on pit road too. That's the GT3, the Gamma Sim Racing Ferrari. Stravinsky, they were on the lead lap. They've now pit. I don't know if this is the beginning of potentially a green flag pit sequence. We are closing in on that window for the GT3s with their fuel tanks.
It was a strategy call that sees Gamma Sim Racing down pit road, and Alex Stravinsky jumping into the car for the first time today. Battle is on for 7th in the GT Pro category as Andres Quintana losing out to Nuno Vinagre.
Great move by Vinagre and great defense by Lawrence Brown as well. Earlier we checked in that Blockamatori was in the 5th spot and getting overrun, but he has still at least managed to hang on to 6th ever since losing the spot to Hanakin. He's kind of kept it close to the Rusty Spatula's car, and he's kept it ahead of Quintana and others. Now he's going to be under fire from that number 24 Porsche, though, who I think is fast, and I think they've got some pretty good long-run pace in that 24 machine. That is the Grow Racing White team, and they are applying some pretty good pressure. I think they're going to be, if they can stay out of trouble, they will certainly be a contender for this GT category win when it's all said and done.
A lot of the battles we've seen keep ebbing and flowing as a result of just how the lap traffic has fallen throughout the course of the afternoon. That continues to be the case all the way back from GTP to GTM. He's got a couple of closer battles in the GTM category right now. Here's one. This is Going Racing's Pete Maisha racing Garrett Spence for the BMW M Team TSR entry. Now, Going is right now caught behind the 912, back out onto the racetrack after a hard shot into the wall, and you can see Frida Sport is pulling aside to let this fight through.
And so it looks like they've gotten that car mostly repaired. He was the one who kind of slapped the wall right along the side of the car. Big repairs being made is now Rick Team Racing, Roberto Archer, another short pit. Earlier, this worked out really well for them. They were able to catch a safety car while on pit road. That kind of set the tone for their strategy. They were slipped back to 6th after cycling to the front. Looks like it's going to be a driver swap for them as Francisco Silva gets behind the wheel and is going to take control, as they have already now completed their 2nd pit stop of the day.
Yeah, if you didn't make a driver swap under the yellow flag, you're absolutely going to likely be making one here. I mean, you've got your start-in driver who's been in the car for the first 2 hours. You'd want to get the drivers changed out and get some fresh blood into the car that's got a lot more energy that can take you through the next 2 and probably some hours. Azanuka Manel for Paul Body Motorsports. Still having a good afternoon in the Acura. Still racing Alex Martinez Sanchez. This is one of those battles that it's always been there since the restart, but it hasn't ever really escalated to anything more than follow the leader.
I think those two cars basically running about the same pace, and I think too they had to have recognized the other problems that the other GTPs have had. As you've got another issue for Jose Barbosa, that's the 88 BMW has got himself off in the grass, and it looked like some pretty decent suspension damage to that GT car. He's back rolling though. The GTP is able to get by no problem. But as I was saying, back to this point with the 62 machine, they had to have recognized the other problems, right? They had to have recognized, okay, we've let the other guys kind of make the mistakes. They've wrecked, they've gotten out of the way. We've gotten a little bit of track position that way, right? You're running 6th and 7th, top half of the field. Let's stay there for the next couple of hours, and then we can start forcing the issue, right? I think that is the mentality. This right here, though, little bit of a different mentality for the race lead. Big defense out of Thiago Melo down into turn 1.
Gosh, that's got to be frustrating for McIntosh. He was there. He absolutely could have made that move, but with all the lap traffic, he had no choice but to just sit back in line and take it. So he's going to have to try again here. Might get a run into turn number 5 if he can get lucky, but he's going to lose and slip up some time. So I don't think he's going to get the run that he needs. That was realistically one of the best opportunities he's had in a while, and to lose it like that just because of how the lap traffic fell, it's frustrating because you can't blame the lap traffic for just existing.
There was an LMP2 way off the track. That is the 113, rejoining right in front of the GT3 AM battle. That is the Paul Botting Motorsport, their debut entry for the LMP2 class. We're going to see him coming down into turn 5, heavy braking zone, and I want to say that he dips the right side tires. Yep, got him on the curb, got the car sideways, luckily out of the way of the traffic coming through, but that rejoin a little bit after that was just a little bit sketchy. Luckily they're going still straight and still, I think, on the lead lap for that class. So been an okay debut for all of the Paul Botting cars, but most of all for this right now, Ryan McIntosh in 97. They've driven over 7.5 seconds away from the third place car in the GTP class, so they are very happy with the performance, and I think that's why they're not feeling any pressure to get that pass made right now, even though it has been frustrating.
Now the question is, McIntosh is close again. He gets a good run out of that final corner. Is he going to be able to commit to the move? Thiago Mello flashing the headlights furiously at the lap traffic. He knows he is incredibly vulnerable with Ryan McIntosh applying pressure to the back end, but McIntosh again just not close enough to commit to the sand into turn 1.
Not close enough may have been by choice too, right? You're kind of entering in a weird spot. You're way offline. You've kind of got the lane of cars to your outside, and then you've got a little bit of an extra space just for insurance, and so you're not entering the corner comfortably. You don't want to enter at full speed. This is a huge battle here. This is for the 6th spot within the GT category. Ian Lawrence Brown finally gives up the spot in the Block Motori machine. Now here comes a couple of prototypes to make it spicy. Quintana's on the bumper. Andres Quintana wants the 8th spot. Here comes the BMW to the inside. Going to stick it to the bottom of 7. That gets Quintana offline. Brown now has a little bit of breathing room. And we're going to take a look at the replay of how this pass was made.
Yeah, this got a little bit dicey here as they came out of turn number 3. Look at all the lap traffic around this grouping here. They ended up going 3 wide with an LMP2 down the straight. And that led to this giant melee all the way down the hill into turn 5. It was a fantastic battle that they had. And we've just had one to go around. Grow Racing's Nuno Vinagre spun off the... Oh, that's in the... that's on the back straightaway again. And that's one of the pro cars. For Grow Racing Team, this could be our 3rd safety car of the night. And it is.
It is.
Renly SRT also potentially involved.
Oh yeah, there is some damage to that car. See, I thought the 24 was going to be able to get rolled and looked like he was going to have an opportunity to kind of jump back in traffic. Not into traffic, but kind of jump back and at least limp that car back to pit road like we saw earlier. So not sure how significant the damage was to them, but they are going to require a tow, and it looks like this is going to take us to the top of the hour. First third of the race going to be complete, likely under yellow here, as we are under our 3rd safety car of the day.
We'll get a look at what happened to the Grow Racing Team entry. Block of Victoria Simsport also caught with a meatball flag, so that's been a big incident as outside of a GTP, he swung wide, started to come around, nowhere for Ian Lawrence Brown to go. He got pounded into the concrete. That spins the 24 back across the racetrack into the left side wall, where the car comes to rest.
Yeah, I mean, just carried too much speed, and as soon as the left rear tire's in the grass...
Oh,
there is
wasn't over. And I can tell you right away what caused this one here. We'll have to kind of slow this down by just a little bit. Watch this closely. See how the left front of Block of Transport gets clipped right there, but then it's this shot here that pounds them into the wall. Now, if you look real close at this 183 Aston Martin when it comes around, look at the sparks coming out of the right front. That tire not connected. You can see the left front turned hard left, trying to keep it out of the wall. Nowhere for flight level racing to go.
And luckily that wasn't even bigger for the 757, and he was actually able to hang on to the spot ahead of the Grow Racing 14 car. The 17 looked to be a separate incident, but with the 757, it really sucks and he's got nowhere to go, but you've almost got to, behind the driver's, right in the driver's seat, you have to imagine, as a single car spin for Jacob Bessemer, not been a good few laps for Rentley SRT's McLaren team. But behind the driver's cockpit, you've got to imagine, all right, the car is going straight, it's just had contact. I gotta understand that this thing isn't gonna turn. Watch the wreck avoidance from Andres Quintana, puts it in the grass to get through and keep that Corvette in one piece.
Yeah, Andres Quintana really had to utilize some luck here. There's Grow Racing Team spinning off the road, and man, what a good job to avoid it. So 3 major crashes back to back to back, all in the turn 11 complex and heading down the back straightaway.
I think the sum total of all of those incidents are essentially why the safety car has had to come out, right? You had the Blockamatory machine was kind of slow in the racing line. That resulted in contact. Had one car parked. Another car was kind of face first into the barrier. There's just... I think that was a pretty fair cause for yellow. I definitely wanted to see the green flag kind of cycle out. We'd already had a couple of cars short pit going for the undercut, or at least trying something on strategy. But now everybody's going to be able to come in on the pits here and essentially make it a 3 or 4 stop to the end, depending. Here's what happened to the 757. You see he kind of had to cut to the right.
I tell you what, that was a fantastic job of driving Paulo Calvo. I thought for sure when I saw that hit, he would be down and out with a lot of damage, but that car doesn't look too worse for wear, does it? I think he got away with it.
I would be worried about the left front toe. I think they're going to have to pit for fuel here, so while they're on pit road, they're probably going to have to take some optionals, right? They're going to have to repair that car, and really unfortunate because they did have a little bit of track position. I think they were sitting inside. Yeah, they were 5th, and inside the top 5, so they are probably going to lose some of those spots while they fix the left rear. But to be honest with you, it's not going to be a very long repair, and it could have been so much worse, like you said.
Okay, just over 4 hours to go. You're about a third of the way through this race. At what point do you look at this field now and think, okay, what's going to be the game plan? Because you know this is not going to be a quick safety. Excuse me. You know it's not going to be a quick safety car either.
Yeah, and we talked about this a little bit with the last one. We've been pretty lucky when these safety cars have come out. I know for the GT3s, your fuel run is about 53 minutes or so. The LMP2s are kind of close to that. I think they're a little bit less. The GTPs a little bit less as well, somewhere in the ballpark of 40, I don't know, maybe 47 minutes, give or take. But when you combine the safety car laps, right, you're not burning as much fuel when you're behind the safety car. You're going a little bit slower. You can make sure that you keep your RPMs low. That basically allows you to get almost a full hour of fuel for all 3 of the classes. There may have been a car going off there, not sure exactly what happened. I think that was the toe link damage to the 757 means that car isn't handling great even under safety car conditions. But yeah, when you factor in all these yellow flag laps, you can get about an hour of fuel. Makes the math really easy. You're pitting here, going to restart probably less than 4 hours to go. Means that you'll pit somewhere in the ballpark of 3 hours to go, 2 hours to go, and then 1 hour to go. And depending on the class, depending on the driver, you may have to take another splash of fuel. So like I said, it's a 3 or 4 stop race. You can look at it either way. Here on out, I think you're kind of dependent on when the next safety car comes out, because I think we are going to get at least one more, right? We've seen how dangerous that kink is, that back straightaway. It's just so narrow. You've got to throw the yellow flag when you have the incident down there. And so if we do get another yellow that comes out at the top of the hour, right, around the 3 hour mark, it's going to pretty easily be a 3-stop race from here on out. But if we don't, if we see more green flag racing, you may have to take another splash at some point. I think a lot of these drivers are waiting for the race to come to them, right? The orders are, okay, let's wait a second. We have 4 hours, we can wait. So I think you've got to pit here, fill the car up with fuel, and then, yeah, once that next safety car comes out, I think that'll give you a little bit of a better opportunity to make a plan for now, I think you're sticking to your original strategy, which is run the fuel long, pit after 40, 50 minutes, and then kind of see when the yellow flags come out.
This is, of course, the second to last endurance race of the calendar. Next week, it will be the Paddy Engineering Battle at the Brickyard, the sprint race season finale at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway's infield road course. That'll be on August 29th. To recap the Sprint Championship standings going into the final race of the Sprint Cup season, right now in GTM, Wastegate Racing leading the way in that fight by 100 points ahead of SRM Motorsports. For the Sprint Cup and GT Pro, Block of Majority SimSport effectively has it locked up by being 210 points clear. LMP2 is where it gets interesting. Top three, Rick Team Racing, Grow Race Team, and Flight Level Racing, separated by 60 and 80 points, respectively. 80 between the top three. But the big one, going to be for GTP. It's effectively winner takes all for BMW M Team TSR World of Sim Race Team. Only 5 points between them. And if they both have a bad day, Wastegate Racing and BMW M Team Delta Racing are right there to pick up the pieces.
And some of those names that you mentioned have already had bad days here today, talking about the overall standings. But since this is not a sprint race, doesn't affect that organization, so they're going to have a little bit of an opportunity to compartmentalize this and say, hey, I know we had the incident, you know, if there was a wreck or penalty, something happens here today at Road America, but there is still an opportunity for us to go out and win some sort of title that is with the Sprint Cup next week in Indianapolis. And then, of course, you're going to get that chance to gain some points back when we head out to Road Atlanta for the final race of the overall season, which is also the final endurance race on the calendar. So all is not lost for the BMWs and the Wastegate car that have been caught up in the wrecks today. So it'll be really, really exciting to see what is going to happen. That Indianapolis race is in a few weeks' time, and you're not going to want to miss that one. So we head on out to the Brickyard.
Plenty of action still yet to be had here on Green Flag TV, as we have almost 2 hours complete for the for the Advanced Racing Endurance Grand Prix at Road America. You're watching the VSCA Sports Car Championship live on Green Flag TV. We'll be right back.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV and to this run of the event, Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix from Road America. You're riding on board with Benny the Pace Car driver, once again performing his duties with that stoic face as always, leading a good number of laps out here at the Road America circuit from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. My name is Middle Ramble alongside Kate Corbin, bringing you all the action for the first half of racing action here tonight. Pit stops have come and gone, Cade, as we are looking set to go through our final class sort here before we go for the restart. Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing notably putting a new driver into their car as well. So Wolf Motorsports will look to shake things up for the incoming restart. It is Christopher Limprecht who now drives the 515.
Yeah, there were actually a good amount of driver changes right now. The Paul Botting Motorsports number 97 team, they've got a new driver behind the wheel. Pack Sim Sports, Gamma's Sim team. I mean, you can read off quite a few of their names. Gordy Vermeulen now driving the 25, the 235. Old Dogs Racing, I think they've got a new driver in that car. Really, it'd be shorter to list off the drivers who haven't changed. There's Dan Piazza. I mean, it's just, it's that time of the race, right? If you have a 3-driver roster, which some of these teams do, now is the time to split this race into thirds and get some fresh blood into the car. If you've only got a couple of drivers, right, there's some teams that only have 2 drivers on the roster. They're going to be looking to split this race in half, so they've probably got one more pit stop They'll probably pit in, 50 laps after the green, or 50 minutes after the green flag, and then they're going to put their second driver in the rotation. So that has put Yao Caraselli in the leader, that number 20. They've been up front for the majority of the race, with just behind them, that is Alyssa Pelletier-Sharp, who is now behind the wheel of that number 97 Acura.
Very curious to see what these two are going to be able to do, because we saw Paul Body Motorsports really struggling to make their way around Bravo Snow Chaton earlier on in this race. It was such a struggle for them, and I have to imagine that we could be seeing either this swing the other way, where Paul Body Motorsports has just put a driver in that can really take the fight to Caraselli, or it could go the way it has been before, and Pelletier-Sharp will have to be mired back in the number 2 spot, struggling to make that overtake for some time. In under an hour, we'll be welcoming Lucas Moody and James Newton into the broadcast booth, with Howie Burrows jumping in behind the cameras for the last 3 hours of the race here this afternoon. And happy all of you guys at home have been tuning along as well for round number 9 of the 2026 VSCA Sports Car Championship. Last set of wave-bys is just now being completed. Once those drivers catch the tail of the field, we will be set to do the class sort and then go back green. Turn 12, I think, or turn 11, sorry, Cade, has been the talking point. It has been all about the kink, and it's many catastrophic incidents, including the one that has put us under this latest yellow flag.
Absolutely. I think other than lap 1, that's been the site of all of our major incidents today, and part of it is because it's such a high-speed corner. You come out of the carousel, you can carry a lot of speed through turns 9 and 10. Then you have that kink, which is turn 11. It's kind of interrupts the straightaway, and it's difficult to go side by side through there. You're carrying so much speed that you don't want to lift, but it's an opportunity where you could, in theory, make a pass. That's what happens right there. That incident on your screen, GTP tries to use it as a passing zone, and instead you wind up with major damage to 3 or 4 other cars. And so it's challenging, essentially, because it's to drive through it straight. It's a simple corner, right? You go in there by yourself, you lift a little bit, you make the apex, you're fine. But when everybody tries to do that all simultaneously, that's when it bottlenecks. It's kind of a funnel type turn. And with the long straightaway afterwards, that just leads to the chaos.
It's our third really big impact into that wall. You had Wastegate Racing was racing third in the GTP category. Get hooked by Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing and just crunched the wall coming out of turn 11. You had this latest incident with Grow Racing and Block of Sim Sport, and then Flight Level Racing. But don't forget, earlier on, you also had the 912 take a vicious shot into the wall as well after contact. That was the Frida Sports machine, right now driven by Diego Rodriguez, lapped up on 2 wheels because of how hard the impact was. All the while, race in action is set to continue on. And speaking of the 757, we do have one of their drivers available to give us a chit-chat right about now. Let's get a talk in here with Paolo Calvo, the driver, one of the drivers of the 757, running, their car right now running 6th place. And Paolo, I have to ask, what was the damage report after that shot to the side with Block Motori Sim Sport?
I don't know how we got away with that one there, but we just had a little bit of damage to the rear clip, and we were able to take pretty much all of it under that pit stop in the safety car there. So we have a clean bill of health on the car, and yeah, somehow we're living to fight another day.
Talk us through the game plan so far, because it has not been an easy time for you guys. I mean, this has been it has been a doozy, I think it would be, put it mildly, for you guys, but you've been making the most of it. You're still running in 6th place. What's the game plan now after a bit of a scare for your race?
Yeah, just try and settle everything down. Keep incidents to a minimum, if we can. Just keep the car clean. I mean, we got a good LMP2 here today, and I mean, whew, that was a big one for sure. I was very lucky to not be totally collected in that, thankfully. And thankfully I was able to hand the car off to John, and you know, thankfully knowing that I was by far the slowest out of the three of us who are racing today, I think everybody ahead of us should be keeping an eye in their mirror.
It's been a bit of a trend. We go green, 35 to 50 minutes later, we get a safety car. We've had 1 per hour so far. Do you see that trend continuing, or is the mood kind of thawing a bit out there to the point where drivers are going to cool off a bit after a few of these?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think from what I've been seeing, most of the LMP2s around us have kind of kept their head on and haven't been doing anything too crazy or too dumb, but I can't speak for the other classes. I haven't really seen. I mean, the GTs have been doing a good job. Honestly, I haven't even interacted with the GTPs yet, because it was every time they'd get close, the safety car would come back out, and you know, I didn't interact with any of the leaders. I never lost the lead lap, and you know, we've been keeping our head down, just trying to do our thing, but it's been rough with the getting in and out of the rhythm, but the car's great. I was struggling a little bit in the middle part of the stint, but at the start and at the end, the car was fantastic, and we got 2 really, really fast drivers about to hop in the car, or John already did, and then we got our ace up our sleeve for the last little bit of the race, and we're gonna try and finish this out and maybe go back to back.
Talk about the championship so far. I think the Sprint Cup might be a bit out of reach, almost 250 points out, but for the actual overall standings, it's still looking to be pretty close. Only 155 points between yourself and Rick Team Racing. 2 races to go after today. How confident are you that you guys might be able to walk out of here with the LMP2 championship?
Well, it's gonna kind of come down to today. Rick looks strong. They've been fast, and they've been making some good strategy calls today. They pit just before the second safety car, and we were able to cycle up to the front, and then because of that, they pit just before this one and cycled back to the front. So we'll see what happens there. I think in general over the last little bit we've been better than them, so I think hopefully we can keep that trend going, and we can close up the gap and make it manageable going into Petit Le Mans. But we also know the job ahead of us for Indy in 2 weeks. Sorry, I think we're 80 back in the Sprint Cup last I checked, and so we know if we win, we know what we need to happen behind us. Obviously, we need a little bit of help in that situation, but you know, we know what we got to do for the next today and then the next 2 races.
Well, overall, it's going to be a pretty stellar afternoon for the rest of you guys. You were able to get away with this one, and let's hope no more scares for the rest of the day, and you can finish this race out strong.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Paolo Calvo for Flight Level Racing, walking away after a very nervy moment. It was something. It was quite something, Cade, and the fact that that car does not have that has virtually no damage on it. You talk about luck of the draw.
It was luck. It was a really good save on their part. Something to mention too for that 757 team, they were the LMP2 winners last time out at Watkins Glen. There was a little bit of an interesting situation that happened with a connection issue on the very final lap of that race. They wound up being scored with the win. And so they, as the defending winners of the LMP2 class, trying to make it at least 2 in a row to round out this season. But we've seen the winners from Watkins Glen have all kind of had bad luck today. Hopefully that was the worst of the luck for the Flight Level Racing team. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than essentially nearly ending their race, as they're going to restart this one. Looks like inside the top 5 of the LMP2 category, so they going to have a good shot to defend that win. Sorry, just outside the top 5. They are still in 6th, as the class sort has just about been completed. Pit cycle has been completed. So hopefully we're going to get restarted here soon. Looks like it's going to be probably one more lap behind the iRacing Mustang pace car.
3 hours, 46 minutes to go. This is one of the longer safety cars we've had out of the 3 so far, but that is not surprising given how spread apart everybody was at the start of this yellow flag. Lights still on for the time being. Last time they extinguished around the turn 5 to 7 area, so if they're going to go out this lap, anticipate it to be in a similar vein.
Noted that we had a couple of new names, drivers swapping into the cars for the battles for this one. João Carcelli for the Bravo Snow Shatten team, going to be taking over for the win. Alyssa Pelletier-Sharp from the Åland Islands. How about that? First time I think I've seen that nationality represented. And then Christopher Daniel for the Pack Simsport team. They got a little bit of track position under the previous pit stop, under the second safety car of the day. They've been able to hang on to it, and we're going to see if there's anything that he can do to it. And then how about Souza in that 12 car? They've gotten themselves back into this mix. I think they were one of the BMWs that was caught up in the first lap shenanigans. But they are now in the 4th position, and they've got the opportunity to gain those 3 spots. It's been a long battle for Douglas Souza and the rest of that BMW M team, but I think if they can come out of this one just finishing the race now, that'll be good. But they're in the position to challenge for podium, so good stuff for the Delta team as we head into what's going to wind up being a little bit shorter than the final 2/3 of this race, closing in on the halfway mark.
Lights have just gone out aboard the iRacing safety car, and, well, we know what that means. Safety car in this lap. So about to go back to green flag racing for the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix with just under 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. And about to see as well what all the new drivers in the cars, of which there's a lot of them, are going to be able to do for the first time this afternoon.
They're going to be restarting on cold tires. I think there's going to be a little bit of nerves. You've had plenty of time to think about it, right? Kind of like ice in the kicker in football. They know that a lot of that up here in Wisconsin, right? Pretty close to Green Bay, the Green Bay Packers. As these drivers, I think, are feeling a little bit of that similar pressure. You've had all the time to think about it, all the time to worry about all of the things that could go wrong, really at this specific spot in the track, coming out of the carousel into the kink and then down that very, very long, winding back straightaway into what winds up being a couple of hard braking zones. So hopefully the stress doesn't quite get to the drivers and everybody's able to keep it straight. But we are going to see restarting this race with about 3 hours, going to be about 3 hour 42 minute to go. João Carcelli going to be the first one to take the green flag and lead us into turn number 1 for our 4th green flag of the day.
Set to go racing as you see the field backing up to let the pace car get some distance. And now you can see Carcelli starting to build up speed. Turn 13, then, of course, 14 just around the corner. They'll make their way under the Green Bay Austin Straubel Airport signage as headed into the final corner. For the 4th time this afternoon, we're back green at the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix from Road America. Good getaway from the field. Francisco Silva under fire, though, as they come out of the final hairpin. The 87 having some problems there. Ada Johnson now being attacked by Samuel Hoff. Pat Engineer SRT wanting to go into second. charges the inside, and he's through into the number 2 spot.
Really great pass from the 47 there. The 87 and that Rick team, they were able to get the lead again on pit strategy, so they're a little off sequence, but once again with the track position. Here's that great battle for the GT AM category. Ravinsky now behind the wheel of the Ferrari, as that's John Paliro who is driving the 23 car. Oh no, big incident here for a couple of the GTPs. That's the 16 machine. There was another one turned around. Luckily, a big enough gap back to the LMP2s that they're able to get going again. But it was turn 5 again was the problem spot on one of these restarts. The battle for second, though, not over yet.
LMP2 up for grabs here. Gamma Simersen's Andy Johnson still raced with Samuel Hoff coming around through turn 6, and the 47 car is into the number 2 spot. Grow Racing Team jumping back into the car with the number 14 entry after the green flag. This is what happened coming into turn number 5. It was Infinity Fox Racing and Visual Motorsports. No, just 2 cars being shipped out wide. In fact, both of them were rookie contenders.
Oh, that was from the second spot. I didn't realize that was Sorry, I didn't realize that was the rookie team for Paul Botting. They got super deep into the corner. There's more contact, and the old dog's car is off in the kink, but able to keep it rolling.
And might not be the only one.
As well.
That's Gamma Simersen's Alex Ravinsky. GTM leader now off the road. Bravo Snow Shatton is into the lead, but here comes Wastegate Racing. Neil Forbes trying to race with John Polaro. Can't go around the outside of Canada and ends up on defense against Michael Adamczyk.
He's going to lose that spot to Adamczyk. Adamczyk all the way back up to the second position, now able to have a look at that Bravo Snow Shatton machine. Going to be close to see if he gets a nice run down this very, very long front straightaway. Now we're going to take a look again. The battle for the LMP2 lead heating up. The Paddy Engineering, number 47, driven by Sam Hoff, has caught Francisco Silva. Silva still trying to get that car under him. As again, they've kind of gained all their track position on strategy. They've been playing defense for most of the day. This is the battle for second in the GT category. The 44 of now Stuart Ash driving that machine. He slams the door on Chad Dalton, as Dalton getting behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. They're all chasing the 77. Louis Cunha, as the LMP2 lead goes to Samuel Hoff. Great move in turn 6, was able to get clear of Francisco Silva. There's battles for class leads all over this track.
It was a sneak attack from Samuel Hoff on the exit of turn 5 up the hill in the 6 that allows him into the number 1 spot for LMP2. No such moves to be made, though, throughout the GT category. A little bit more difficult to make that charge up the inside like that. And this is how Samuel Hoff went for the lead on Francisco Silva.
You can see the toe. He's going to get a big run. I'd imagine that Silva overdrives the corner a little bit. That's what opens up the door. Yes, he does. That's coming out of 5. Hoff is going to get the run and ship it to the inside of 6. Just gets to the left rear wheel well of the 87, and I think Silva says, all right, you've got the momentum. Let's get through these next couple of corners pretty consistently. Now we're going to see if Hoff can open up a gap. It would be the first time today that we've really had an established LMP2 class leader if he can get away. As a couple of driver swaps have changed the names in the LMP2 category. Not Hoff, though. He's been in that car since the drop of the green flag. So we're going to take a look at the battle for GT, because there's a lot of good fights that are going on right now, just not able to get away from each other.
Few drivers swapping positions on the run down to Canada corner. Meanwhile, VSR Competición Samuel Aragon almost had an attempt on Thomas Barton down to the turn 5. Still close, trying to provide some pressure for the 8th place position in your GTP, the quickest class on the afternoon. While further behind for second, iRacing Today Motorsports' Chad Dalton wanting to make a run at it.
And we'll update, Pelletier Sharp was all the way up to the second spot when they restarted. That number 97 for Paul Botting is all the way now dropped to 12th. They bled a little bit more time on the rest of that first lap, where they still had those cold tires that I think posed a little bit of a problem for the 97 machine. We'll see if they can regain some track position. That's allowed João Carcelli to open up just a little bit of a gap back to the rest of the GTP field, as this is the fight for GTM. Michael Adamczyk gonna get it on the outside, but a little bit of a hiccup on the exit of 5 into the hurry downs. This is going to be a very tight battle here, as they've got Lucas Santos has driven into this fight. He's now in the 3rd spot for Vulture.
John Polaro holding on for the number 2 position. SWF Motorsports has just picked up a black flag for instant limit from the looks of things. Meanwhile, Wastegate Racing's Neil Forbes wanting to have some momentum. iRacing Today Motorsports is Chad Dalton racing against Stuart Ash from Matco Fisher Motorsports as they drive her in deep into turn 12.
Looks right now like Dalton has a little bit more pace than that Porsche in front of him. Been an eventful day for the 44 car. Seems like every once in a while we'll look up and that green machine will have something going on, but look at the long snake of GT cars. They really haven't been able to get separated this run. It felt like the last couple of safety cars, we hit the restart and they were able to get pretty spread out, but not this time. It's a pretty long train. It's the same thing too in LMP2. We're seeing this battle for about the 5th position. Wojcik has been able to get by and grab the spot 4 now, but they're doing battle. This is for the 5th spot in GT. Lunge to the inside and going to get clear. Can't exactly tell what the number is on that car.
It's SimCity
but it was
Racing.
A great move nonetheless.
SimCity Racing's Peter Spikeman raced with Freda Sport and World of Sim Racing. This is the battle for 5th place. And it's got a lot of cars tucked underneath it. We already run boats for Freda Sport, losing out to Saul Sanchez Flores around the outside of turn 5. Tracking out wide in the mix of this one is Jack Hedgecox for the Go-In Racing crew. And don't forget, Travis Linson from Hatford for Telemetry Racing still with a bone to pick with the pack ahead of him as well.
And we're seeing a penalty being shown to Daniel Souza up in the GTP category. Douglas Souza was running in the 3rd position. This is Hedgecox, though, looking to the inside. Just a little bit of lockup, but he's going to get clear. No, not quite. The 911 fights back, swings it to the inside, but momentum up top for Hedgecox for Go-In, and he is finally clear. Is able to complete that pass and now get hunted down on that Corvette ahead of him. But yes, black flag being shown to the 12 machine. I'd imagine that's for incident points, because they collected a lot at the beginning of this race while they were suffering with that damaged race car, and now I think they've touched grass one too many times and they're going to have to serve the penalty for it's essentially finally just been time to pay the tax. So if they don't get a safety car here quick, it's going to be a long drive through for the 12, and they're going to lose probably 10 spots.
Daniel Perez Santiago is looking like he might have a good run going on Jonathan Foystick just up the road, but ended up kicking the tail end out of the exit, scrubbed off any kind of momentum it would have had coming out of turn 3. Well, the 757 will maintain its run in the 5th place position. Foystick holding on after that car had a very nervy escape from that earlier crash that brought out our latest safety car on the day. A lot of battles still ongoing in the GT field, including for 2nd place as Bravo Society's John Pilar and Lucas Santos into the car for Vulture Motorsports racing it out.
Yeah, Santos had a really, really good run, but I think decided he didn't want to be side by side through that corner. I think with all the craziness that we've seen thus far, I think that was turn 3. He knows he's going to get a big run down this next straightaway. Looking back up a little bit closer to the front of the GT field, that is the telemetry machine ahead of Freda Sport. And how about Double Stint? Haven't talked about them all day. That 57 car, Curtis Treiber, ran really well at Watkins Glen and now trying to drive his way up a little bit farther through this field. They're now inside the top 10 of the GT class and looking for more.
Still have a long ways to go. 3 hours, 32 minutes are on the docket. Again, a lot of time for something to go awry. By the way, Douglas Souza still has not come down pit road to serve that black flag, and he's got to come down or he's going to end up with something much worse, a disqualification. And, well, if that happens, well, you're hooped. That's it. Game over. You're done. So Douglas Souza, I'd imagine, would have to come down within the next lap or two to serve this.
It's probably going to be this time, and that's, I mean, it's going to hurt giving up the third position, but like I said, I think they accumulated most of that penalty at the beginning of the race, dealing with some damage. Similar situation to Michael Adamczyk. He has now had the situation as this battle is ongoing within the GT class as well. That's contact. Barbosa's around and hits the inside wall with the left front. Big damage to the Rick Team Racing BMW.
Oh, tough break for Rick Team Racing again. Being caught up in a major incident, and that car is broke as well. No way they're going to be able to get this one settled. Michael Adamczyk and Ruben Pino both have to come down pit road as well. And, I mean, he just squeezed out the 912 and spins and boom, just a big lick into the wall.
It didn't look like he gave a whole lot of space to that Porsche there, able to limp it down pit road. These were a couple of those cars that we talked about. I think these are all serving drive-through penalties all on top of each other. Wow, that's you don't see that every day. They're not from the same class either. They're going to have to be really careful about blending into traffic here. And yes, the number 12 BMW did serve their penalty. That was I think a long time coming, finally able to get that taken care of, as the battle that we are now looking at is for the GTM lead with Adamczyk down pit road. This has become the battle for the top spot, and I really like the way Lucas Santos is setting this up. I think he's going to have plenty of opportunities to make the pass, as that was nearly a sketchy moment for the fifth spot. I thought the red lap car was going to chuck a 3 wide with the GT car there, but instead I think the 757 is going to hang on to hang on into turn 1, hang on to that spot at least for now. But I tell you what, he got a great pep talk from his teammate, right? The other driver of that car came up into the booth and talked about how great Wojcik was going to do, but he's gotten in the car and he's had to play defense since the drop of the green.
This is the 912 Ruben Pino, and I mean, I don't know where Rick Team Racing thinks that Porsche is supposed to go. I mean, you weren't clear. That's all there is to say about it.
It's the second or third time we've seen something similar happen to that 88 car. So hopefully they can get it turned around. I think I called it Barbosa. That was not Barbosa in that car. He had gotten out under the previous pit stop. They've done a driver swap now, so it was a different driver in the same car, kind of having a similar situation on track. That is Marco Vieira. That is now driving the 88 BMW for Rick Team Racing. They're doing a little bit better in the LMP2 category, but their GT entry has not had a good run today, as that's a sketchy move for the BMW. Talk about threading the needle.
He wanted to go for it. Jordi Vermeulen is done playing around, making that look, now chopping to the inside, but all that weaving is going to scrub off momentum and have it a real close shave with a few lap cars to boot. And the aggression seems to pick up tenfold every single time we come back from one of these safety cars, and especially now as we are just slicing our way through all of this lap traffic.
Yeah, I think they've managed to catch the kind of the thick, really dense portion of the middle of that GT field, so these prototypes have a lot to work through, as that was I think the 12 machine on pit road.
21.
Excuse me, that's a 21. The other BMW, they've got a driver change going on, so they're pitting under green. Don't know if this is part of a strategy call or not. But meanwhile, on our screen, very, very tight battle, 7th through 10th position, bottom right of your screen. Take a look at those relatives. No large gaps. No gaps really bigger than half of a second.
Oh,
as that's a 3 wide move. That's a sketchy place to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, that ain't going to end well if that goes the way I think they're going to take it. And boy, they really tried to. How about that, though, getting it sorted out as they make this mash drive down the road into Canada corner. Right behind them, you got the fierce battle ongoing for 6th. You really have 3rd to 9th separated by only 2 seconds right now in GTP.
which is really impressive. I mean, given how many things have happened in this race. It's been a little bit since the restart now. We've got driver swaps, another 3 wide situation. How about that? Anthony Mifucci not afraid to get aggressive. I think Mifucci and Vermeulen are 2 of the drivers in this battle, and both of them, we know from VSCA, they are not afraid to get aggressive as they're now working through some more GT traffic. Look at the lunge into the corner by Samuel Aragon. I believe that's the 7 who's able to get deep in there. Very, very impressive. I mean, those GTP cars are not easy to handle. They certainly look like they glide, but when you're driving them, you can really feel that you are at the absolute limit of the mechanical grip.
The GTPs, you got to be a special breed to be able to drive them right. I mean, I've driven LMP2s plenty of times. I've driven LMP3s. I've driven Radicals. I can handle all of those. GTPs, I can't figure them out. I don't know what it is. It's just such a different driving style you need to be able to wrangle these things around a racetrack. And these guys are showing what it looks like when it is at its peak for this type of racing. Try as they may, no one is able to make a run on each other yet. Keyword is yet, because I feel like it's coming.
I feel like you're going to get to a point where somebody makes a mistake, right? We've seen it plenty of times in turn 5. Somebody slips up just a little bit. That's how the LMP2 class lead changed hands. That's how plenty of spots in the GT3 category have changed hands. It just happens so often that you make a small mistake, and because these straightaways are so long, it kills your momentum, makes you susceptible to whether the inside or the outside gets opened up. You're going to get past. I think we could see that here. Any of these GT cars in this battle, this is 3rd all the way through, about 10th, still under a blanket. Similar story as the GTPs.
Rusty Spatulas Racing's Juka Tainio and SimCity Racing going at it as Peter Spikman trying to see if he can make a run on Tainio here. The battle for 4th in GT Pro currently ongoing. These guys have still got almost 3.5 hours left, and they're racing as if they're about to go out of style in the last 20 minutes.
That was a massive block on the GTP by the Rusty Spatulas driver. I guess he really needed that preferred groove into the next corner, because that was a door slam on the 137. You don't want to mess with Malfucci, and right there almost did.
Oh, goodness gracious.
As we're taking a look, I mean, look at you want to make a pass where you get a run on the guy ahead of you, but you just can't. That's going to be dangerous.
Something's got to break here. I mean, you can't keep racing like this lap after lap and expect everything to go your way. Something big is on the horizon here. And you have to imagine it's going to be coming up likely here into turn 11 at the King. VSCA Competizione takes to the inside of the 112 McLaren. All this GTP traffic trying to cut around the GT3s. Everyone is scrambling for any kind of momentum that they possibly have. Jordi Vermeulen closing in on VSCA Competizione. Looks for the inside. He's going to back out of the 11th hour, though. Does not commit to the overtake. And thank goodness for that, because that would have been a quick way to put half of this grid in the garage.
I think we've got about, 12 minutes or so until it seems that we're on a schedule to have ourselves a safety car. So it's certainly close. It certainly seems like it could be upcoming. And with this storm of cars that are just on top of each other, it is certainly brewing. How about the Rusty Spatulas? Were able to hang on to their track position through all of that. Never really got the door opened right for either class, the faster or the slower cars, as they get side by side. It's sort of like on the highway. You can't pass anybody on the left lane, right? You've got a single file train of cars going by. The right lane, they are also going to stay single file as well. You can't take it 3 wide on the freeway if you've only got 2 lanes, and you can't take it 3 wide here, as narrow as this track is. So unfortunately, they kind of just had to set in line until they made it through the traffic, but I think everybody kind of got on the same page, thought about it, and for the most part, the traffic is actually sorted out, at least for the moment. Big run here, though, for the 7 car.
Trying to make that run around the outside. Oh, contact and hard into the wall. Huge crash coming down in towards turn 5 as Visual Motorsports off the road. VSCA Competizione off the road. Somehow they're able to get it back underway. Oh my goodness. And
I can't believe there's not more damage to either of those cars. Definitely some suspension damage to the tan.
At least that we don't
Martin.
see. Out of that Division 1 is hurt, and they are hurting bad.
Oh, careful with the traffic here. Gonna try to let everybody by. Prototypes and GT cars. That was turn 5, I think very similar to what we saw in the very first lap. A couple of prototypes going at it down into the corner. I think essentially tried to outbrake each other and kind of wound up piling in. Wasn't as bad as lap 1, but I think a similar situation to kick it off.
A big incident for Thomas Martin as he came together with VSCA Competizione Samuel Aragon in the battle for 8th. Take a look. This is how it went down. Just came over to the right-hand side and put himself in the fence.
I don't know if he didn't realize that he wasn't clear or if he expected the 7 to back out of the move. They've been off in the gravel again, trying to limp that car back to pit road. But he is almost going to make it right now in turn 13. Samuel Aragon has been shown the black flag, I'm assuming for incidents, because of the couple of off tracks. And that's scary, nearly contact again.
And he can't control that, right? I mean, that's just how slow that car turns. It's got the turning radius of a freight truck right now.
That was so sketchy, though. My jeez. He's able to get back to pit road. I think the 7's going to make it around as well, so we should stay green. Not going to have to deploy that safety car for another wreck in turn number 5. But those have really been the 2 choke points on the day. Turns 5 and 11. Anytime you enter one of those corners, you've got to be on your game and on your guard, because there's been a lot of danger in both of those parts of the racetrack.
And you see him pulling into his stall at the tail end of the field. You look on with the battle for 4th between Dylan Babcock for Fury Sim Sport, Jonathan Feuchtek for Flight Level Racing, and Daniel Perez Santiago for Red Lab Competizione. 4th, 5th, and 6th, all in LFP2, and they are about to enter the lion's nest when it comes to lap traffic.
We'll see if one of them can take advantage of it, or if they kind of just got to get in line for the conveyor belt, ride it out for a couple of laps or so, however long it takes to get through all of that traffic. They've been pretty good about it today thus far. A lot of the contact that we've seen has actually been within the classes, right? GTPs getting into other GTPs, GT3s getting into other GT cars. There hasn't been a lot of contact between the prototypes and the non-prototypes. So as far as traffic navigation goes, it's been a pretty good day for that. It's been the battles for position that have really resulted in drivers getting super over-aggressive, resulting in some contact, especially since we're still in the first half of this very, very long endurance race.
Well, and it's, of course, the thing that the LMP2s have been remarkably clean so far today as well. Usually the LMP2s are where we see all of this action and not the GTP category, so bit of a reversal of roles. Jack Hedgecock's for Going Racing, trying to go after Peter Spikeman. This is for 5th place in GT Pro. Big run up the hill. Can he carry that through? The Porsche's got the draft from the McLaren up the road. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about it. And he will not. So he's going to tuck it back in line while Santiago makes the move on Feuchtek in a can to the corner. This pass here was for 5th in the LMP2 category.
Yeah, Feuchtek moving down a spot, held on the 5th for the majority of this stint. I'd imagine they finally hit that traffic, and it kind of just didn't work out for him. Got one in the grass. That opens up a big run for the Red Lab car, swinging back and forth, and finally finds the inside of Canada corner, and that's a pretty textbook pass, able to get clear after generating some great momentum. Now the 552 has his sights set on Dylan Babcock to try to take the 4th spot, as there might be a little damage to Hedgecock. He's got himself now a 3-car battle for the 6th spot in class.
Saul Sanchez Flores.
5. Yeah.
World of Sim Racing team up at a 5th place. Telemetry Racing's Travis Linscomb Hatfield holding on to 6th. Check in on the battle for the GTM race late as well, because this has been closing in significantly. John Polaro still trying to fend off Lucas Santos for Vulture Motorsports, Smil Aib for Blanco Motore Sim Sport, and Wastegate Racing. All in the midst of this huge fight in GTM. You can see John Polaro flash the headlights furiously at that damaged SimCity Racing Porsche, trying to get him out of the way so he can get a buffer zone between himself and his competitors behind him.
And that car doesn't have a wing, so there's going to be basically no downforce on that machine. Not sure where the contact came from for the 71. As though the 21, and we got several cars around. It looks like that's headed into the carousel. There was a few GTPs all piled in, still no yellow flag, as now Lucas Santos has lost the spot to Ismail Aib. The Blanco Motori car has gotten by, and the Aston Martin's through to second. See if Santos can get back to that spot. He'd been applying so much pressure to the 23 car for that entire run. I think he finally forgot to just look up in the mirror a little bit and make sure that he was playing the right defense. Here, I think, is going to be what happened to the prototypes as they went 3 wide.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This, whoa, hold on, as flight level racing almost going up and over, and talk about bottling it up with a couple of them. This was a big crash coming down the hill, and it started with Fury Simsport getting hit by Red Light Competizione.
Yeah, that was the 30 car. We talked about Dylan Babcock going to have to play some defense to try to keep the rest of the LMP2 field behind him. But look at him just pile in. I think there were maybe 5 or 6 or 7 cars that got pretty significant damage from that one, including the flight level team, so they're going to have to come pit and likely take some damage. The 88 Rick Team Racing, they haven't been able to avoid another one. They find themselves with even more calamity for that BMW.
Racing action continuing on. Bravo still Shatner's John Polaro holding on at the head of the field. Blanco Motori Sim Sports Smell Laib now in the mix. A lot of drivers with black flags as we start to approach on that incident limit. World of Sim Racing teams, Marco Pereira, as well as Mark Skurshell and Jordi Vermeulen running 6th and 7th back here as well. Still with the battle for that number 6 position.
This has been one of the cleaner battles on the day. I think everybody can sort of see that there's a lot of calamity going on. Scherschel's been doing a really nice job keeping a pretty smooth wheel. I haven't talked about that team much all day, which similar to a few others, is a kind of a good thing. As now Lucas Santos has been shown the black flag, likely incident limits for the 64 Vulture Motorsports team as well, finding themselves in a similar position as a couple of others in that class where they've just been pushing a little bit too aggressively for the first 2 hour 45. And you get enough off tracks, I think that limit is 10, like we've said, and they finally got their 10th incident point. So Santos going to have to bring it down from the 3rd spot, just like the GTPs. That is so painful to do, coming into the pits from a podium position when you've got such a great run going. Still a lot of time to recover, as here goes to the inside. Vermeulen finally has the move and grabs it in Canada corner, authoritative, and up to the 6th spot.
Fantastic run for him as the battles are going to continue on. Plenty of racing still left to be had here on the afternoon, with racing action showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon as well. So Jordan Vermeulen and Mark Skurshell still racing it out 6th and 7th on the road. Rick Team racing at 8, and Johnson also fighting it out 2nd and 3rd. 13th place overall, 2nd in the LMP2 field, as all of a sudden a lot of the battles all over the place have kind of fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, a lot of those interrupted by either incidents on track or drivers hitting that incident limit, picking up a quick black flag. This one, though, is still ongoing. Ismail Laib, we talked about him trying to avoid making the low light reel like he did last time. A few times ago, when we came to Road America, doing a nice job with it though. Blanco Motori really good in the standings in both GT categories, Pro and Am, and looking to pad that points position with a great run today. Now I think he's got a run on John Polaro. Is he going to make the move into Canada? Tucks left, it's going to be on the outside, and he gets to the quarter panel. Going to barge it in there on the BMW, hang the outside. I think there was a small bit of contact, but nothing to it, and still it's the Snow Shadden team that's able to hang on to the lead.
Six tenths now between John Polaro and Ismail Laib. Ryan Steinhoff getting a little bit dicey as well as the battle here for third is ongoing. Jesse Molina and Neil Forbes racing for third and fourth as they head their way down the front straightaway and into turn number 1. Forbes has the inside and he's through.
Great pass there. Set that one up coming out of 14, was able to get it, and it looks like the PAX GTP is going to help him out, right? Not an opportunity for the 3 to get the cutback and regain the position. So they'll kind of have to settle out down the straightaway. For the moment, they're going to maintain third and fourth that way. Another penalty has been handed out to one of the GTPs. They actually came in pit and did a driver swap, and it's now Sauner driving the 21 for BMW Team Delta.
And even further down in the AM category, Steinhoff and Michael Adamczyk side-by-side contact between the two as Intercom Vision Motorsports pushes Flight Level Racing out to the right-hand side of the circuit.
And now they've got to get out of the way for that GTP. Not been the race that Adamczyk has wanted and kind of got pushed out of the way. I'm sorry, it was Mario Capicelli that was the one that picked up that black flag. The switch to put Philippe Sauner behind that 21 machine came under the last pit stop. So Capilucci has now brought that car into pit road. They are now doing service as Adamczyk is able to get back on the outside of the 90 machine. It looks like he's going to get clear. Great run up top for Adamczyk, but he dips the left side tires off into the grass, and look at getting flashed. I don't think the 90 machine was very happy about that. Oh my gosh, and there was nearly karma, as I thought the flight level car was going to go around on the edges of the corner. 3 wide.
Hold on to her, boys. Not done yet. In the middle of all of this, you have Ruben Pino, the Grow Racing Team. Porsche, who's already been put through the ringer today. And he's trying to force the H1 of the AM-class cars. Now, Pino's got to be careful, right? Because, again, these guys are fighting for position in front of him. You don't want to be that guy that disrupts the run. And Vulture Motorsports' Lucas Santos is clearly not happy about it. Thinking, what the heck are you doing?
That we know that Santos car is fast, right? He just came in to serve a drive-through penalty. Other than that, he's better than these guys on raw pace. So that's where the frustration comes from him to Steinhoff. He says, look, we both know I'm faster. Just because you have the track position doesn't mean you got to throw some crazy blocks. Down into turn 1, that was sketchy. It got really, really close between the back bumper there and then that BMW. That's closing in. But everybody's able to keep it single file for the moment. That is Matthew Ayla in the 83 who's part of this battle.
Vulture Motorsports and Lucas Santos still racing this one out for 10th and 9th for Intercom Vision Motorsports. As well as that battle for 4th is on for the GTPs as Marco Pereira and Gordy Vermeulen racing it out for 4th. Overall, the battles have been stellar here on the day. Juca Taineo racing for 3rd in GT Pro. We're leaving a lot of battles still yet to be run with here as we get set to go racing.
That's the Rusty Spatulas machine challenging for the 3rd position. Gonna have to back out and essentially wait to fight another day. As a 757 back on pit road, man, it's just not been the day that the flight level team wanted after doing so well at Watkins Glen. I think they're going to go a lap down now to the LMP2 class lead at least as we focus on that battle. Dalton and the Rusty Spatulas do in battle as this is Vermeulen, I think, looking for a podium spot.
All right, so the battles are still on as 3 wide again. And just when you think like we can't have enough green flag race into the middle of a pit stop run, we get this. So there is no end in sight to these fights. And this race is anticipated to be a hotly contested one. So the field Nearing on the half-hour mark here in this, the halfway point of this race. Almost 3 hours down and 3 hours to go. We got to step back for a moment so we can swap over our producers. You don't need to go anywhere. We will maintain our coverage live from flag to flag. Right on board with Mark Skirshell as we get set to let you feel the noise on Green Flag TV. When we return, it's more battling for the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix at Road America.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Advanced Sim Racing Grand Prix, the 6 hours here at Road America. We've successfully made our producer and commentator booth swaps. I'm James Newton alongside Lucas Moody with Howie Burrows in the production booth, bringing you the sights and sounds from a Road America that has seen its 4th safety car of... We're not even halfway through here, Lucas, and we've had 4 safety cars.
Yeah, just the bad luck that we always joke I bring into the booth. As soon as I join the booth, or as soon as I get on camera for these endurance races, it always seems to bring out to a caution, which really sucks because it means that the first good part of our little stint here is going to start with a caution, but we will find a way to kill the time. I will say, I was watching the race before our stint started, and there was a lot of really good battles, a lot of good action, and that kind of half an hour that just sort of happened, a decent bit of crashes as well. So a good bit of carnage and chaos. And I think this is what brought out the yellow, as you see that Ferrari just getting spun right around into the concrete wall, heading down into that 90 right that makes up turn 8. And his rear wing is going to be completely off, and he's going to have to pull it to the side of the track there.
He's trying to get that rear suspension damage to let them go through. Again, it's missing a third of the Ferrari almost. Horrendous accident. That was Ravinsky on board that Gamma Sim Racing. And Pack Sim Sport, unfortunately, into the back. Yeah, Porsche on Ferrari. Doesn't look like the Porsche sustained too much damage on the front. Let's get another good look at it again. And yes, Lucas, you spoke about all the action as soon as we tuned in. Oh, you see the change of direction. The GT trying to get out of the way. So you'll see here, the GT is going to take the normal line, and then it's going to move to the left. So we're going to sweep through. Obviously, have way more pace. Ferrari's going to try to go to the right. We're going to try to go left. The Ferrari goes left as well, and we meet down that little miniature straight right before the carousel. So unfortunate there. And we also heard the other commentators speaking about how there haven't been any real multi-class moments. That was the textbook definition of a multi-class moment right there.
Yeah, 100%. You have that GTP of the Porsche, of course, coming up behind at much quicker speeds, especially you're looking at turn 7. One of the few corners that a GTP and these LMP2 cars, these higher downforce cars, can take basically flat out. Maybe in your qualifying runs. In the race run, you're probably doing a little bit of lifting there to save tires and fuel. But it's one of those corners that you can almost completely take flat out. The GT3 car, with how much less downforce it's carrying, is definitely not able to take it flat out. And because of that, the GTP is carrying so much more speed exiting turn 7. And just that speed difference caught up to the guys in front. And the GT3, the 298, did the right thing at first by going to the right, going to the racing line. Where the casualty happened is when he cut back to the left side. You know, it's kind of counterintuitive because you think that you want to forfeit the racing line to the quicker guy behind, but it's actually the opposite with these endurance series. You want to make the guy behind go off the racing line, essentially. It just lets everything be more clear. But the guy ahead, usually you're going to want to keep the racing line. You want to be more predictable so the guy behind you can make that pass cleanly and easily. And unfortunately, the 298 came offline a little bit, trying to let the GTP by. But in this scenario, that's not really what you want to be doing.
Again, as we've said, drivers have been driving we've ticked over the halfway point of the 6 hours. We're at under 3 to go here at Road America. And again, 3 safety cars, 4 so far. So we've broken that cycle of about 35 to 50 minutes or so between safety cars. The driver's kind of able to keep it going for almost an hour, but not quite. First one coming out for multi-car crash from turns 5 to 7. Basically down that middle straight all the way to underneath the bridge. Second one came out for a hard hit on the backstretch from a GTP, getting turned by a spooked GT Am. Third for a multi-car GT Pro crash from turn 12 to the backstretch, and now we've got the incident we just saw there with the 238. So seems like it may not be your fault there, Lucas. It might have just been the way that this race is going, where again we saw so many battles, so many good moves, and it just seems to ebb and flow. Such is the nature of endurance racing. And so trying to see if we have enough time. We'll just go ahead and see how far we can get, since they are all nicely lined up at the moment. Just see if we can do a front to back real quick on the grid. So out front, the number 20 BMW in the GTP class, the Bravo Snow Machine. Araceli up in the lead at the moment. Pack Sim Sport in the 55 Porsche just in behind. Third overall, Paul Botting Motorsport number 62 Acura occupying that spot. We have the BMW M Team TSR GTP Vermeulen in the machine for that number 4. World of Sim Racing Team Cadillac number 51 is leading the number 96 Albrecht Motorsports in the 96 in 6th position. Paul Botting Motorsport Acura 97 in 7th. 8th is the Acura Infinity Fox Racing. 9th is the BMW M Team Delta Racing. That's David Souza on board the number 9. And the 10th position, Gamma Sim Racing 137 Ferrari with Mafucci at the wheel of that machine. 11th and 12th. Bringing up the rear of the GTP field is the VSR Competizione Bianca with Aragon at the wheel of the number 7 Porsche. The 21 BMW Team Delta Racing bringing up the rear for that class. We see a flurry of pit stop activity underneath yellow, so drivers will be potentially getting a bit of a breather. As again, it can be really hard, Lucas, to be behind the safety car for an extended period of time, and it really can kind of throw your rhythm. So again, some drivers with tons of confidence wanting to continue to turn laps, continue to pull a gap, and this kind of ruins that plan. Other drivers really need a break, potentially swapping drivers. We'll have to see if we see any driver swaps, and it can really kind of reinvigorate a team, if you will.
Yeah, rhythm is super, super important when it comes to motor racing. Especially, I come from a background of casting a lot more oval races, where there are a lot more cautions, and rhythm is even more important in oval races, because when you're turning left after left after left, it's so easy to just get in your own head, get distracted by something else. But if you can find that rhythm corner after corner, you can really settle in, get a good pace down while maintaining your tires. But yeah, these cautions, these throw out the rhythms completely. You can start getting in your own head when you're driving around a track at 50, 80 miles an hour. And it's really easy to completely lose focus. And the other thing, the tires as well are getting super, super cold as they're turning these laps behind the safety car. So it can be really hard. Those first couple laps, especially with the updated tire model here in iRacing, those first couple of laps can be really, really challenging on these drivers, because not only are you having to re-find your rhythm, but you're having to do that on tires that have significantly less grip than they did the last time you were racing. They're going to be so much colder, and it takes a good 2 to 3 laps to get those tires into the working window. All right, James, well, you ran down the GTP field. I'll piggyback off of you and run down the LMP2 field really quickly. It's going to be 13th in class, or 12th in class, or 12th overall, all the way down to 22nd overall. First in class for the P2 field currently is going to be that 30 of Fury SimSport. Just behind him in second is going to be V1M, currently being driven by Rico Calmier. And third place, rounding out your perspective podium in the LMP2 field. And actually, with all the pit stops and all the driver changes that are happening right now, the grid just got completely jumbled around. So I think might hold off on saying the P2 field for a little bit here, because the order has completely changed the past 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're constantly moving. Again, such is the nature of endurance racing, is you've got multiple drivers, right? This is not just somebody hopping in a fast car and going around in circles. This is a full team effort. This is about trust. This is about, as the name suggests, endurance. Being there at the end, getting to the last hour or so as efficiently as possible, and then basically turning it loose from there if you have the healthy car to do so. You see the cars rolling around. It really shows you how cool the GTP, the LMP2s, and the GT cars look, because it looks almost painful when these cars are going slowly, right? Down pit lane, you kind of get used to seeing the cars trundling through there. It's all about safety, But on the racetrack, these cars fly around, and they're built to. They want to, right? They're not that comfortable just sitting here, going at the speed that they are now, as you said, crawling around the circuit. And the hills feel bigger. We just crested the hill here on board this Ferrari at the moment. Lights are still on the safety car. We're on board with Going Racing's lead Ferrari, Jack Hedgecock's at the wheel of that machine, who again is just having to sit and stare at the Mustang for another lap. A very large lap, a 4-mile lap. It's a pretty impressive sized facility, and has I was gonna say basically three extremely long straights. One is of course bent by a kink. And Lucas, I'd love to go back to that point that you made earlier about that right-hander once you crest the hill after turn 5 through turn 6 and 7, as we saw that accident between the Porsche and the Ferrari, that it's not quite flat out. And I really love that. I love the idea that, you know, is it flat? Well, it's not quite flat, is it? And that's what racing drivers have to deal with every single lap.
I mean, in qualifying, when you have fresh tires, low fuel load, maybe the GTP, the LMP2. It's been a while since I've driven that car around this track. Maybe those can take it flat out. But when you're talking about, you know, the racing amount, the racing load of fuel you're putting in the car, that extra weight, completely, there's no way they're able to take that corner flat out at the start of their stints. I will say the car I'm more comfortable around on this track is that Super Formula, and I know that thing is taking it flat out pretty easily almost any day of the week. Those Formula cars are just designed, those open wheelers designed to have much more downforce, much more front end grip, which makes turn 7 a lot easier in that case. And I will say, interesting thing about Go In Racing, they're currently being driven by Jack Hedgecox, that 18 machine. They are currently 3rd in the GT Pro class standings. Entering this race, they were 3rd. Well, James, I got good news for them. 2nd place, Sim City Racing, that 71 entry, is currently 2 laps down and 13th in their class. So if things stay the same, I don't mean to throw a jinx out here, but if things stay the same, Go In Racing's looking to grasp that 2nd place away from Sim City, if they're able to keep, they don't even need to finish too high up here, because they're only 25 points behind. And as I said, Sim City is currently 2 laps down, but Go In a great position to take that runner-up position in the standings at the moment. Of course, there are 3 more races left in the season after today. We're going to be going to the Brickyard 2 weeks from now, and then it'll be Road Atlanta, and then and then it'll be Road Atlanta. Sorry, there's 2 more races. And after this race right here, and it looks like we're getting some lapping going on, so we might be ready to go green any second here, James.
Yeah, we're heading down to Canada Corner, and the safety car light is on, so I think we may have a little bit longer. Of course, I'm excited too. I want this to get back racing. Again, I was explaining how painful it looks when the cars, there's a little bit of action as a GTP heading into Canada Corner at about 60% speed. Even that is a little more exciting. But in terms of the racing that we saw, I mean, bunching these cars up, what an idea that the racing gods had for us as we handed over from broadcast teams. So this really is going to be a spectacle to watch, as, again, it just throws it on its head, right? We spoke about how the tires are going to be cold, so dealing with that. We spoke about a lot of different factors when it comes to rhythm and trying to get your head in a good mind space. And again, the longer this goes on, the trickier it may be for the drivers to get back up to speed. We see that car that was involved in the incident earlier on heading back around. And again, they have about 4 miles to catch up to this group. Maybe 3.5, considering we have so many runners. Only drivers to be, or the only team, apologies, to be retired at the moment it's the 512 LMP2 of the Rescue Skill by WMS. Lost them 75 laps ago, unfortunately. Looks like the field is going to be getting themselves in the correct order for this restart. And I think the LMP2 field is ready to behave, Lucas, if you want to give it a whirl for the LMP2 up and down the field.
Yeah, let's do it. Currently 1st in class for that blue LMP2 class. We're looking at the 47, currently being driven by Samuel Hoff. That is Patty Engineering SRT. Gonna be coming in right behind them, the 87 RTR Rick Team Racing, currently driven by Roberto J.M. Arter. Rounding out your perspective podium for the moment, 3rd place, is going to be that 30 machine of Fury Sim Sport LMP2 Pro-Am, driven by Dylan Babcock. Behind them in fourth, going to be that 11 machine of V1M, currently driven by Rico Colmier. Behind them in fifth, we're looking at the 767 of Flight Level Racing. And then in sixth and seventh, it's going to be Paul Botting Motorsport, Old Dogs Racing. And then rounding out your top 10 and 8, it's going to be Rad Lab Competizione, Gamma Sim Racing, and Grow Racing Team Blue. And then currently 11th and last at the moment in that P2 class will be Flight Level Racing, who's currently in the pits. And it's going to be Matthew Orvex currently driving that machine.
We've seen a lot of hardship befall the 757 team for Flight Level Racing. Again, currently the last LMP2 team. Of course, again, we still have over 2.5 hours to go. And as you said, 2 more rounds to go. There's a lot of racing still to do, even today. The drivers continue to circulate around Road America. We have even more drivers. So you see everybody moving over to the right-hand side of the track as the traffic coming through on the left. And again, we'll kind of get an opportunity for them to stretch their legs as soon as they are able to get around the safety car. And we'll try to get this one wound up and back going once again.
Yeah, a lot of wave rounds going on at the moment. So it's going to be a decent bit more before we can get green flag racing here. But once we do, we'll have all the coverage here. So do not go anywhere. Maybe get some popcorn, get a couple of drinks, a couple of snacks. But make sure you do not go anywhere, because when that green flag drops, we'll be bringing all the coverage live. All 2 hours and 45 minutes left of this 6-hour race. Our third to final race of the season. And of course, that championship is heating up. And 2 phenomenal tracks, James, I will say, that we're going to next: Indianapolis and Road Atlanta. To be honest with you, the only tracks I've been in person at an IMSA race. So I'm really excited that those are the 2 tracks we're going to close out the season with. Indianapolis, of course, only an hour and a half away from my college at Ball State University, is one that me and my racing teammates, what's the word I'm looking for, constantly are going down to view races. And then the Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta was a race that we as well went down to last year. Super fun. What a beautiful circuit. Essentially just plopped down in the middle of the woods. You're surrounded by nature, surrounded by wildlife. But of course, with about 60 to 70 V8s, V10s, V12s roaring around you, it sounds absolutely amazing at the circuit in real life. And if you have not had the chance to go down to an IMSA race and you do have the financial capabilities, I 100% recommend you do so, because it is an awesome experience. And that's the other amazing thing about IMSA that you don't get with IndyCar, with F1, with NASCAR, is that since it is a smaller league, a general admission ticket, gets you almost anywhere on the racetrack. You can tour the pits. You're basically getting close enough to touch the cars in the pit lane. And then, of course, you get a grid walk as well, completely for free. So it's just an awesome event to go to. And I cannot be more happy that we're closing out with the Brickyard and Petit Le Mans, just like they do in real life.
Those are some very special races indeed. And to your point about Indianapolis, right, about as flat as it gets when it comes to Road Atlanta, you might need a gym membership for the first couple weeks before you go out there. My legs are hurting from remembering. I was fortunate enough to get to go to the last Petit Le Mans, which of course 10-hour race runs into the night, and I can absolutely vouch for you, Lucas, that it's a beautiful sight. There are some fantastic places to watch, particularly the last chicane and then that hill before the final corner, that sweeper. And we see, for example, the Aston Martin Valkyrie that sweeps down the hill and just screams at you with that V12. We also see all the different kinds of machines, and you're exactly right. The amount of access that you can get to just getting close to the race cars is pretty incredible. My intentions were to have a look at the secondary class of the GT4s and the touring car, the TCR machines, as they were about to get set to make their appearance on the Road Atlanta circuit. And I was trying to get down there, and I couldn't figure out how to get around there. I was trying to get through the gates and through everywhere else. And I ran into all of the teams working on the prototypes, working on all of the GT3 machines as well. So I accidentally stumbled upon all the teams fettling away with all of their machines, and I couldn't have asked for a better thing. Instead of seeing the secondary class, I got to see the full-fledged race cars. And so it really is a pretty special thing. But we're going to be getting ready to go in just a bit as we have GTPs up at the front, GTs making their way around. And again, we see the lights on the safety car off, but I feel like I've seen that a couple times, but we'll have to see. Going to be heading through the kink here. And the safety car is going to be heading off, so we will be going this time by.
Yeah, here we go, James. We finally get to cast some green flag racing laps here. As you see, Joe Carcelli, currently our field leader, that 20 machine of Bravo Snow GTP. He's crawling his way around the circuit, letting the pace car get into the pits before we get that green flag out. Of course, this is the speed that they are required to go to let the rest of the field catch up, let the pace car enter the pits, and he's just going to be going at this speed until the green flag drops, until he gets the signal. And here we go, James, coming through Canada Corridor, turn 12. It should be any second now.
Still has not opened up the taps, but Joe Carcelli in that BMW leading Daniel Vermeulen and the rest of the GTP field, the rest of the entire field here for this 2 hours and 40 minutes of Road America around the final corner, staring up at that enormous hill here at Elkhart Lake. And away they go, a decent jump. We are back to green for the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix at Road America.
Whoa, and already you see that black and lime LMP2. I think he's just trying to get some heat into those tires into turn 1. We're side by side. The red and white machine trying to hold on. Through turn 2 they go. Turn 3 is going to be another quick quarter. Drop it down a gear, chuck it in, and see who has more traction on exit. The 51 currently looking like he's got it. And that outside line is going to turn into the inside line for the next corner, which should give him the advantage all the way down the back straight and into turn 5. You can see those P2 cars still trying to weave around and get those tires up to temperature. GT3 cars already kind of spaced out here as they're much further back in the pack. It's harder to get a good jump, but there might be a couple of overtaking opportunities down the hill into 5 as we cut back to the GTP class.
Sweeping through this corner here, that was part of the catalyst of the incident that caused us to go under safety car down the inside, potentially Pereira trying to have a look at Crawford. Was able to get around into turn 1, but Crawford able to strike back for Paul Botting Motorsport, the 62 Acura. He's lost a good amount of time, but still able to hang on. See the cars fly out of the carousel, fling their way through the kink. A little bit of grass on the way, and it looks like a bit of a wide line. It's going to let the Cadillac slam dunk down into Canada Corner. Almost a relatively easy move there. We spoke about how the cold tires may play a factor. You see still 2x2 in the GTP class. Drivers trying to find their way as we head into the final corner. First lap of green flag racing that we've gotten to see here, Lucas, and it is still side-by-side.
Yeah, the GTP class fighting it out heavily here. And yeah, you brought up a good point. These guys are still on cold tires, and racing by itself is hard on cold tires, but trying to race side by side at somebody at 180 miles an hour is even more difficult when these drivers are on cold tires, but they're all navigating it very well and giving us some frankly awesome battles here to start out our first green flag run of the back half of this race. Currently looking at first and second in this GT Pro field. Jack Hedgecock's currently being chased down by Travis Linscomb Hatsfield of that 2Lemmetry Racing. That's a fun little play on words. They got that. They got their 2Lemmetry. Kind of sounds like telemetry, of course. Into turn 3 they go. Does the 68 have the traction coming down the back hill? I Don't know if he quite does. Looks like the 18 is going to be able to hold off at least another lap. But something in that 68 looks like he really wants to get past Jack Hedgecox, and he might have the pace at the moment. Now looking at the LMP2 class, this is currently for P7. Looking to see if we can get past Old Dogs Racing. Dan Piazza just ahead of him. We got 3 red LMP2 cars, all in a line here. I gotta say, as my favorite color being red, James, loving the look of this battle we got going here.
We'll have to see which of the red ones, well, which one's the most red. That may be the one that Lucas Moody's going to be pulling for. And it looks like that's going to be the one third in line. We see, again, Old Dogs and Red Lab, Competizione going at it. It looks like the car second in line of this battle, maybe the closest one to making a move. The 767 Flight Level Racing. I set at the wheel of that one, and this looks like it's going to be on potentially into turn 1. It's the final corner, not the largest braking zone on the circuit by any means, but it can kill all of your momentum as the car's on the grass almost. Down the inside of the final corner, up the hill. Start one more lap. And look at that, the momentum completely killed by the Old Dogs Racing 59. And now they may be the ones under attack out of that final corner into turn 1. Thinks better of it, tucks back in, and again, there's plenty of time to work on your competition. Drivers will not take too many laps to find lapped traffic. Even though we are on this 4-mile circuit here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for Road America. One of the premier racetracks on the calendar. Again, we were speaking about how fantastic the schedule is. So you pick back up the GTP traffic. We have a bit of a blinker just in behind this battle as a couple of the drivers going off the road a little bit, bringing some gravel back onto the track. We saw a lot of gravel, Lucas, and there's some right there on the exit of the carousel. That's not really a spot you want to be, and the drivers are clearing it off. So many cars circulating in very close calls. A couple of pairs going through the kink. Canada Quarter may see some action this time by. Still line astern for the lead. Apologies, looking at 4th position for GTPs, the top 3, breaking away by a little bit.
Yeah, you talked about the gravel going through the carousel, turns 9 and 10. Not where you want to see gravel, as you were mentioning, but a place that there will be a lot of gravel just because the difficulty of that corner. You turn in slightly too early, you're going wide. You turn in slightly too late, you're going wide. You don't brake enough, you're going wide. So one of the most fun corners on the circuit, one of the most challenging corners in the entire calendar, I might add. We're going to definitely see a lot of gravel piling up there because of that, especially when these drivers were trying to do it on the cold tires as they had about 3 to 4 laps to go. Oh, big defend there from that red LMP2. He's going to hold it inside line all the way through turns 1 and 2, but now he's going to be at risk here. Much lower exit speed he would have had as he was forced off to the bad line, but he's able to defend through 3. And he does have the draft in front of him, so he's not at too much of a risk of losing it down the straight based on solely slipstream alone. As we cut back to the battle for the GTP spots, kind of 8 through 13, maybe 7 through 13 it looks like here, as you have a big field jumbling up here, or 7 through 12 I should say, as there are only 12 entries currently on the first lap. We've got some great battles going on here, and James, the pack is saying surprisingly close. This many laps. Oh, and my gosh, that is not where you want to go side by side. Please do not send a move into turn 7. But he is going to send one down the inside of his teammate into 8. And he is going to be able to get by. But the 767 a little slow on exit. Looking like around the carousel is going to go. The number, I believe that's number 14. It was number 14. Grow Racing Team Blue, currently driven by Lario Jorge. Makes a great move around the outside of the carousel to move up into P7.
Yeah, it is a very, very long way around, but with the fantastic platform that the LMP2 provides and just a bit of bravery now, speaking of which, we're looking at a draft fest down into turn 1. And this is getting extremely spicy in the middle of the GTP category. Drivers trying to find any kind of space. This is a wide track. This is not a small venue, and yet there seems to be absolutely no space due to just the dartiness. And straight off goes, I believe that's the Acura. That's one of the Paul Botting Motorsport machines. And they're dropping, like, that's the 62. That's Michael, that's Crawford there. Dropping down to 12th overall, the 62, having some issues, and straight to the back of the GTP pack, just like that, Marcus Crawford. It just looked like handfuls of understeer. Didn't see any puffs of smoke. And potentially, I would assume that there's tons of steering lock. Pick up Loikkanen, who inherits a position along with the rest of the GTP field. And wow, your race can really change just like that. And again, that kind of mistake, although it is detrimental to your run all the way down that straightaway down towards turn 5, it can also not be that big of a deal. But when you have a restart like this, Lucas, you can lose so many spots because the field is just so bunched up.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about that. Paul Botting Motorsport there, of course, Marcus Crawford only lost about 3 seconds from that mistake, but that 3 seconds caused him to lose about 5 to 6 positions due to how close his field is running still. And actually, Crawford pulled it into the... No, he did not. For a second on my telemetry screen, it was showing that he was pulling into the pits, but he is not. But he is now 5 seconds behind BMW M Team Delta Racing. So I think Crawford might have made another mistake after that initial one. He's going to have to lock back in. I think he is actually pulling into the pits. And here's a pass, I believe. This is, I've heard, I think this is for P2 in the GTP class. Thank you. As BMW M Team TSR able to make his way around Pack Sim Sports really close, also close to the GT3's on exit, and that's how he got through. He was held up by the GT3s, held up by that Mercedes, and Jordi Vermeulen said thank you very much and made his way through on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, contact with the GTs, and again, just a roadblock trying to get through, and no way through. So opportunistic move from the driver on your screen as we pick up again the GTP action, and we've already caught lapped traffic. And these drivers will be trying to make this an opportunity for themselves, both down the inside. No, only one's going to make it through. That 515 Mercedes still making their way around the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing with Limprecht at the wheel. Down through the carousel, we make our way onto the main start-finish straight. Having a look at the number 2 in class, Matco Fisher Motorsport, number 44 Porsche, being chased by Dalton in the iRacing Today Motorsports 157 Aston Martin that looks very, very racy. Of course, has the bright yellow rear end. Make sure that you, almost makes me think of like a go-kart, where it kind of shows you where the limitations of the car. You try to put your nose in a certain spot, you can make sure that you don't clip any of those very important under trays or tunnels on the rear of that machine. Make their way up underneath the bridge, through the bold left, the kind of junior kink right. And the car is trying to take every advantage they can. Aston Martin looks like they're taking a bit more road than the Porsche just up in front. Meanwhile, seeing more GT Pro action. Just in behind. The Grow Team Racing White, number 24 Porsche. Trying to have a look at the back of the World Sim Racing team. That's Flores and Pinho doing battle for 28th and 29th overall. Now, Wastegate Racing, we didn't speak about them because Wastegate Racing in that number 32 Ferrari, part of the GTP class, of course, but looking 4 laps down from the leader. So they really have it all to do. Again, 2.5 hours left on the clock. But that is a very tall order considering that we are well over halfway into this race.
Yeah, you mentioned that 32 machine, Wastegate Racing there. Those were actually passes for position, funnily enough, on the GT Pro class there. They are running on the same lap. As James mentioned, they are 4 laps down from the leader, which happens to be the exact same lap as the lead lap leader for the GT Pro series. He has now made it past the second place runner of your GT Pros and is hunting down Luis Cunha, who is currently driving that Virtual Power Sim Racing 77, who is leading the GT Pros. Here we go, battle for 4th and 5th here. Big red team, Frida Sport, currently driven by Rombouts, trying to defend from the Corvette there of World of Sim Racing team. Or just World of Sim Racing team. They don't even have a color. But was not able to on that occasion. He is going to have to forfeit that 4th position. They're one by one coming down to the corner 5. Another move going to be thrown in by Grow Racing Team White. But it's well defended there by Rombouts, and Pino will have to try again the next lap. The 24, the 911, the 151 having a great old scrap here. But coming out of turn 6, Pino clipped the grass a little bit. You can see how much time that cost him off of the back of Rombouts. And coming into 8, the gap between the 24 and the 911 is much, much bigger. Oh, and actually Flores is going to clip the grass out of 8 as well. And that might give the chance, that might leave the door open for Rombouts to look for something on the exit of the carousel. Coming down the back straight here, it is a long straight down to the Canada corner. Remember, Flores does not have a slipstream in front of him. If Rombouts can get right up to the rear end of him, he might be able to look for something into 12. He's going to defend the inside as Rombouts go back to the racing line. And the move is not on. Rombouts not able to find the move, and Flores puts the move on in turn 5. Is going to get that place solidified by the time that reaches our finish straight.
Fantastic stuff. You can see again the cars bunching up, trying to get through, but nothing doing for that particular battle as we pick back up with the GTPs, having a look at the Acura attacking the Cadillac for 4th place. This is Pereira trying to hold off Sharp. All Body Motorsport 97 ducking out of the way of the lead Ferrari, as we are now hearing a yellow flag, which will negate any battles all the way down the straight, all the way down the track. We'll go ahead and take a quick break here on Green Flag TV, but do not go anywhere. We still will be covering the last 2.5 hours of the Road America Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix. Stick with us. Welcome back to Green Flag TV's coverage of the Advanced Sim Racing Grand Prix here at Road America. We are currently under safety cars. We've had an issue with the 33 Wastegate racing machine, bringing out the 5th safety car of the day. And Lucas, they seem to be getting a little bit more prominent, and I'm again trying to see what has been going on since we brought out the safety car. So we'll have to get you up to speed with that, but we will be having a look at the running order and if it's been shaken up. We've also heard that pit road is open as well, so drivers may be trying to swap it up. It's all changing. It's up and down. It's back and forth here at the 6 hours of Road America.
Yeah, our third to last race of the season. We've had a decent bit of cautions. I believe, James, you can correct me, but this is our 5th, I believe.
It's our 5th caution. We've had 2 of them to ourselves here.
Yeah, we've already had 2 in just the 50 minutes that we've been online. And we're actually looking to bring up a team into the booth here very shortly. Okay, it looks like the current, or Fury Sim Sports, the LMP2 car, that 30 machine, currently running in P2. We have Artin Farias up in the booth. James, I'll give it away to you to talk with Mr. Farias here.
Mr. Farias, welcome into the Green Flag TV broadcast booth. Currently P2 in class for the LMP2s. How is the race going at the moment?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone here on Green Flag TV. We'd like to thank you guys for, again, an awesome live transmission of the 6 hours of Road America. Our race has been going very positive, starting from P4. My teammate Dylan Babcock is in the car right now. We have been having a very solid race. We had an incident with one of the RTR GT3s, and I believe on hour 3 or 4. But since then, we've been able to be on the top 5 the whole race, and yeah, it's been a very interesting race. I was expecting more yellows. I mean, with like 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining, it's a very nice race. It's been very very epic. So I've been enjoying it a lot. Me and my teammate Dylan have been having a very nice time in the car, and it's been doing very good around here.
We got to see a restart just a little while ago before the safety car coming back out once again. How was that previous restart, and were you guys able to kind of settle into a rhythm pretty quickly?
I mean, yes, the track temps were like pretty high in the moment, as by now it's going to be dropping pretty soon as we approach the end of the race. But it's been very, very interesting because our pace in the start was actually was very good as well. As I was in the car in the start, it was a nice track temp to drive. The car was feeling pretty glued to the ground, and I believe it still is, but a little bit more understeery. But resuming to that, yes, our last restart was very nice. We managed to keep up our pace. We managed to open the gap to P4, and we managed to stick at least close to P2 and P1. But as of the moment, we're pretty settled in our position, and we're looking to fight for the win, hopefully, in this race.
It looks like you guys are in really, really good position to try and make that happen. Again, 2 hours on the clock. So best of luck to you. We'll let you get back to helping Babcock out from the sidelines at the moment. Are you going to be back in the car come the end of the race? I assume you would be.
Yes, I will. I did 2 stints until hour 4, and Dylan's gonna be doing this stint, and then you guys will have a nice time to see me driving for the rest of the race, and hope for the best. Hopefully.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. Thank you so much for joining us up here in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And so the number 30. Babcock at the wheel will continue to make their way around at that terribly slow pace. But again, it's just building up the excitement even more as we're about to have Green Flag underway. It may be a little while, but as soon as they get going racing, we've spoken about it, Lucas, that they really, really go for it. And the 30 able to stay out of trouble. We were hearing Nolan Rempel earlier on discussing about how the drivers who have not really been on the screen too often, kind of staying out of trouble, running a quiet race, efficient, getting through traffic, seem to be the drivers that are on TV at the very end, right when it matters most.
Yeah, the suspense is 100% building up here. And we saw at the end of our last caution, when that green flag was thrown, the drivers did a really good job of staying within a second of one another and really keeping those battles close, tight, and very energetic for us viewers here at home. And it really just adds to the suspense, the buildup that we're experiencing through the entire length of this caution. And just a reminder to those at home who might not be 100% familiar with the VSCA rules here. Their cautions are very, very thorough, very thorough process to make sure all the cars are running in the right order. Very close to how IMSA runs it, where there's a pit window. You can only pit when the window opens, and the unlapping car procedure as well is very thorough, and that does cause cautions to be a decent length here, usually about anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes, depending on a short or long caution. But the thoroughness, is what I really love about the VSCA. And of course, all that time, it just builds up the suspense to where it explodes when that green flag drops, and we get some awesome, awesome battles. And especially, James, every single corner matters a ton, because one mistake, we saw it earlier, we had one of those GT3 drivers make one mistake, go slightly wide out of turn 3. He only lost a second and a half, 2 seconds of on-track time. But because the field was so close together after that caution, he lost about 5 places in doing so, and really started then tumbling down the order after that. So every single mistake matters, everything counts, and here we go. We've been mentioning that it is the third to last race on the VSCA Sports Car Championship calendar. And of course, Indianapolis and Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the Petit Le Mans, is what is going to close us out. We're going to the Brickyard 2 weeks from now, and then Road Atlanta the weekend of September 19th. I believe that's also the weekend of Bristol Motor Speedway in real life NASCAR, which is a race I will be going to, and I'm very excited for that. But if you're not going to Bristol, make sure you tune in for the final race of the VSCA Championship.
Absolutely, and there are so many different things to tune in for as we have a look at the schedule for upcoming broadcaster Green Flag TV. Sunday, 6:15, Mystic Racing League will be at Langley Speedway. The next day, it's a doubleheader of Blazing Pedals at Texas. Motor City Racing going to be at Sebring International. 7:30 start for Blazing Pedals, 8:20 for Motor City. Tuesday's going to be the High Tide Racing League Richmond Raceway, where they will roll off at 9 p.m. Wednesday's Silver Fox Late Model Championship, Bristol Motor Speedway, as you mentioned. Thursday, we premiere Sim Racing Indianapolis Motor Speedway NASCAR Oval. That'll be 8:30, where the PSR will roll off. And Thursday, the Beer League, 9:15. And who knows where they're going? Love to cover that one there with Nolan Rimple, as we spoke about earlier. Nolan Rimple, Cade Corbin, keeping you all company for the first half. And of course, if you're just joining us, my name is James Newton. Alongside me is Howie Burrows in the production booth and Lucas Moody in the broadcast. Apologies, that's Lucas Moody in the broadcast booth sat next to me, and Howie Burrows in the production booth, bringing you all the sights and sounds from Elkhart Lake as we see the drivers on the right-hand side flying through to get this grid sorted out. And again, relatively complicated starting procedure, which makes sure that all of the classes are in their correct spots, but of course requires a bit of an intricate dance to make sure that we are good come restart time.
And a slight correction to the schedule. Sometimes some technical difficulties happen, and the system gets a little bit confused. That Blazing Pedals race will be tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, not Monday night. And for those who love oval races or who love watching some trucks go really fast around Texas Motor Speedway, definitely going to want to tune in for that race. It is the second to last race of the regular season. 2 races after that will be starting the round of 16, and you are not going to want to miss that. It's going to be hectic, it's going to be chaotic, but it's going to be a good time here on the channel. 7:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Not going to want to miss it for the trucks around Texas, and see who is going to lock in their spot for the round of 16. Only 2 races left, as I mentioned. Should be some awesome action there, and especially at a track like Texas Motor Speedway. James, I don't know how familiar you are with ovals, but it is a really fun track with turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 being completely different from each other, especially when you're taking those Craftsman trucks around them.
Absolutely. We also have the very angular kind of dog leg straight, which can be a bit of a tricky thing going side by side, as we see so often with those relatively medium-sized ovals. And again, with the hopping on the correction train there, we have the High Tide Racing League. That'll be Monday. Tuesday will be the Silver Fox Late Model Stock Championship. And then, of course, Wednesday night will be the Beer League, who, again, has no clue where they are headed in those little Formula Ford Ray 1600s. So those little bathtubs on wheels, which provided some fantastic racing last time out. So always interesting. And also, on the subject of Green Flag TV as a whole, very impressive how many different series that Green Flag offers, right? If you like oval racing, if you like these long endurances, right? We have a 10-hour event coming up later on in the season for the Petit Le Mans final round. So there's something for everybody. And of course, this can also open you up to a completely brand new type of racing that you didn't know that you loved, which is what we love about racing so much. Getting a good view off the back of the safety car, looking at one of the 499P Ferraris, making their way up through. And again, a little bit of grass there from the safety car, I believe. Apologies, this is off of the back of the number 25. This is the 137 Gamma Sim Racing, so that makes more sense why we were cutting a bit of the grass. Again, drivers trying to stay on the racing line, trying not to pick up too much rubber. And looks like we may be able to speak to the 10th in class, number 21, BMW Team Delta Racing.
Hello.
Heading into right now. Welcome on into the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Thank you so much. I can hear you loud and clear.
Well, currently 10th at the moment for the number 21. And we've got you on our screen looking at a sizable challenge coming into the final 2 hours, just ticking over 2 hours to go here at Road America. How is the team feeling? How are you guys thinking about the restart?
We're actually pretty excited. It feels like we've been, clawing back the whole race after what happened at the start. But we're cautiously optimistic, I want to say. We definitely want to stay clean for the restart and then try to make a few moves if we can. Now that, we're finally back on the same strategy as the leaders and most importantly on the same as the lead lap. So we're really looking forward to this restart and this chaotic race.
Sonner in the car at the moment. And I would assume that you would be hopping in the car a bit later on in the stint, or is this going to be Sonner to the end potentially?
Yeah, that's right. I'm up next actually. And I'm just really looking forward to it.
Most likely not looking forward to all of the pacing laps, but of course Sonner doing a good job staying out of the way. And it looks like you, again, have some serious work cut out for you, but sounds like the team's spirits are high. And anybody you'd like to shout out or thank while you're on the in the broadcast booth?
Oh yeah, thank you. I'd like to shout out to my girlfriend for always believing in me. And I just want to say I'm excited. I hope we can get some more green flag laps. I mean, it's not going to happen, but hey, we can hope for some cleaner racing coming up here. And shout out to Sonner as well for being a legend. And shout out to you guys.
Well, again, thank you so much for hopping up here, and we will let you get back to your team.
Appreciate it, guys. Take it easy.
Number 21, BMW M Team Delta Racing. Glad to have any of the drivers joining us up here in the booth. Very, very nice to get some insight on what is going on underneath the helmets, inside the cockpits. There's incredibly cramped cockpits when it comes to, I was going to say the LMP2s and the GTPs, but I guess all those cockpits are relatively cramped. You think about the Ferrari with its mid-engine, that super sloping roofline. A lot of these cars are not the most comfortable to be sat in. You see them make their way down the middle straight and toward turn 5, where we saw some serious action earlier on. And as we were just about to hand over from Nolan and Cade, Lucas, it looked like there was a big accident earlier on. And it just seems like whenever we try to swap over here on green flag, the action just ramps right up. It just seems like we kind of bring the karma.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's just kind of the way it goes here, I seem. I forget what VSCA race I was casting, but it would have been back in March and April. And I think the second I click on the Discord call to hop up here into the booth, the rain starts falling. And it wasn't a caution, it was rain, which, depending on who you ask, might be better, but I think a lot of people would say it's a worse thing. And it was literally the instant I hop up here in the broadcaster booth, and it was just so funny. So yeah, whether it's when we swap over, or a lot of people have been blaming just me in particular, which is kind of funny. But yeah, the commentator's curse, the producer swap curse, happens a lot of the time here at VSCA for some reason, and we are looking to go green this lap, is what a little birdie in my ear is telling me. And of course, the lights and pace car are still on, but that doesn't mean a lot here. So we will see, and we will keep you guys updated if that turns out to be true. But yeah, I really hope we do get to see some green flag racing here, because it has been awesome racing so far.
Yeah, it looks really good. And again, the field will back off the pace, try to get the safety car back into pit lane. And from my track map, it looks like all the ducks are in a row. The ducks will then make their way out of the final corner and do absolute not carnage, but mayhem, as they'll be flying up the hill and toward the start-finish straight. And you just see how much support this series has. Every single class has a full grid of cars, and every single car has multiple drivers. It really is such a team sport. It takes so much, not even just to get a podium, just to finish one of these races, Lucas. It really takes a lot. It's skill, it's determination, and it's making sure you're in the right place at the right time, staying out of other people's accidents. Make our way through Canada Corner rather quickly, and we're going to back off a little bit. BMW M Team TSR with Vermeulen in at the wheel of the 25. Going to lead us away. Anthony Mafucci in the 137 Gamma Sim Racing in behind. All Body Motorsport in the 113. Ollie Schwartz at the wheel of the leading LMP2. Out of the final corner. Little bit of a twitch. That did not look great from the leader. As we are set to go green here for the last 2 hours of the 6 hours of Road America. And all ready to slipstream hunt. It's again a handful of GTPs just trying to look for tire temp. We know how cool the tires get. They barrel their way into turn 1. No looks from GTP. What about LMP2s? The leader makes their way on through. And Piazza looking a bit racy as we look further back to the GT Pros. They're still looking for that all-important air. Looks like the Mercedes trying to have a look down the inside of the BMW. M Team TSR, GT AM. Jeffries and Molina. Apologies, Wolf Motorsport, 515. Christopher Limprecht making up a position. Back out front, it's still BMW M Team. Able to hang on from Gamma Sim Racing at the moment.
Yeah, beautiful move there from Limbrecht, driving that Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing 515, able to get past Jesse Molina and that 3 machine up into second place. Limprecht moves his team there. That was a beautiful move down into turn 1, I believe it was. And I mean, that is not an easy move to pull off. They were side by side. I think they were millimeters apart from touching. They might have even made a little bit of contact, but it was just a beautiful move there from Limprecht. And that is going to put himself in a really good position to start closing into the leader of that GT AM class. Currently, Marty Jeffries, and as you can already see, is under half of a second away from that 74 driver of the SRN Motorsports Orange. And coming off of turn 10 here, coming off the carousel, he's going to have a whole lot of slipstream, and that Mercedes is going to have a whole little of it. Or I guess it's Mercedes on Mercedes action, but you guys know what I meant. That 74 doesn't have any slipstream ahead of him, so the move could be on to the Canada corner, but it's not going to look like it. Yeah, the 74 doesn't even have to throw a defense. Keeps the 515 behind, but still, that 515 able to make their way up into second position as we cut back to the field leader. That BMW almost looking to be under pressure from that Rari down the back straight. I don't know if the 137 has anything for him.
Driver's just trying to settle into a rhythm, and obviously a good opportunity to overtake, but top 4 all the way back to the VSR Competizione Bianco. Samuel Aragon at the wheel of that number 7, 4th in line, as we see already a GT, I believe it's a GT Pro that has been caught. Unfortunately not connected to any of the rest of the pack as the 25 makes their way through. And on the second lap, already hitting some traffic. Getting around the carousel, one of the easier spots to overtake. Just use that downforce, use that platform. Now the kink's gonna be one of the worst spots to try and find GT traffic. Able to clear through is that number 7 Porsche. Drivers continue to try and get to grips with each other. Bit of a gap forming between the top 4. And settling down to about 0.7 of a second per car. When we got into the booth, João Caracelli in the number 20 Bravo Snow GTP was in the lead, is now currently 3rd place, 3rd in line on your screen. They try to make their bid for the top step. With an hour and 51 minutes to go here at the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix. File their way into the first corner. And still it is as you were for GTP. So again, at this stage, Lucas, I would expect the drivers maybe not trying to make up tons of positions, just try and kind of solidify yourself at the front. If you've got that 1st, 2nd, 3rd spot, you're trying to kind of hang on to it. Now, LMP2 does not look like they're doing any of that at all. We see the Grow Team Racing Blue with Diaz at the wheel of that 14, currently 5th in class and looking like one of the raciest cars in the class. Top 2 breaking away as Paul Botting Motorsport and Red Lab Competizione doing battle. Schwartz and Santiago up ahead, but this is the closest battle. Rick Team Racing, Archer trying to have a look at Diaz. 14 goes defensive. The 87 may be vulnerable to the 47 behind. That's Surlik in the 47 Paddy Engineering Machine. Now the 87 coming under fire. It just swaps all the time. And look at all the gunk on the outside of that secondary kink. They make their way down the hill. A pretty good overtaking opportunity. 47 thinks better of it.
Yeah, thankfully he did not send a move into turn 6 or 7 there. Thought there might have been 1 into 8, but yeah, as you were saying, James, not on that occasion. Now we're going to cut back to the GT AM series. Stevie Amontides currently under attack there by Marty Jeffries. The battle for 4th is going to carry on through turns 6 and 7. But of course, not a lot of, headway you can really find through those corners unless your opponent makes a mistake. There's no straights in the back part of the track there that you can really find a slipstream off of the car ahead of you. And there's just a lot of really close battles all up and down the track here. There's a little bit of flashing there as well through the carousel. This is through the final corner, excuse me. Not where you want to make the move, and oh no, he's going to put him into the concrete. Onto the grass goes Roberto Giamarter, and I think that 87 driver is going to have some things to say over the radio about that one, as a ballsy move into the final corner is going to end up in contact between the Gamma Sim Racing and Rick Team Racing drivers there. But all is well. I don't think any damage came from that. Just a scary moment there as you see those GT Pro leaders coming off the final corner. Goen Racing currently being driven by Josh Goen. They were the class leaders at one point in this race. I believe that was about an hour ago. They had a mistake or had a pit stop, brought him back down to 12th in their class, but they've clawed their way back up into 4th. And once again, I was talking about earlier, are in a good position to take away 2nd in that GT Pro championship over Sim City Racing. Back to the GTP class we go. That gap for first just under half a second. Matter of fact, the top 3 cars all within a second of each other. Let's see if the Ferrari has anything to offer the BMW in the Canada corner. He does not. But you can tell, James, Mafuchi's looking very antsy behind the 25 right now.
Yeah, Mafucci does seem like they are going to try and be on the way. The drivers, I was going to say paired up, but 3rd and 4th aren't particularly close compared to the leaders. And the battle for the lead with an hour and 47 minutes to go is separated by a quarter of a second. The Ferrari with Mafucci on board, Vermeulen in that 25 BMW trying to hang on. Now the trick is, does Vermeulen fight this extremely hard? Again, we have over an hour and a half to go. So obviously you want to have the lead of the race, but potentially, depending on how much of a fight the 137 is willing to, basically what lengths is the 499P machine going to try and take that lead with well over an hour to go. You will just have to see. Further back in GTP, BMW M Team Delta Racing. This is João Vitor Delgado in the number 12. Looking at 6th position, World of Sim Racing, Marco A. Pereira just up ahead. This quartet running a little further behind. We saw that Cadillac very, very racy earlier on. Pereira at the wheel of that at that point in time. All of them chasing that 97 Paul Body Motorsport. The other entry, the number 62, driven by Marcus Crawford. Acura trying to have a look, and now the McLaren looking good on this Porsche down the main straight. This is the 2-limetry on Unitronic. Edwards coming under attack. Around the outside into 2, maybe? No, not a chance there. Oh, there we go. There we go. We have an overlap. So the 84 running into a bit of bother. 68 McLaren trying to have a look. Nothing doing there. Porsche really good on the brakes into that one. McLaren is quite the mega machine. Do they try to have a look? A very slow maneuver to the inside. But there's nothing doing, and actually getting caught a bit on the brakes by the McLaren in behind Rusty Spatulas. You pick up, again, as you said, the Grow Team Racing, Team White Pinot at the wheel of that machine. Just in behind the Gowan Racing, or apologies, Gowan Racing. I keep missing that pun. Gowan Racing with Josh Gowan at the wheel of that 18. So you were saying trying to make their way back up through the field there, Lucas, but it looks like they may be actually going backward.
Yeah, they were in first about an hour ago, now down to 4th. Actually, hold up. Battle for P1 in the GTM series. Down the inside of the carousel goes John Santoro, and he gets the move done out of 10. What a brilliant move there by John Santoro, driving that Redley SRT team, getting past Christopher Lemprecht, who just couldn't find an answer for that move. They're going to be getting lapped here by that bright red and silver LMP2 car. So down to the Canada corner, the move will not be on from that Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing driver because there's a GTP, or there's an LMP2 in his way, excuse me. But a beautiful move there from the 720S is going to bring Redley SRT up into that first position in class. And wow, I mean, you seldom see a move into 9 and 10 like that, but he pulled it off to perfection and was even able to keep the position down into turn 12. But there might have been an opportunity for that Wolf Motorsport driving team to get a chance back at the lead coming down the front stretch. But right now, the LMP2 car is also still within that quartet that we saw earlier. Just really, really hard to pull away here at Road America, as it seems. Of course, there are 3 very long straights here. Of course, you have your start-finish straight, you have your back straight, and you also have your straight leading down up into Canada corner. 3 very long straights that allow the drivers behind to keep that slipstream, keep that tow, that draft whatever you want to call it, whatever part of the world you live in. And it allows for these battles to continue much longer than you might see at some other circuits, especially Hungary, another popular endurance circuit. It's very hard to keep within a good following distance at Hungary in particular, as we see these GTP cars traveling some more traffic. Oh, that's really lit in the brakes for Gamma Sim Racing, but he is hunting down Jordi Vermeulen for that first position, not only in class, but also overall, because this is the GTP series we are on board with, as that Ferrari going to get a little bit in the way there, but that is the nature of IMSA racing here. Through the carousel we go, and unfortunately he is too far back to put in a move down to the turn 12, but this is a battle I definitely want to keep our eye on, James.
It's still well under a second, as now having to dart out of the way is the BMW M Team TSR machine. And it is really spicing up. You can see just how difficult it is, as this is a very close battle. This is for 4th position. Looking at the World of Sim Racing team, this is Pereira trying to have a look at the back of Sharp. The 97 under tons of pressure, and there's no real room to go. What kind of run can they get through? The very shallow entry. Try to get 2 for 1, cannot get the Mercedes. Both drivers kind of forced to that shallow line. They have the grunt up the hill as they cross the start-finish line. 5 GTPs in a row, and it looks like they're going to be a little too far back to do something quite wild on the brakes. GTAM in the way of a sweeping line as the sun returns to the track. Got very dark there a little earlier on. And a black flag for the 97 of Paul Botting Motorsport. We're hearing the incident limit is 10x, which is relatively low, especially for an event of this length. And that's going to be the 97 receiving the black flag. See through here again. This is trying to get both cars. Potentially a bit of contact with the Porsche, maybe on the exit. Oh, there it is right there on the left rear. That's exactly what it was, Lucas.
Yes, the 97 going to have to come down and serve that black flag. And that is just going to be an unfortunate turn of events there for the 97. Paul Botting Motorsport, as we mentioned, was running in 4th for a lot of this race. With the tiniest bit of contact here is going to put them over that limit and force them to serve that black flag. We're kind of watching this whole gaggle of cars unfold when the GTP class catches up to those GT3 runners at the same time the P2 class catches up. That's where it really causes that hornet's nest and that just chaos evolves here, those IMSA races. Unfortunately, on that occasion, it really did catch out Paul Botting Motorsport to put them over that, very, very strict limit here. And that's another one of the things I appreciate about VSCA is that it is a very strict class. It is high class drivers, and because of that, a 10x limit is very much appropriate for this this kind of not pedigree, but kind of standard that VSCA wants to hold their drivers up to. Here we go, battle for the LMP2 class. Really, really tight there, bound the back stretch and into Canada corner. We're wide. Oh my gosh, Babcock having a really, really hard time staying on the track there. And it looks like the winner of this battle is going to be Dylan Babcock, as he's barely able to hold on to this P2 position. But I mean, that was dicey.
Yeah, Santiago, the biggest loser in terms of position, trying to do battle and squeezes all the way to the inside. We're not even near Canada corner just yet. Now we are there. The 30 with an extremely shallow line forced over there. And now we're 3 wide out of the first corner. My goodness me, that was a big moment. 47 trying to hang on, Paddy Engineering SRT. So we're looking at a podium. And that was almost dropping that LMP2. 552 Red Lab with Santiago at the wheel, who's been having trouble the last lap or so. And Dan Piazza for Old Dogs down the inside on that middle straight. Catch back up with third in class Bravo Snow. Val Caracelli trying to have a look. World of Sim Racing team Pereira trying to have a look at the back of Paul Botting, the 97, who's still on the track, so they've not come in to serve any kind of reprimand. We would assume that they have been informed, or the team would be having a look. And of course, and there they go right there. So they're able to peel out of the way, but that may cost Pereira a spot as Pax Simsport, JD Daniel in the Porsche trying to have a look at the back of the now fourth place driver. The GT traffic up ahead, no room down the inside thanks to that Porsche. And they're still as you were, but this is, I think Pax Simsport maybe having a look into the next braking zone. Not enough GT traffic to really give, well, they may get a decent amount of tow. We'll have to see as they snake their way through. And now it's going to be 3 wide. Can they both fit through? This is a really, really sketchy kind of move. Still 3 wide. Able to make it through relatively cleanly, but they're still battling just in behind for the GT class.
I mean, that was some risky overtaking there from your 4th and 5th place runners, or excuse me, your 5th and 6th place runners there. Or no, it was 4th and 5th. What am I talking about? 4th and 5th place runners for your GTP class as they're about to go side by side and trying to pass GT3 cars that are already side by side. They're doing it again. They're going to thread the needle around him. But now this is the battle for 6th, I believe it is. So now 6th and 7th position in the GTP class are fighting it out through the GT3 traffic. This time they're going around that McLaren. So for the time being, Delgado is able to hold off that Paul Botting Motorsport of Marcus Crawford. But these battles are intense because they're happening as they're trying to lap the slower GT3 field. Into Canada corner they go. Can Crawford get better traction off of that corner? Well, only time will tell. As coming down that start-finish straight here now, or sorry, through turn 14 first, I got ahead of myself. Still so much traffic, and that might actually be the chance that Albrecht Motorsports of Mark Scherschel needs as he's approaching the rear end of this battle. Now it's going to be Crawford under attack. He thought he might have had to move on Delgado. He's now the one having to go defensive. Into turn 1 they go, and Crawford is able to hold off into turn 1 for the time being. But look ahead, James. There's still so much traffic that these GTP drivers have to navigate their way through. And oh, that is a little bit of rear tire spin there for Crawford. That's going to hurt his chances. Down the back straight they go. You see that shirt cell is right on the rear tail, but the Porsche is just getting in the way of this battle, unfortunately for Scherschel. And Albrecht Motorsports at 96 machine will have to spend another lap, or at least another set of corners, behind Paul Botting, currently being driven by Marcus Crawford, that 62 machine, able to defend for the time being. What a battle we're seeing in these GTP class right now. Of course, that battle for 4th we were seeing at the start of the lap, and then by the time we got to the end of the lap, there's that battle for 6th and 7th position as well. And I mean, this is just a whole host of energy, chaos, and overtaking that we love to see at a nice 6-hour long endurance race. And speaking of that, almost 75% of the way through this race, as that clock currently looking at 1 hour and 34 minutes left, just 4.5 minutes off of our 75% points of this race. Currently looking at the battle for 2nd position between Old Dogs Racing and Paddy Engineering SRT. This is, of course, your P2 class, as they are as well trying to navigate their own way through this GT traffic. And I think that might be the key to victory of this race, James. Navigating your way through that GT class, which is just compared to the hypercars of the P2 and the GTP, is just so slow.
Yeah, of course, comparatively, but also, again, right, the GTs are absolutely chucking these cars around. They are pushing every single lap as much as they can, or at least trying to hit their targets, which are incredibly high, especially as you spoke about earlier, Lucas. The amount of practice, the amount of precision it takes, as we see the 137 Ferrari in the Gamma Sim Racing doing a driver swap. Fucci out of the car, and it looks like Charlie Rudd going to be taking over duties, potentially going to be going to the end, I would imagine. As So Rudd will be taking over that 499P. And this Cadillac here has been absolutely desperate to try and get by the Acura just up ahead. Albrecht Motorsports, as we were seeing the 96 almost playing peekaboo with the back of Marcus Crawford, who to be fair, the 62 still up in the front of that 96 Albrecht Motorsports machine. So very, very good defensive driving mixed with a handful of opportunities that the Cadillac wasn't able to take, but it really did almost look like whack-a-mole at certain points. As we see the drivers a little more GTP battling now, it looks like Paul Bottling Motorsport, that's Crawford in the 62 we were just speaking about, now going on the offensive. Trying to have a look at the back of that BMW of João Vitor Delgado and the number 12 BMW M Team Delta Racing. And nothing doing into Canada corners. The Acura continues to try and find a way through. And I want to speak about the 3 wide into the carousel entry that Delgado put, right? Everybody knows that a GT car goes kind of to the middle of the road and tries to find a way through the carousel. They kind of hover to the bottom, and the LMP2s and GTPs go around the outside, right? Delgado went down the inside around the Ferrari and was able to make that 3 wide. I thought that was a fantastic move, kind of sending it up the track a little bit, if you want to use a bit of a NASCAR-ism. And quite impressive stuff. And this battle here, Lucas, for 4th position, really starting to heat up.
Yeah, this GTP class has done an amazing job this stint to give us the battles that us up here in the booth and, of course, the audience watching at home are looking for, but while doing it cleanly. And that could really be the hard part when you have, you know, about 800 horsepower going into your rear tires at one time. Keeping these battles clean, it can be very, very difficult. And this stint, these VSCA drivers have been doing a really good job at making sure those battles do stay clean, while also giving us the action that we all want to see. The battle we're looking at right now is, of course, going to be the battle for 7th for that GT Pro class. But here we go. There's actually some battle, and we're going to be spinning here coming off of turn number, I believe that is 8. That is SRN Motor. That is not SRN Motorsports Orange. They're pulling into the pits. That is BMW M Team Delta Racing. João Vitor Delgado, that 12 machine is, I think he got tagged. He might have just lost it by himself, but they're coming down into 8. Albrecht Motorsport sends in the move. And yeah, there's a little bit of contact there. The 12 machine is going to go around, but luckily, the drivers behind were able to see that accident, avoid that accident, and not too much else is going to happen. But that is a very, very late lunge. And now you see that, I believe, 16 machines is going to run wide right in to the 12 machine. And I'm sure the stewards are going to have something to say about that.
Well, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that that was the same machine that had tons of understeer, that GTP Acura, off the final corner or off one of the corners and had to basically scrabble back onto the road. I believe it was turn 2. So it was basically up through here where they lost so much ground. We spoke about how, you know, making a mistake here, you might lose maybe 1 or 2 spots, you know, after a handful of restarts, but right at the restart, you know, lap 2, lap 3, all the drivers, the entire class is separated by basically nothing. So all those gaps are nullified, and it means that if you make a mistake at this stage, it just costs you so much more. And so we're seeing that there's again another big understeer moment. And again, you get this corner right, you get that corner right, you line up hundreds of corners in a row, and 3 wide up the main straightaway. There's not a lot of room, trying to move over, basically use the Porsche as a pick for LMP2. Looking at Paddock Engineering SRT. As here come the GTPs trying to split them, and it is absolute chaos down into turn 1. Are they still side by side? They are not. The 47 backs off Piazza up the inside, but now they're going to try to do the over-under. 47 trying to have a look down into the second corner and gets it done. What kind of slipstream can they get from the GT up ahead and the GTPs as well? And they clear that BMW by the time they get to turn 5. It looks like the 47 can, but the 59 cannot.
Yeah, 59 not able to make their way up into second place around Ryan Serlich just yet. That battle, of course, for P2 in the P2 class is still very much intensifying. But as the GTP runners make their way around the final corners here down the front stretch, those battles are still happening all up and down the field. And I think now might be a good time to actually talk about the GTP Championship standings, currently being led by Wastegate Racing. 50 points behind them is going to be Albrecht Motorsports, and third place, just 30 points behind second place, is actually going to be the BMW M Team TSR in third place. So our top 3 drivers in the GTP team standings are only separated by 80 points. And let me tell you what's super special about that, James, is currently Wastegate Racing, who is leading the GTP field, is actually down in 13th position running into their class. Currently, Kyle Burney in that car, they are 3 laps down from the leader of their class, and that leaves this championship door wide open for either Albrecht Motorsports or the BMW M Team TSR to take that championship lead away with just 3 races to go in the series. So you also want to keep an eye on those battles, keep an eye on those 3 teams, see where they are in the standings or in the race, and see what might come of that GTP class by the time the 6 hours of today's race is all said and done. Because, of course, there are so many awesome battles happening on the track right now. But what the drivers are also hunting after is that overall championship win, which is super, super big. Of course, there's a lot riding on all of this. And, of course, a lot of bragging rights as well, as I have heard being talked about around the paddock, as some of these P2 cars are approaching the slower 911 here. Of course, not only the number 911, but of course driving that 911 GT3 RS. Just have some amazing battles happening up and down the field with just an hour and 26 left in the race. I'm kind of sad that it's gone by so quickly.
Yeah, we have multiple cautions, and still it's... Oh my goodness, here comes the battle again. Apologies to Albrecht Motorsport. Still trying to have a look at the back of Crawford, as the Acura trying to fend them off. This battle has been going on. Then Albrecht had an opportunity at the back of Crawford. Now here is Scherschel trying to make it through, and down the inside. That looked relatively easy. It's as if they weren't fighting for the last 20-30 minutes, trying to get this move done. Maybe it's just felt like 20 to 30 minutes, as again, time ticking away as we're well, as you said, under the 1.5 hour mark. Going to get the Aston Martin potentially. No, they're not. The Cadillac may pay the price on the exit. And do they go around the outside? Yes, they do, into the carousel. Safer move. You see Grow Team Racing White into the pits, and we saw a couple of other drivers, other teams coming into the pits, most notably 151 World of Sim Racing and GT Pro, who picked up a black flag, and then that's now cleared. Meanwhile, the 24 Grow Racing Team White has received a black flag, which has now cleared right there. So that'll be 24 getting that sorted out. You're absolutely right, Lucas. All these battles up and down the field. There's also some battles, again, they're miniature battles between the prototypes and the GT and the GT class for just space, right? You're looking to try and be efficient. You're looking and trying to go through, as you said, the technical section of this track right through here. It's very, very difficult to overtake if you don't have a relatively large pace advantage over the machine in front, or if you don't have any help in terms of lapped traffic or class traffic, as it were. Drivers trying to continue to pound round with well under an hour and a half to go. Here on Green Flag TV, we're going to bring you the entire 6 hours. We only have an hour and a half left here on Green Flag TV. Again, my name is James Newton alongside Lucas Moody, Howie Burrows in the production booth, bringing you the sights and sounds from this 6 hour Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix. We have seen a handful of series battles for the lead in all 4 classes. And we have what we could consider to be almost a lull, if you want to use that word, but it's very, very tight, and drivers still battle each other, even if they are a handful of seconds away. Meanwhile, this is not a handful of seconds away. Battle for the lead in GT Pro, and Luis Cunha And have a look at the back of the fellow Porsche of Stuart Ash. Half a second in it. They barrel into turn 1. Plenty of curb for both drivers. You can see a little bit of dust being kicked up. Most likely not from the car up ahead, just from all of the junk that's been brought onto the racetrack. So we've seen a handful of off tracks.
Yeah, and remember, those off tracks will add up really quickly here in the VSCA, as we were talking about earlier. 10x is the limit before you get your first black flag, your first penalty. We kind of said it earlier. I kind of mentioned it earlier, but that is one of the things I love about this series. It's a very strict 10x. It holds these drivers to a high standard, and it's what makes the racing so good around here. It keeps you clean, it keeps you on your toes, and it really ensures that you're not doing anything dumb, not doing anything stupid on the racetrack, and it really keeps that high standard that the VSE brings to the online IMSA racing world here. Now we are currently on board with Luis Cunha, or still on board with Luis Cunha, or Luis Cunha, I should say, excuse me. Currently chasing down Stuart Ash of Porsche on Porsche action. That gap going to be just under 0.5 of a second exiting the carousel. This is, of course, the battle for P1 in that GT Pro Series. Through turns 10 and 11 they go. That slipstream not helping Luis Cunha a whole much, and that is probably why the backdraft from that P2 car not helping him at all. And he's actually going to park himself in front of Cunha through Canada corner. And now that P2 car is going to have to wait through turns 13, through turns 14 for, or to be able to get past Stuart Ash. Because, I mean, I do not want to see any lap traffic overtakes happening through 13 and 14. Just too risky, if you ask me. And we kind of talked about it earlier, but Road America has its complex of corners about turns 6 through turns 10, where you really just don't want to see many overtakes being done by lap traffic. It can be really scary to get through moves there. And I think a lot of the tracks on the IMSA calendar have those kind of tricky, twisty segments where making it almost impossible, or completely impossible to do safely, I should say, for lap traffic to get through. Of course, Road Atlanta has its S's. I believe that's turns like 4A through turns 4C as they're weirdly labeled. I don't remember the quite numbering on that. And what we're going to in 2 weeks from now, Indianapolis has that kind of slalom coming off of that left-hander of the back straight, where if you're a GTP and you approach a GT3 car, you're just kind of going to be running their pace for about 3 to 4 corners at a time there. And there's really not a whole lot you can do, because safely making your way through there is just not possible. And I mean, you can get your way through, but you're just going to put yourself and the driver in front both into a wall.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, the braking power is probably the most dramatic. I'm not sure if you'd agree there, Lucas. The braking power seems like the biggest factor between the GTs and the prototypes, specifically the GTPs. They just have absolutely immense power on the brakes, relatively low weight, all that downforce. Even when you lift off the gas, the body shape of the prototypes, it just completely parachutes into the air, as we see all sorts of hand movements there. Dan Piazza trying to feel all of the bumps and turns through the third sector of this 4-mile circuit. Eventually a bit of help for the leader, and actually we'll probably get a bit of help here. We're going to catch them at a much higher speed, our old dogs, on this Mercedes in the GT field. And again, looking at the battle, oh my goodness, both of these drivers really pushing these LMP2s to the limit. As third in class in LMP2, Rick Team Racing comes into the pits, and the Pax Simsport second in class for the GTPs. Again, Patty Engineering looking at the back of the 47 from on board the 59 Old Dogs Racing. Pax Simsport in the Porsche heading down for service. Gonna see if they swap out drivers. Spoke to that team a little earlier on, and again, this is such a close battle here for LMP2, Lucas. And again, they're right behind a GT. Are they gonna have to wait through this very technical section?
Yeah, and like I said, this is a tactical section where it's so hard to get around the slower cast cars. As you see on this occasion, Surlik is going to go around the outside of that Porsche there, around the outside of turn 10. You can get it done if you're risky enough, and when you have Dan Piazza less than 0.3 of a second behind you for the lead, that is when you have to play it risky. Ryan Surlik, is he going to have to throw a block down the inside in the Canada corner? He does it. The move, the dummy, is thrown from Piazza, but he isn't able to find the braking power to get that move quite done. Up the hill to turn 13, around the hump into 14. Piazza needs a really good exit here, but he's actually going to throw a dummy. That's going to put him slightly offline here down the front straight. And yeah, you can see he went for the dummy. Oh, they're actually both going into pit lane. I should hold my tongue, as both of our leaders in the LMP2 class going to pull their way down, hit that pit speed button, slow it down, and get some fresh rubber and some new fuel in those LMP2 cars. And yeah, I want to go back to your point, James. A lot of people who are new to IMSA might think that the biggest difference between these cars is they're just raw speed, they're raw top line speed. I know I had a couple of people come up to me and thought that that is what made the GTPs and the LMP2 cars so much quicker, is their raw speed. But they would actually be completely incorrect. The GTP car is about 700 pounds lighter than that GTD, those GT3 cars on average, of course, depending on what make, what model of car you're bringing to the racetrack. But on average, they're about 700 pounds lighter. And that gives them much more time in not only the braking zones, as you were talking about, but also the acceleration out of corners. And that is really, really where those GTP cars make up their time, which is why being behind a GT3 car in one of those tricky tactical sections is so detrimental to your race pace, because they are so much slower. That's where they lose the most amount of time on these cars. And when you're literally restricted to the pace of a GT3 car as a GTP or an LMP2 car, it can really hurt your race time. And I mean, you're looking at 3 to 4 corners of these 6 to 10 here that we keep talking about, that tricky technical section. If you're stuck behind a GT3 car, you could lose, I'm going to predict, anywhere 3 to 5 seconds, I think, in just those 4 to 5 corners. It can be really difficult on your race pace to be stuck behind a GT3 car in those specific set of corners. As Infinity Fox Racing, that 16 machine, excuse me, going to make their way into the pit lane. Oh, here we have a move. I believe that's P2 car action. Lewis Kuhnha, currently on board with that Virtual Power Sim Racing. Or no, he's getting lapped by an LMP2, excuse me. Lewis Kuhnha is currently second place in class, though still just under 0.7 of a second behind the leader, Stuart Ash. And we've seen Kuhnha be behind this 44 machine, I think, the entire stint, James, but unfortunately just not able to find the move he wants.
Yeah, this duo, the double 4, the double 7, Mako Fisher Motorsport with Stuart Ash, as you said, just up ahead. Started in first, still holding down the lead of GT Pro. Virtual Power Sim Racing in the 77, also starting second. So these drivers have seen their fair share of action, but are right back where they started when it comes to the way that they lined up. They basically rolled off of the grid. Interestingly, Curtis Treiber and Nicholas Soleil for double stint racing and telemetry racing in 3rd and 4th in class for GT Pro, up 9 and 10 spots respectively. So enormous amounts of movement from 3rd and 4th. 1st and 2nd, very much just kind of stonewalling up at the front. And it seems like, again, this gap of about a second, neither driver can really put a big dent in it. So interesting to see how they will continue to pound round, especially with LMP2 traffic coming through. Handful of activity in the pit lane. Picking up on another battle. This is 9th, this will be 8th in GT AM. Looking at the back of Santos for Vulture Motorsports 64. And the Blockamatore AM 283, Aston Martin. That really nice white and green livery. Always very nice to see. I think that the Porsche just up ahead kind of breaking the rule for having a blue and red car, but it has the green accents courtesy of them being a GT AM machine, whereas the Aston Martin aesthetically more pleasing because it has the green and white. So it kind of goes a little bit better, but it also goes quite well into a little bit of contact out of turn 5 up the hill. The Porsche getting the grunt thanks to that rear traction with the engine in the back. Front-engined Aston Martin grumbling in behind. Now head down into a better overtaking opportunity than what they just had, but nothing doing as the Porsche able to right itself. Vulture Motorsport winning out on that occasion. Wakamotori still looking for a way through. We're approaching the hour mark here, Lucas. It really does feel like it's flying by. And we are seeing not necessarily mistakes. Oh, we're seeing side by side with the kink is what we're seeing. GT AM action. Does the Porsche hang on? Yes, it does. We have a GTP coming through as well. And this is going to be incredibly tight stuff, as now the two AMs are separated by the GT Pro. Again, using the same regulations, and now we have a handful of GTPs. Apologies, GT LMP2s going into Canada corner. And this is an absolute knot trying to figure out whether you can make it through or not. So an LMP2 splitting these two up in front out of the final corner and up the hill. Trying to use that Aston Martin up ahead as a pick. And again, we see, Lucas, these drivers sticking, the prototype specifically, sticking in behind the GTs for as late as possible, as long as possible, before darting out of the way, which is relatively high risk. But as long as the GTs hold their position, you can basically get up to about a foot or two behind before popping out with that extremely agile profile of those machines. And I mean, kind of a jump scare sometimes for people who have not seen why they're tucking up in behind, and it's just looking for that slipstream.
Yeah, Ollie Schwartz looking for that slipstream, looking for that move onto Aiden Johnson. He's even going as far as to flash him out of the way. He's going to go around the outside, but the move is not on around the outside. The inside line is what you want for 5. And Gamma Sim Racing, Aiden Johnson is going to be able to hold off Paul Bodding Motorsport, currently driven by Ollie Schwartz. And it looks like Schwartz just really wants to get this move done. Schwartz, excuse me, there's no T in that name. Schwartz coming freshly out of the pits here, while Johnson has been out for about 2 to 3 laps at the moment. So even though Schwartz should theoretically be on colder, slower tires, he's finding a lot of pace underneath his 113 Paul Bodding machine right now. And he is super, super aggressive on the rear end of Aiden Johnson at the moment. I think a move is definitely going to be on. They just went through the kink. Down into turn 12 they go. And I don't know if the 113 has anything. He does not. Some lap traffic happening just behind this battle. But through 13 and 14, Ollie Schwartz will have to stare at the back bumper of Aiden Johnson through a couple more corners now. And I mean, the move is probably on, but oh no, the Porsche is unfortunately wrong place, wrong time there for Ollie Schwartz. That is going to really be a detriment to his pace. And that is going to make the move completely off now into turn 1. That plus the GTPs lapping him down the inside. And that is going to give the Gamma Sim Racing driver Aiden Johnson a lot more time to find his rhythm, find his pace, before Schwartz is back to his rear bumper looking to put on another move.
And we'll see if there's anything that the Paul Bodding Motorsport driver can do to try and get back up. And again, it rubber bands, right? You've got all sorts of different opportunities. There's a ton of light flashing from a quarter mile back, it seems. We catch up with the virtual power sim racing. Luis Cunha still within about a second. It has not budged an inch, Lucas, as now they head into the pits again. So we have the two drivers. Oh, and one of the Porsches is around. Vulture Motorsport, Sean Hatsfield, they have a black flag as well for the 65, trying to get it spun around. Gonna have to do a 3-point turn on the exit. Let's see what happened here. John Hatfield kind of in the middle of the road. And now potentially an over-under. Oh, just lost the rear. No contact. That's on the exit of 5. Apologies. See this again. The Porsche is it's just such a completely different type. Oh, it lost it so early. That's what it was, under braking, and the rear end just came around. That could be so easy to do in the 911. And Sean Hatfield, unfortunately, got that black flag. Currently running 7th in class for the Porsche. And of course not making any contact with any of the drivers or the wall. So that'll be good news for them. You were going to have an accident, that would be the kind of accident to have. And it's also not on one of the fast corners like the kink, so you're not necessarily losing as much time to your competitors. But of course not the way that you want to go. Picking up Loikkanen in the 16 Infinity Fox Racing as we see GT Pro activity in the pits, but activity on track is looking the way of Infinity Fox Racing. Douglas Souza's got a bit of a problem in that number 12 machine, getting hunted down as the VSR Competizione. Sergei Lazare in the number 7, trying to have a look at the back of Seth Newfield in the 25 BMW. Currently battling for, it's going to say third for second position overall at the moment. Porsche closing in. You can see how much confidence the number 7 has on the brakes. Both relatively tidy with this tricky, twisty section through the final corner. Going to see what kind of run they can get off. The answer is a very good one for the Porsche. They have a GTP up ahead, so probably won't provide too much of a slipstream, which means that the BMW may be vulnerable. Newfield still under attack. Does the Porsche pop out? Not likely. And so much cornering potential. Very close now. The second corner may be a spot. And the Porsche has a bit of a half look. That was kind of tricky. Trying to set the BMW up for the corner number 5.
Yeah, Sergio Lazar, currently driving that Porsche, just needs to find the traction coming out of one of these corners, coming into one of these long straights, one of the 3 that Road America brings here today. And all he's got to do is just find slightly better traction, get a nice slipstream off of Seth Newfield, the driver ahead of him, and he can look to take off that second place position from that BMW M team and try to get himself, that VSR Competizione team, up into second position as they're looking around to get down the inside of that 74 Mercedes into turn number 8. And now around the Porsche right in front of them. And let's see if they try to go around the outside of 9 and 10 like we've seen the LMP2 class do on multiple occasions. They do. And coming up to the kink, this is where it's going to matter. Can Sergio Lazar find the traction, find the run he needs to put the move on down in to Canada corner? Here we go. Nose to tail they are. The move, though, is not on. He's not even close enough to throw a dummy onto Newfield. Seth didn't even think about going defensive at all. In turns 13, 14, he is so close. Under 0.2 of a second now. But 13 is just not a corner you can put in a move. And neither is 14, because what you want to do is you want to be setting yourself up. Now down the front stretch this time. He's got the slipstream, but does he have the run? Does he have the time to actually set up this move into turn 1? Newfield's not going to go defensive. Lazar takes the inside. Can Newfield defend around the outside? He cannot. Position will go to VSR Competizione, and they will take that second position. That 25 machine, or that 7 machine, excuse me, moves up. The 25 machine will fall down 1 place. Great move there from Lazar.
Let's see, because we had the Mercedes off of that second corner. It looked like maybe there might have been a move down into 5, but I think that they may have been a little too far back as we pick up Daniel Gruber in the Matco Fisher Motorsport number 44 Porsche. Right in behind Virtual Sim Racing. Virtual Power Sim Racing, Thomas Silva on board that 77. You see them coming through that same section, and again, you can see just how much roll. I say roll. You can see how much more suspension movement there is, the amount of weight transfer that happens on the GT machines versus the prototypes, who are, of course, on the deck. All these cars very close to the ground. And the Porsche, I believe, the lightest of the GT range. That flat 6 screaming away, and now they're going to be next to each other. The 44 down the inside Matko Fisher looking for the inside of Virtual Power Sim Racing. And is that done? Gonna try to defend into 2. So the 44 able to get on by. They're still nose to tail. A bit of a defensive, kind of an earlier apex. Could hurt their exit. Not a lot of slipstream for the GT machines. Majority of them very, very slippery. So not going to be the largest kind of slipstream, even on a whopping straight like this here at Road America. Kind of a half look, a bit of a hybrid into turn 5. A bit of a rear, not a bit of a rear, laying down rubber. That right rear, nowhere for the 44. The 77 straight back up the inside. They're going to be side by side on exit. No, they're not. The 77's going to take it. Immense couple of corners from Silva and able to take that spot back. Wow.
Yeah, you do not see that often at all. Brilliant move up the hill there for Silva, but it was really started when that 44 driver of Daniel Gruber got a little bit loose off the 5 there. The slightest bit of oversteer sent him the slightest bit wide into the gravel. And when you have 500 horsepower going to your rear tires, when one of them's on the asphalt and one of them's on the gravel, you just have to instantly lift off, or you're sending yourself into the wall. And just that half of a second of lifting that Gruber had to do there allowed Silva to get that much more speed on the exit of 5 and allow him to send a move into the inside of turn 6, which is where you almost never see a move around this track. That uphill blind left-hand corner does not set itself up for a good overtaking opportunity, but when your competitor ahead of you makes a mistake, sometimes you got to take what you can get. And 77 putting the risky move down the inside allows him to take that 3rd position for Virtual Power Sim Racing. Once again, another brilliant move there into this race here. And I feel like I've said there's been so many brilliant moves this race, and that's just kind of because there have been. But oh, the 77 has to go defensive here. That's going to put him offline into turn 3. The 44, though, doesn't look like he has anything. He doesn't. Into turn 3 they go. The 77 doesn't even have to go defensive this time. And like you were saying, James, I don't know if the 44 can find the slipstream in these GT3 cars, because it's really not as big as it is in other specs, especially the NASCAR, the one that I am more used to casting. Because down into turn 5 there, oh, Silva does have to go defensive. Gruber around the outside, but the move is not on unless he goes wide, just like Silva did on the previous lap. Or just like Gruber did in the previous lap, excuse me, but this time Silva is not going to be punished.
Yeah, Silva has also seen one of the cards in the hand of the 44. So Gruber's going to need to try to figure out something else, because it looks like the 77 may have that covered off, even if the 44 Porsche has more speed. 77 able to be quick in the parts that they need to be as we pick up the Fury Sim Sport. This is Ayrton Farias in the 30. Picking up from Babcock earlier on. Currently 8th in class. Trying to make that 7th as Paul Botting Motorsport with Ollie Schwarz at the wheel. That 113. We've seen the 113 in the wars. What does Fury Sim Sport have to say down into turn 1? Is they going to wait for the last second? No, they're not. Most likely going to wait till turn 5. And again, we've spoken about how you have to set up corners, right? It's not just I want that position. I'm just going to not break into this corner. It'll cost you down the straight if you even stay on the track. You're trying to set up a move where you want it, and you're just trying to get the best run. Get the tire temps as pleading, letting the machine up in front know we are coming through. That's another prototype, so they're not going to be as worried about that. It's very late. The right rear, both machines almost spinning up through the hill there, side by side. Fury Sim Sport and Paul Botting doing battle for 7th, and the 30 gets on through. Can they settle into a rhythm immediately and try and pull a bit of a gap, or is this going to continue to be a battle between the LMP2s?
Wow, another move into turn 6. Farias is going to get through by Schwarz that time by. Once again, just like we saw Daniel Gruber do earlier, Schwarz gets a little bit wide, a little bit loose on the exit of 5, and just that half a second he's off the track there allows the car behind to find that much more traction, that much more speed, and put on a move down into turn 6. And Schwarz is aggressive on his push to pass button. You see the front headlights of that that 113 Paul Botting Motorsport machine constantly flashing. Or flash to pass. Sorry, not push to pass. Excuse me. I'm too used to the Super Formula cars, the Indy cars. Excuse me. The flash to pass button, as my teammates like to call it. Those front headlights constantly flashing. He's now even flashing a GTP car. I don't know if that's a fidget, a little like kind of a fidget that he likes to do, or maybe he is just at that emotional level where he's spamming that flashing.
I think he just wants him out of the way.
Button. Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, he just got overtaken, you know?
Certainly getting quite spicy as we are seeing all the action here from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll tell you what, we are under an hour. We'll go ahead and take a break for a moment. Well, actually, hang on. We got a little bit of GT Am action going on. We might have to take a break from taking a break as we pick up Flight Level Racing 747. Jesse Molina in the number 3 BMW M team around the outside of the carousel. They're twitching on the inside for the BMW. The Mustang is still there. Are they side by side through the king? And LMP2 is going to come in and ruin the entire party. Down the inside they go. Is that BMW going to be able to get up next? It looks like they are. And this is an absolute. And now here comes the GTP. Why not? Right side tires in the grass. Enormous accident into Canada corner. And both GT Ams are off and absolutely straight into the ground for the 747. Flight Level Racing. Michael Adamczyk with a black flag. The number 3 BMW M team, Jesse Molina, receives a black flag as well. Oh, hard hit into the outside wall. Oh my goodness, Lucas, what a moment.
Yeah, just 3 into 1 does not go, especially at a high-speed corner like Canada corner, of course, turn 12. And you see that BMW, he's trying to give the GTP on his inside the rail, but he just doesn't realize how close he is to his competitor around the outside in that Ford Mustang. And just because of that, those two cars are going to give themselves contact. And like you said, both of them are going to have a black flag as an instant puts both of them over that 10x instant limit. Unfortunate end of the day for most likely both of them as they took a heavy hit into those tire barriers on the exit of turn 12. And I think I have not heard any word from Race Control about a caution flag, so I think luckily we are still green after that incident, but that was a scary one. You don't ever want to see cars going into a barrier that quickly. Of course, coming off of one of the longest straights on this track, they're coming into that corner with so much speed. It can really be scary when the cars collide and hit that barrier there. But luckily, every driver seems to be okay. The cars, though, not so much, to be completely honest.
Well, on that note, I think we'll go ahead and now we will take a break. We are little under an hour of this, under an hour to go of this 6 hours of Road America, the VSCA here on Green Flag TV. Don't go anywhere. The final hour of Road America coming up. Welcome back to Green Flag TV's live coverage of the Advanced Sim Racing Grand Prix here at Road America. We are well under an hour to go as we're catching a replay of one of the GTs through the kink, trying to give way to a prototype on the inside and a pretty hard hip check into the wall for Christopher Limprecht in the 515 Mercedes. Very, very tough stuff here as we catch the last 50 minutes live here from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. My name is James Newton. Alongside me is Lucas Moody. And in the production booth is Howie Burrows, bringing you the sights and sounds from this 6-hour event. Lucas, we only got 50 minutes left, and it looks like the drivers are doing everything they can just to hang on to these machines.
Yeah, we just saw that moment of Limprecht running into the wall, and that's just a case of he was being lapped by a quicker P2 car or GTP car, and he wanted to give that quicker car some space. So he turned into the corner slightly later than he usually would, like just marginally later than he usually would, to allow for the room for that quicker car to pass. But with how tight the margin is, how tight you are on the edge of grip through the kink, through turn number 10, or through 11, excuse me, that is, just that slight bit of time, or just that slight bit of lateness, or however you want to call it, it took for him to turn in. It caused him so much grip on the exit of that corner that it actually pushed him wide into the wall, unfortunately for Lamprecht. I don't believe that he got his car too much damage. That Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing machine still running up there in P4. So luckily, not too much of a harm, so not too much of a foul there on that time. But it is just a scary moment that the GT3 cars have to live with for being the slowest cars on the grid. Of course, due to no fault of their own. That is just the nature of IMSA and the reason why a lot of people love this spec or this series. And we are back from the break. We've gotten our water bottles filled up, our bladders emptied, and we can return to the amazing action that VSCA has brought us so far today.
Yeah, our tanks are full. We have new tires, if you want to look at it that way, as we saw. You want to talk about scary moments? We just saw there, Lucas. Michael Adamczyk for 747 Flight Level Racing and Jesse Molina with the BMW M Team number 3. BMW having a massive accident down into this corner right here, one of the fastest corners on the track. Getting swamped by a GTP, trying to make some space. 2 GTs on the outside and a GTP on the inside. BMW trying to find a bit of space and wasn't able to do it. Big accident into Canada corner runoff. But luckily able to continue staying under green flag, so no need for the safety car for that incident. You see 2 Porsches battling it out on track. The 64 Vulture Motorsports getting down the inside of SWF Motorsports. Jason Smith being overtaken by the 64 and up through the hill. There you go. And again, there's still that gunk on the outside. I'm trying to figure out if that's just the dirt being brought on by extending the track. But it almost looks kind of caked on. It doesn't look like they're rubbing the grass away so much as they're just bringing debris onto the track. We've seen that kind of all day. But specifically there, it just doesn't seem like they're going off-road enough to bring that amount of, for lack of a better word, junk onto the track.
Yeah, I've been noticing that as well. I believe it's the entrance to turn 7 there, that every time you see it, there's just that dirt, that just pile/line of dirt just sitting there onto the corner entry of 7. And it is really weird because it almost looks like a track of dirt that you would see off track and drivers, running through the grass, creating a track of dirt. It almost looks like one of those things, but it's on the asphalt, it's on the racing surface. And I honestly have no clue how iRacing's graphic model got that specific track of dirt in that specific place. Because you're right, we really haven't been seeing a whole host of drivers going off track there. And it is quite bizarre to see dirt pile up like that on the asphalt itself. Here we go. One of the battles in the GTP class. We've been talking about how many of them there are. This is the one for 4th between Albrecht Motorsports and BMW M Team Delta Racing. Felipe Silveira driving the ladder car in this battle. that gap just under a quarter of a second down the front stretch, but into one, the move is not on, as Silvera will have to bide his time behind Steinik for just a couple corners longer. Can he find the traction out of turn 3? He's got a slightly tighter line in there than Steinik did ahead. That GTP ahead of him just has so much grip, so much traction at the exit of the corner that Silvera is not able to find anything on this occasion. Oh, really early in the brakes there for Stenhike, as he has to check up due to slower traffic ahead that almost caused a collision between him and the 21. Luckily, we are all good, as that LMP2 car is going to be much slower through these hosts of corners than the quicker traffic approaching. And there it is. The entrance to 7, that weird bit of dirt that's built up there as the drivers run through it right there. And you can see they didn't run wide there. They didn't extend the track into the grass. So once again, James, don't really know why that's there.
Of course, it could just be a product of 5 hours of racing. The fact that the track is still together is pretty impressive, as we see all these drivers piloting their way through some of the fastest corners on the track. Now through the fastest corner on the track, the kink, as their necks get a workout. And again, this Cadillac able to hang in front of that BMW. We spoke a little bit off air about getting to go to Road Atlanta at separate events for IMSA related events and getting to hear all the different sounds. We talked to the detriment of our producer, Howie Burrows, about the Aston Martin Valkyrie and its screaming V12, which everybody kind of goes gaga for. But the other end of the spectrum, I'm assuming you would agree, Lucas, is the grumbly, almost lazy sound, not in terms of speed, but in terms of tone, of the Cadillac V8. It's just a big, grumbly engine that propels this prototype forward. And that is what is keeping this Cadillac in front of the BMW for the time being.
Yeah, in pure American fashion, that Cadillac is just completely, it's like a, you know, super low, super grumbly, as you mentioned.
Perfect.
Thank you. I tried my best there. Been practicing that one all summer. But I remember when I went to IMS 2 years ago, before the Valkyrie was introduced, that was the car everyone was talking about. Like, you have to hear the Caddy. It sounds awesome. It sounds amazing. And the yellow flag is going to come out here with 44 minutes remaining. Interrupting our amazing talk about engines is going to be a yellow flag. But yeah, I would 100% agree with you that that Cadillac also sounds amazing. Amazing in person. Let's see what brought this out. We're looking at the 747 of Michael Adamczyk. Okay. And it might be one of those technical difficulties that that iRacing loves to throw at us, where we might not be able to bring it fully to you guys. But it happens. The 747 machine was probably involved in an incident, maybe with the 25 there of Seth Newfield. But once again, our sixth caution, I believe, James, will come out with 44 minutes left in the race.
I believe that is number 6. That is one of, obviously, it's a Mustang. And that is going to be, so we have Michael. So from our timing and scoring, we have, yes, the Flight Level Racing, the 747, Michael Adamczyk, who had an issue at almost this exact same point. They were on the other side. Look at that crabbing. So first of all, extensive bodywork damage. The left rear as well, you can see that basically bent in. And they're having to learn how to drive that car all over again. I say drive, trying to basically crawl that car. And it's basically going to straighten the wheel out in order to turn right. And they don't have the longest distance to go to the pits. But that is absolutely, I mean, obviously, like, off the pace is an absolute understatement. Yeah, look at this here. This still may go around yet.
Yeah, as unfortunately, bad turn of events of luck here for this Mustang riding on board with, as he's trying to get his machine back into the pits. But to be honest with you, with only 44 minutes left in the race, there might not be enough time to get that thing back to fully functioning order, and it might not even be worth it to get that thing back into fully functional order.
Looks like they're able to get that back up the hill. So the 747 going from bad to worse. And meanwhile, at the other end of the spectrum, Bravo Snow GTP with Gabriel Peckley on board the number 20. Looking very, very good. Currently in the lead of the GTP race. You're going to have the field obviously following in behind the safety car, which gives us plenty of time to waffle on about engines, as we were saying earlier on. But we'll go ahead and take a short break, take a step away. Be back with more the last 40 minutes of the 6 hours here at Road America on Green Flag TV. Welcome back to Green Flag TV's live coverage of the Advanced Sim Racing Grand Prix here at Road America. We are about to approach the 30-minute mark, half an hour until the end of this event. We have seen our fair share of battling, our fair share of safety cars. We are under another one currently, number 6 on the day. But happy to have you with us all the same as we are still getting this grid untangled for the upcoming restart. Happy to have you all with us for our live coverage. I'm James Newton. Alongside me in the booth is Lucas Moody, Howie Burrows in the production booth, bringing you the sights and sounds from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We still have a decent amount of time before we're going to be going green. Nico Loikkanen in the number 16 Acura currently holds the keys to the win. Who is going to be trying to take that away from them? So again, we still see the GTs very much mixed up in the GTPs and LMP2s. Drivers continue to make their way around the circuit. Majority of the field will be finishing with the drivers in the machines, crossing the line at the flag. We've spoken earlier on about how it really is a team sport. You have so many people, so many competitors, so much that goes into a race like this. And again, not just to win it, not just to podium, but to finish it as well. It is so important to have the healthiest car possible. We've seen a handful of accidents right as we got handed over from Nolan Rimple and Cade Corbin earlier on, calling the action on the first half for green flag. We tick away one more lap. Well, not tick away one more lap. We have the seconds going by. Of course, it will not matter how many laps we complete. What matters is being at the top of your class at the end of the event. We only have 2 more events of the season for VSCA on the schedule. Standard 2 hours, 40 minutes event at the Indianapolis road course, followed, of course, by the 10-hour Petit Le Mans, racing into the night.
And I'm super excited for those races. Got my home track and my favorite racetrack in America that we are going to. Matter of fact, I wish these streams, I don't wish these streams had cameras, but if these streams did have cameras, you guys can see I came very appropriately dressed in my Petit Le Mans shirt that my mom got me for Christmas last year, because she got me a lot of Petit Le Mans stuff, because she's like, oh, you won, I want to get you a bunch of souvenirs, you know, and I'm like, oh, thank you, and she got me this nice, it's kind of like a maroonish type shirt, but I came very appropriately dressed to this non-webcam camera stream, and yeah, super excited to watch those last 2 races. Of course, we have a 10-hour race around Road Atlanta September 19th, and that one is going to be all hands on deck for production and caster wise. So super excited to be able to hopefully get to do that. Depends on how the schedule looks, because of course it's the same weekend as Bristol Motor Speedway is in real life, and that is a race I'm going to go down to. Only my second ever NASCAR race. My only ever one was, of course, going to be the Brickyard 400 up in Indianapolis, as it is the track closest to me. But yeah, no, James, you've also mentioned that you got to go to Road Atlanta last year. What's your favorite kind of spot to watch the action from at that track? I think I would have to say turn 5, kind of up on that hill where you get to see the entire slalom there, and as the cars make their way over the crest of that 90 left.
Yeah, I mean, of course, anybody who's more of an expert than me, and there are a couple people out there who are more of an expert than me, a handful of them, and I think I crushed it. I think that we got to go to all the different corners of the track. We didn't go to the far side, where they've got those 2 sharper left-hand corners before the long back straight, but I parked it there for the MX-5, of course, a couple of different sports series for such a large event. Got to see the Porsche Cup, the Carrera Cup USA, do battle there as well. And we got to see qualifying from that exact point you're talking about, Lucas, that point where you can basically, the cars follow a ribbon of tarmac that is draped across the Brazelton Hills, and they come over the hill through turns kind of 2 and 3 or so, and they just fly down. The S's get tighter and tighter. They hit that left-hander, try to stay out of the gravel, try to stay out of the wall, and fire their way onto that middle straight. And it is quite a sight to behold. You can also see, again, as we've spoken about here at Road America, how big of a difference the cornering potential is for the prototypes versus the GTs. So that was the spot we watched for qualifying. And then throughout the race, that final chicane coming down the hill, basically the opposite of this. You come down the hill at Road Atlanta, you hit the brakes really hard, and you have a left-right chicane before going up the hill, before we go back down the hill for that really wide right-handed sweeper to finish off the lap, which of course is a nail-biter in any machine.
Yeah, really tough downhill right-hander to close out that lap. You're just on the edge of grip there, praying you don't run wide into the very small curb they have on the exit right as you cross the start-finish straight. And I've always loved that corner in the sim. Me and my teammates, we always call it Fox Factory Corner because of that nice Fox Factory branding they have running across that bridge. And how surprised but like delighted I was to see that even though the scan of Road Atlanta's probably happened a decent while ago in iRacing, I don't know when that scan came into the game, but it probably happened a decent bit ago, they still have that same Fox Factory branding up on that bridge, so we were still able to call it Fox Factory Corner in real life, which seeing that in person was like, I don't know, almost like a little bit surreal for me. Just like this thing I've been referring to on the sim, for the past year or two, probably at that point. Seeing it in real life is really, really cool. And I mean, just the fact that it's just in the middle of the forest, so you're just surrounded by nature, and you're literally, at some points, walking through a forest or walking through woods to get to other parts of the track. It really is a phenomenal racetrack. And of course, up in Wisconsin, the other Road of America, this one is Road America. I have not been to this one, but it kind of seems to give off that same plopped in the middle of a forest vibe when you're looking and watching at it here on the sim. As you see our GTP cars make their way around turn 5, up the hill into turn 6. And if we want to talk about tricky corners, this turn 6, it will catch you out super, super quickly here. During the race, during qualifying, whenever, it's blind, it's uphill, especially if you're in a GTP car or an LMP2 car that doesn't have ABS. Super easy to lock your front brakes through there. But it is a phenomenal corner to get right.
Yeah, that's what we saw, that really low shot, and it shows you just how blind it is, right? We're seeing fantastic shots off board. We have a little bit of an angle down onto the circuit, and these drivers have absolutely none of that. They're slunk down in their little capsules of speed, and as well, when you get to spend some time, if you're lucky enough to get to spend some time with any of these racing machines, you'll see that the GTPs and LMP2s aren't very big at all. They are absolutely right on the deck. They are just little machines designed only to go around corners extremely quickly. They are designed to just last the entire day, and the space that you have inside of these prototypes is absolutely minimal. It is not like your normal road car. It is not like the GTs, even though the GTs are relatively cramped and loud and hot. The prototypes are even more cramped. As you can see, the size of the windows on the front of the GTs is almost double the LMP2s and the GTPs on the track. So claustrophobic kind of comes to mind. I think I'm too in love with racing. If I ever got a chance to drive any kind of prototype or anything quicker than my Honda Civic in the garage, then I would definitely take the chance regardless if I could breathe or not. But in terms of comfortableness, it's almost like a submarine in terms of how close everything is to you.
Yeah, for those that do want to go pretty quick, but you don't want to hop in the tight space of a race car, jet skiing is another way. You only hit 55 miles an hour on like a commercial jet ski that you can rent as a beginner. But I mean, those things, when you have the wind, you feel like you're going a lot quicker than 55. And I mean, those things, you can take corners pretty well. And if you are a fan of the sim, you'd be surprised how much of your sim racing intuition carries over to a real life jet ski. A lot of the handling can be very similar. The one thing that caught me off guard in particular is jet skis are they're steered from the rear. So they're like every boat, they're steered from the rear of the ship and not the front of it. So you have to drive it like you're permanently in a drift. Because if you drive it with your fronts, if you drive it like you're trying to steer it like a race car, you're turning with your fronts, you can really quickly end up in a bad situation. So you have to kind of drive it like you're always in a drift, and it makes for just a really interesting challenge. But yeah, I 100% agree with you, James. If I ever got to hop in a race car, even though it is tight as all heck in there, 100% taking that offer. Personally, for me, the race car I would like to get to hop into most is a Super Formula, the Japan Spec Formula Series. Is it a GTP for you, or what would you choose if you had to?
If I got an MX-5 Cup, I would love to sling that around somewhere. I am not very picky. I don't care what that says about me. My standards aren't that high, and I would be willing to drive just about anything. I'm so sad when it comes to racing. I really love all the different types. I wouldn't scoff at a Super Formula. I think that there are some machines that I would be terrified to drive, but I mean, come on, if you get the chance, right? I wouldn't pinch myself. I would just let the dream happen. And any machine designed not to take your family to the beach or, designed to get you to work safely, I would definitely go for just anything that's designed for track only. I think that's going to be kind of my pull, as we are under 20 minutes and the lights are out on the safety car, which means that all these beautiful machines that we have been chatting about, they're going to let her rip here in just a moment, Lucas. Which, by the way, I want to double back just real quick. 55 miles an hour on the water. Terrifying.
Yeah.
That is hauling. So I just want to make that plain to anybody else watching at home that is nothing to scoff at either, but we're going to get a really good restart. Again, under 18 minutes to go of this 6-hour event. The sun behind the clouds here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. But we're going to get going for the Advanced Sim Racing Endurance Grand Prix in just a moment, as we see the GTP field, closely followed by the LMP2s. GTs will be coming into sight in just a moment as they trundle their way through the kink. You can see the suspensions working as the cars make their way around the track. Safety car making their way back to pit lane. And we'll be getting this one underway in just a bit. They have the old adage of you can't win it in the first corner, can't win it in the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. Well, now it's a case of we're almost under 17 minutes to go here in this event. You're going to have to do something if you want to take the lead.
Yeah, it is down to crunch time. We're going to be going green with just about 16 minutes left. Not a lot of time for these drivers to find the moves, but what it will do is it's really going to make these drivers that much more aggressive. They know these are the closing stages of this race. It's the last 15 minutes, the last quarter of an hour they have to make up as many positions as they possibly can. It is going to be full out from here on out to the end of the race. No more pit stops, no more tires, no more fuel. It's full out from here till the end. They're approaching turns 13 now. The leader is Nico Loikkanen. And of course, that restart zone is on the start-finish straight. It's up to the leader when he wants to go.
Oh my goodness, a humongous spin. Nico Loikkanen in the 16 has completely had a swap on off the road as we go Seth Newfield in the BMW number 25 under attack from the 137 Charlie Rudd. Looking at the lead as we go green once again. Around 15 minutes to go at Road America, and the lead has completely changed hands. We talked about how when they bunch up, it is such a volatile time. If you make a mistake, it's going to cost you. That was the ultimate price for the Acura out in front.
Yeah, he just wanted a really good start out to the front of the field. Just got a little bit too antsy. He's got rear tires that are completely cold. He tries to put in 500 horsepower into them all at once. Unfortunately, he sends himself spinning at the exit of turn 14, trying to lead the field to the green flag. And so that does then promote Charlie Rudd, that Ferrari in the 137, up to now the lead of this race, as he's going to keep it through turns number 7 and through turns number 6 and 7. And it looks like all 11 to 12 cars that GTP field still maintaining a very, very close distance all within each other through the carousel. Now they are headed, and Rudd's done a great job to extend that gap to Newfield behind to almost already a second, to try and break that tail, break that draft that the 25 car is looking for down into Canada corner. But first, they have the kink, and they are able to all survive it on cold front tires, and now the run down to turn 12.
Like it's line astern. No, it's not for GTP. As we see a little further back, the Cadillac trying to have a look down the inside of the number 20 BMW. No joy there through Canada corner as they make their way again around the lap. And Charlie Rudd out to 1.5 seconds. And it seems to still be growing. That Ferrari has been unleashed. And that is a huge problem for the rest of the field, as there's a huge problem here for Seth Newfield. Samuel Aragon in the Porsche now down the inside. I don't think the BMW has anything in the way of braking performance to keep that machine behind. And falls to the bottom step of the podium at the moment with 13 and a bit minutes to go. So we see one of the prototypes heading down to pit lane. Picking up the LMP2s here. Cyrillic in the 47 LMP2 machine. Second in class, looking at the back of Francisco Silva. The 87 having to dice it out earlier on. I say earlier on, a couple hours ago. Now found their way to the front of the field. You pick up more action in GTAM. This is Nicholas Goen looking at the back of Elijah Mitchell and Patrick Boylard in the BMW and Ferrari.
Yeah, Charlie Rudd currently running for Gamma Sim Racing, 130, that 137 machine. They are currently now the leader of that GTP series. And looking back further in the field, we have some battles hosting up between these GT3 cars. And those bright yellow front lights are now turning on these machines. That's right, the sun is now low enough to where those automatic lights are going to turn on and start giving us some amazing views for the final 12 minutes of this race. We have Ferrari chasing Corvette there, and I mean, just it really speaks to how great these drivers are, to how much they're able to stay within the car ahead of them on cold tires. And at a track here like Road America, they really keep these fields bunched tightly together. And here we go, we might have a move in the GTP class. Oh, they're right up against the concrete wall coming down the front stretch. It's a hard defense from the BMW 25 around the outside. Is he going to be able to find the move? He does, and he slams the door shut in turn 3 as well. The 97 driver, Ryan McIntosh, pulls off a great move on Newfield to move his Acura up to that 3rd position. Paul Body Motorsport is now going to round out our podium at the moment.
Good looks throughout the field as a podium slipping through the fingers of the 25 BMW. McIntosh able to make that work. Now Ferrari, Porsche, Acura at the head of the field. As again, you said the lights dimming low, the sun dimming down low, lights coming on. We see how this plays out. 11 minutes to go of the 6 hours of Road America. Only 2 rounds to go. Drivers looking for the best possible result, looking to try and see if they can steal maybe 1 spot, maybe 2 spots, as many as possible, without throwing it all away at the death. And again, as you said, it is now a go-kart race. It is absolutely pedal to the metal, and there's no time to wait around. As down the inside, the BMW trying to have a look. Anything doing there? They're side by side out of Canada corner, sweeps around the outside, gonna have the best opportunity down the inside. Nothing doing for the 21. Going to try to tuck back in line. And this is just allowing the leaders to get away. This battling, of course, is for a handful of points, but it really is letting the 4 at the front get away. Rudd, Aragon, McIntosh, and others. And now a bit of hurrying up to do where the BMW sat in behind. Thiago Melo still trying to hang on. That number 20 punching the hole in the air for the rest of the GTP field. And they're side by side further back.
Yeah, the GTP field especially is getting antsy. I mentioned that we'd see a lot of aggression from these drivers, but we've already been seeing that aggression from the GTP drivers, and this last 10 minutes is only going to ramp that up. That's going to intensify that aggressive nature that we've been seeing all race so far. That number 20 machine currently running in P5. Bravo Snow GTP is currently being chased down by 2 of the BMW M Team Delta Racing teams, the 21 and the 12, both in the 20s heel. No, here we go. Another bit of loose moment on the exit of 5 here is going to open the door for an LMP2 driver, as the 59 is going to lose out to Fury Simsport on that occasion. That's going to be Farius. And that 30 machine able to make his way around the inside of turn 6. And by the time they get to turn 8, that gap's going to open up a little bit, and that 30 machine has now secured his position. It's going to be 4th in class for Fury Sim Sport at the moment, as Old Docs Racing, that 59 machine, as I said, going to lose out on that occasion. Through the kink they go. There actually might be a look here from Old Dogs. Is the move on? He's going to look for the inside into turn 12. But no, he's going to have to pull off, and this is actually a different battle. Sorry about that. This is 14. That is 14 Grow Racing Team Blue looking for the inside of the 47 of Paddy Engineering. But like I said earlier, nothing going to happen there. And off the exit of turn 14, 14 is going to look for some traction and maybe a move down into 1.
Yeah, battles all through the field as now we cut to some GT action through the kink. This is really high-speed stuff. 2 mid-engine machines. 3 now is the LMP2. The Ferrari trying to have a look down the inside. Ferrari in the GT class trying to have a look around the outside. Enormous braking potential. And very, very close stuff as we head into the final corner. McLaren still trying to tuck in behind, and I am so surprised there was no contact as they cut across the rear. And now another GT Pro joining the battle. Up the hill they go, looking for the slipstream. Who does the Ferrari support? And the drivers all in a line. The McLaren trying to have a look down the inside. The Aston's going to hang on to it. No, they're not. Has to back out. LMP2 does not want any of that as they head down the inside of 2. Ferrari may get a bit of breathing room on the exit, considering that they were not hindered by the LMP2 into turn 2. Aston Martin trying to tuck in behind. What can they do? Is a spit of flame from the McLaren in front. Very, very shallow. And right around the outside again, we're seeing lots of drivers able to just have the performance. So they're still side by side. McLaren's still in there. We talked about how tricky this turn 6 is. Giving each other plenty of space considering it's very close to the end of the race. And it's elbows out in intensity. But no contact made, and now the McLaren with a huge dive to the inside thinks better of it. May make them vulnerable to the BMW behind.
Yeah, that 720S really looking for the move there onto that Aston Martin, but no dice, unfortunately, for the McLaren driver. I believe that is the 112 of Rusty Spatula's Racing. That bright orange, supporting, or sporting, I should say, that papaya McLaren very, very nicely. He does have the iRacing Today Motorsports Aston Martin, that 157 directly in front of him. And that looks to be for 5th in the class. So both of these drivers high up in their class standings. 5th position, 6th position is nothing to gawk at. So while that McLaren does want to finish top 5 class, you don't want to throw away a 6th position. You're going to lose a lot of points if you do that. That would really hurt your championship life if you get in a crash with 5 minutes to go in such a crucial race like the 3rd to final race of the season is going to be. And of course, all that battling did allow Goen Racing's 18 machine, currently being driven by Hedgecox, to pull a decent gap on those 2 drivers. We're going to now jump further up into that field. The battle for first. Tomas Silva trying to hold off from Daniel Gruber here. That 44 machine trying to chase down the 77. This is not the only time that these 2 drivers have run into each other. These 2 teams have run into each other. Remember, Gruber is the exact same driver that went wide at this very corner that allowed the 77 to go down the inside of turn 6 and get that position. So who would have thunk, James, that move for, I think it was 4th at the time, now put Silva in the class lead at this exact moment. Gruber is going to be cursing himself for that mistake later on in the race, but he's got to put it behind himself and lock in and see if we can take the lead off of Silva with just 4 minutes left to go.
The drivers are going from time to basically how many laps left, as we can obviously project at least that far with a little bit of commentator math with the 44 trying to have a look at the back of the 77. And again, right, almost an hour ago, there was a big moment, and that may be the decider, as you said. It is so important to take every opportunity that you can get. 44 still looking at the back of the 77. Silva leading the way for Virtual Power Sim Racing in GT Pro. And even with the safety cars, right, we've had 6 hours here at Road America and 6 safety cars at a very close moment. The 14 trying to have a look at the back. I think that's Fury Sim Sport, I believe. Looking at the back of the 47 and the 14 right in there. So this is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So the first 2 are on the podium, and the 14 of Grow Racing Team Blue, Jorge at the wheel, going to be trying and taking at least 1 spot if they can. Incredible how tightly they are battling. Of course, thanks to that safety car, the field bunched up with not a lot of time to go. 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. And look at this car park. This is a lot of traffic to get through. The drivers are going to be really, really careful not to have any kinds of contact with each other, as basically GTPs to the right, GTs to the left. Looks like a very fast version of us gridding up for a restart right at the closing stages of this race, and this is really getting tight. This is now very, very close stuff as the GTPs battle their way through the GTs.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the tense moments that a 6-hour race can bring, because the last thing you want to be doing when you're battling somebody with 2 minutes on the clock is to be having to pass traffic just like this. Turn 7 is not where you want to get it done. The BMW is now going to be left open, has to defend the inside line from his competitor behind. And I mean, holy, this is getting super, super tense here, as what an unfortunate time for this GTP field to be catching the classes of this GT3 AM. Once again, he's going to have to go down the inside. This is Seth Newfield. He started this restart in 3rd. He's now fallen down to 5th. Unfortunately, Newfield is not able to get up to grips and comfortability with that car off the restart, as we're side by side again in Canada corner. Oh, and who is that? This was the battle we were watching. That's the 21 off the track, Silvera. BMW M Team Delta Racing, I believe he had contact with Seth Newfield driving that 25 machine. The other BMW M Team, I think it might have been 2 BMW M Teams that collided. I think it was. The 21 and the 25 collided in turn 12. And the 21 just a little bit too tight on his teammate there into the Canada corner.
Falling back to 10th place in class. So again, it shows you just how crazy that is. And the 25 as well. So they're both 9th and 10th, and now Silvera's gotten around Newfield, according to my timing screen. We pick up Martinez Sanchez in the 51 Cadillac. making their way through. Looking at the 20 here, this is Thiago Melo on board the Bravo Snow GTP machine. They're currently third. Trying to have a look at the back of Aragon as we are on the white flag lap. So the time will tick down. About a minute and 50 seconds is a lap around here. And that will mean that this will be the final time around, but the battle for the podium is not done. Melo trying to have a look. It is BMW trying to get around the Porsche. Charlie Rudd up the road, a handful of seconds for the Ferrari, but this is not settled. There's still traffic all to do. There's going to be no space in the kink. LMP2's up in front as well. What in the world does Aragon do about Melo in behind? It looks like there's a bit of a gap. No, it's going to come all the way down. Canada corner, final time. What do? They go outside. The BMW trying to have a look down into Canada corner. Able to cover off is the number 7 VSR Competizione. Looking quite good. The Spaniard trying to hold off the Brazilian around the outside now for the BMW number 20. Is there any space? It's an absolute mess as the 20 able to hang on to it. Potentially the number 7 off the road. Everybody goes by. And that will do it for the podium for GTP. Meanwhile, the 87 of Rick Team Racing, Silva at the wheel of that machine. Looks like they're comfortably out in the lead to the tune of 6.5 seconds. Francisco Silva looking good in the 87 to come across the line for the win in LMP2. Has a couple corners left to go. Meanwhile, Thomas Silva in GT Pro. We're having a look. To the 77 we're hearing is black flagged. Nicolas Soleil in the McLaren number 68 is going to be taking the flag for GT Pro. Wow, wow, right at the death. And Patrick Boylard bringing the BMW number 83 home. 3 seconds up the road from Eliza Mitchell in the Ferrari to take the GT AM, and you can see the celebrations there for that M4 Evo. My goodness, all happening right at the death and disaster for the number 7 Porsche. Looking for a podium, ends up in the gravel.
Yeah, we saw the battles happening all up and down the field the entire race, and I think that's unironically the only way that this race could have ended for that GTP grid, because we've seen so many of those close battles happen in those crashes and end in those accidents that, of course, we're going to see one on the final corner of the final lap. And good job by Thiago Melo for holding on to that second place, but really, really unfortunate turn of events for Aragon, driving that VSR Competizione Bianco. Unfortunately for him, as James said, he is going to finish his race in the gravel, and that demotes him all the way from 3rd down into that 7th position. But congratulations for your overall and your GTP class winner, Charlie Rudd. Bring it home for that Gamma Sim Racing 137 in that beautiful 499P. He's going to have a happy night tonight, hopefully celebrating with some champagne. And as all the drivers are now going to bring it in the grid, we have 4 very, very happy teams. Of course, once again, Gamma Sim Racing 137, RTR Rick Team Racing, 2 Lemon Tree Racing, and Off of the S's Racing are your 4 class winners.
We've said it before, we get to say it now. It takes a lot to win, and this is after 147 laps and 6 safety cars, Charlie Rudd in the 137 bringing it home for Gamma Sim Racing, taking the overall win and GTP class win. Thiago Melo bringing the 20 Bravo Snow BMW home in 2nd position. 3rd, Ryan McIntosh for Paul Botting Motorsport. 4th is Douglas Souza, BMW M Team Delta Racing, after colliding with the other number 21, Felipe Silveira, who finished in 9th. Edex Martinez Sanchez, the World of Sim Racing team, brings it home 5th. JD Daniel for PAC Sim Sport, bringing the 55 home in 6th position. Samuel Aragon for VSR Competizione Bianco, finishing 10 seconds off in 7th. And then Mike Stanicki in Albrecht Motorsports Acura number 96, finishing 8th. Seth Newfield in the 25 BMW, bringing it home in 10th. 11th is Nico Loikkanen, bringing that 16 home for Infinity Fox Racing, a lap down. Also a lap down, Kyle Burney, recovering the entire time. The 32 for Wastegate Racing, finishing 12th in their class. Marcus Crawford, Paul Body Motorsport, 3 laps down. And Thomas Martin for V1M, 4 laps down.
Now looking at your LMP2 results, Francisco Silva bringing it home for RTR Rick Team Racing. Not only did they win here tonight at the 6 Hours of Road America, but they are also your championship leaders at the moment. So they will be extending their lead. Currently, it was 155 over Flight Level Racing going into this race. And that's going to be extended after all 6 hours have been concluded. Doriano Ricciuti brings it home in second for Old Dogs Racing, and Rico Colmier, V1M, going to close out your podium for the P2 results. Gamma Sim Racing is going to come home in 4th, followed by Flight Level Racing in 5th, Red Lab Competizione in 6th, Paddy Engineering SOT in 7th, Grow Racing Team Blue in 8th, Fury Sim Sport in 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is going to be Paul Botting Motorsport a lap down. 11th going to be Flight Level Racing, and closing out your 12-car LMP2 grid. Unfortunately, Rescue Skill by WMS having lap 1 troubles, going to finish 146 laps down.
Some very, very serious racing as we see 3 cars on the lead lap for GT Pro. Nicholas Soleil for Telemetry Racing taking the 68 to the top step of the podium for GT Pro. Jack Hedgecox with Going Racing's Ferrari bringing it home. The 18 finishing 2nd. Thomas Silva for Virtual Power Sim Racing 33 seconds back in the 77. Finishes in 3rd, making up your podium. Daniel Gruber just outside in the 44 brings it home 4th. Timothy Johnson for iRacing Today Motorsport VSCA. Bring it home 5th. 6th is Yuka Tayano. Rusty Spatulas Racing VSCA. Tane Hodison bringing home the Big Red Team Frida Sport. Number 911 to 7th position. 8th is Curtis Triber, the Double Stint Racing. 9th, Nuno Vinagre in Grow Racing Team White. Sean Hatfield finishing 10th for Vulture Motorsports Pro. 11th through 15th goes the way of Austin Edwards for Unitronic Fisher Motorsport. Blocomotore Eric Van Spiker bringing that home 12th. 13th, Carson Allen for Sim City Racing. Rick Team Racing, Marco Villela in 14th, finishing that out. And Adrian Subila for World of Sim Racing Team, finishing 3 laps down.
And here we go. Now going to swiftly move over to our GTM results. It'll be Patrick Boyard bringing it home for Off in the S's Racing. They're going to be followed by the 238 of Elia Mitchell for Gamma Sim Racing in 2nd, and Brandon Shawn for Racing. Let me get you the real team name that Brandon Shawn was racing for. He is part of 499 Racing, driving that Lamborghini. That will round out your podium. To the rest of the GTM field, it'll be Bravo Snow GTM in 4th, Rentley SRT in 5th, Going Racing finishing 6th, SWF Motorsports in 7th, Intercomp Fisher Motorsport in 8th, Frida Sport with TM in 9th. Rounding our top 10 will be SRN Motorsports Orange. Looking on to the rest of the field, it'll be Blanco Motorray AM in 11th, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing in 12th, Vulture Motorsports in 13th, Wastegate, your championship leaders, unfortunately finishing 1 lap down in 14th. And rounding out your field, Flight Level in 15th, and BMW M Team TSR GTM in 16th position.
Let's a look at the final results of this 6 Hours of Road America, and oh my goodness, it has just been an absolute action fest. We've seen so much. We also had a handful of safety cars that we worked through, but we'll go ahead and bring in Charlie Rudd, who piloted that 499 through that 15-minute dash at the end. Charlie, welcome on into the booth, and tell us, how is the feeling crossing the line?
Oh, it's an amazing feeling to be put in a situation where I have to hold this car together with some really quick drivers behind me for 15 minutes with nothing left to hold back. Everyone's going flat out. It's such a rush. Yeah, it was an unbelievable experience. So much fun.
in terms of this racetrack. What was going to be the trickiest challenge going into this one? And were you guys able to kind of take that challenge and make it work for you, or was it kind of eating at you the entire time?
You're on for you cut out there for a moment. The question again?
Basically, the largest challenge from Road America. What was the 137 having to try and get right every single lap in order to really try and maintain a good result?
For us, it was just a matter of making sure that we got as few off tracks as possible. We wanted to make sure that, we knew at a track like this, it's super easy to just dip a tire off and get an off track, and those really quickly if you're not keeping on top of that. So making sure we kept the car on track, pointed straight, was our main task for this race.
It seemed like the safety cars were relatively consistent. We had 6 in 6 hours, which seems to be kind of almost like clockwork. But right at the end, there was that mad 15 to 20 minute dash. The Acura going off at the final corner on the restart, you were able to go right down the inside of the BMW. Tell us how that was playing in your mind there. Was that just a very instinctual thing, or was that a very calculated maneuver of just, I just got to get this done right now?
Yeah, that I will admit I was a little bit Nico go off in turn 1 there, which was, he was quick, and but it was a blessing for us. And then I just got the run out of that corner. On as possible.
Yeah, Charlie, just to give you a heads up, we're having a little bit of connectivity issues with you there. So we're hearing just a little bit of the information. But it sounds like that, obviously, unfortunately, Nico going off on that final corner, but it allowed you to get a decent run onto that start-finish straight. When it comes to next time out at Indianapolis, how are you feeling about that for the team?
We're feeling pretty good. Obviously, that's a little ways away. We got to make sure the team's all prepped. I wanted to also take a quick moment, since we're here, to thank our wonderful livery designer, Tyler Manning Designs, for making us look good while we're doing what we do. But yeah, as far as Indy goes, we are going to be looking forward to that. That's a very different track to Road America, at least in my opinion. So a lot of prep work, a lot of practice, and we're looking forward to it.
Excellent. And of course, besides Tyler Manning Design, who else would you like to give a shout out or thank?
Oh, that's a good question. We are still working on getting more sponsors for the team. So here's what I'll say. I'll give a big shout out to my other driver in the car with me, Anthony Mafucci, as well as everyone else in Gamma Sim Racing who made that race possible for us. So big thank you to everyone on the team, everyone who supports us. It means a lot, and it makes what we have been doing possible.
Charlie Rudd, thank you so much for joining us up here in the broadcast booth. Congratulations on P1 at Road America.
Thank you very much.
Winner in GTP in that lovely Ferrari. We'll go ahead and move it on over to the LMP2 winners. Rick Team Racing, Silva on board that number 87. And Lucas has caught up with them.
Yes, we now welcome the Portuguese driver of Francisco Silva up into our booth, or not.
Silva will be on the way, just trying to head up the stairs. They'll be coming into the broadcast booth shortly.
There we go. Okay, Jose P. Barbosa. So not the person that ended the race in the car, but of course, Silva's teammate of Rick Team Racing. And we welcome Jose Barbosa into the booth. And congratulations, man, on your your class winner for the GT LMP2 series.
Thank you, guys. I wasn't driving with him. I'm part of the GT3 car, but I've been representing the team throughout the
the season. So yeah, I'm the one doing the interviews.
All right. Well, you're working close with them, so I'll
Yeah.
ask as close questions as I can. Of course,
Go for
you're
it.
part of the GT3 team. So I guess how was the race out there? What was the most tricky problem that you had to tackle when this wow, I can't talk, when driving this racetrack?
I think off tracks was the main thing really. It's very easy to have off tracks here. We didn't have a lot. We didn't have a single drive through. I think we were one of the few LMP2s that didn't. So yeah, that was key. And then yeah, just keeping the car clean, and yeah, a lot of incidents and too many full course yellows, but well, we survived.
And then going into the final two races of the season, we have Indianapolis and we have the Petit Le Mans. Which one of those tracks do you fancy more?
Definitely the last one. Petit Le Mans is a bit special to us. It was the first race we won as a team a couple of years ago, so that one's definitely the more special of the two, but we'll tackle both of them with the same mindset to try and win the championship.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta is definitely my favorite racetrack in the entirety of the United States. My final question for you will be, is there anybody you or the team would like to shout out or thank for this LMP2 class win?
Everyone who worked for the class win, obviously the two drivers, Francisco, Kiko and Roberto. Also anyone who helped build a setup for the race, Afonso, and also our owner, Rick, and our sponsors, PC Components and MB Skin Lab, for making it possible.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Jose P. Barbosa, for joining us. And congratulations again to Rick Team Racing for the win here in the LMP2 class.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'll now be handing it back over to James, who's standing by with Nicholas Sole, going to be driving for Virtual Power Sim Racing, and that's GT3 Pro class winner.
Soleil, welcome to the broadcast booth here for Telemetry Racing. You guys bringing that McLaren home P1 after a black flag for the leader in class. So being there at the right place, the right time, having some really good pace put you guys in the position to take this class win. How are you feeling?
Feeling amazing, honestly. Still at a loss for words. We've been working so hard for this. I mean, we are only a pretty new team, so I've been working there for 2 seasons. We're a small team, and we were close already a few times before, but now everything coming together is amazing. My buddy Travis here is in the waiting room as well, so maybe he wants to join. But yeah, it's amazing.
We also have Travis Linscomb Hatfield on the way into the booth. And Travis, I was just asking Nicholas about how the run was at the end. Particularly, I want to know about that last 15 to 20 minute dash, right? We have a safety car right at the end. What was that like, trying to make it through traffic and the field bunched up right at the end of the 6-hour event?
I mean, I'll let Nicholas handle that one because he was an absolute hoss out there just sending it.
Yeah, it was. We really tried to just keep it as clean as possible. It was a bit like we had to pull some extra stops to make this car work on this track because it's not a particularly strong car on this track compared to some others. So it was a bit like riding a bullet, to be honest, in the last 1.5 stints, and especially in that last 15 minutes with used tires that are then cold after the safety car. You definitely don't want to make any mistakes. And every car is different to handle in that situation. So we just tried to keep it as clean as possible. We were actually at 8 inks, and we would have had a drive-through at 10. So we needed to keep it super clean.
Well, how's Telemetry Racing feeling coming up with the next 2 events? We've got Indianapolis Road Course followed by the 10 hours of the Petit Le Mans out at Road Atlanta. How are you guys going to be preparing for that?
I mean, look, baby, this is our first win ever, so like I don't even super care about those right now. I'm gonna just go have a lovely time tonight, and then we'll, come back and do some more racing in a little while. It's always a fun time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, we want to finish the season strong. but right now we are looking incredible in all of the standings. So we are really happy with how the season is going, and can't wait for some more racing. This was really fun, some good clean racing in this one with the whole field. Very close racing in the end as well. So
Oh my God,
couldn't be
yeah, holy
happier.
crap. Also, we were just running terrified from Jack Hedgecox on that. Honestly, they were scary. They were scary fast.
Well, it wasn't enough to overtake you guys. The 68 coming to the top of the GT Pro field. And congratulations again on P1 here at Road America 6 hours.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the live stream.
As the team from Telemetry Racing will be exiting here, we'll have the chance for Lucas to speak with the 83 off in the S's Racing, as we have Patrick Boylard joining us in the broadcast booth.
How's it going?
Yes. Welcome to the booth. Congratulations on the class win. Tell us how you're feeling after bringing that 83 machine home in first position here tonight.
Pretty good. It's been a pretty rough season for us, so getting her here, and then if you go back to Long Beach, we got one there too, but it ended up getting taken away from us post-race. So getting this one, the same driver lineup, definitely felt pretty special. Get her out of the way and keep trekking along here, hopefully.
And then just a question, what is your favorite corner on this track, and what's the trickiest part of this track? And I do have a guess for what your favorite corner might be.
Oh God. I just try to be good at all of them. That's the goal. In regards to the BMW here, it was a little bit sketchy, the original setup, so we had to account for that. But other than that, car felt pretty good. We just weren't sure how it was gonna compete with the others, but it turned out pretty good.
Yeah, and looking forward to Indianapolis and the Petit Le Mans. Which one are you more looking forward to? And then what are some difficulties that those tracks provide?
Oh God, last year we had a horrible Indianapolis. Sorry, my huskies crazy here. Definitely looking forward to Petit Le Mans. Like, we put ourselves in a good spot for the Endurance Championship. I think we should be. Well, I mean, hopefully if things go good, we should be in a good spot to fight for that. So going to Petit will be a big date on the calendar for us.
All right, and then any friends or sponsors you'd like to thank or shout out before I send you off?
Yeah, I guess a big shout out to Matty, first of all. Matthew Field of Steel Klumberg, the other guy in the car, was a legend tonight. And then off in the S's with Stu. The guy does so much for our sport in real life, and also for us with our league, which we all enjoy doing. So we always got to throw a hand out to Stu there.
All right, well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to come and talk with us. And congratulations once again to Off in the S's Racing, the 83 machine, bringing home the GTM win.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
All right, I'll send it back to you, James. Back up in the booth we are. And what an amazing 6 hours this has been. And I am so happy that I was able to close it out with these two lovely people up here in the booth tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just going to take a moment here to shout out, obviously, the entire team, right? It's a whole team up here. Nolan Rempel and Cade Corbin taking you through the first 3 hours of live coverage here at Road America. Of course, Howie Burrows behind the scenes showing you all the sights and sounds here from Road America. And of course, Lucas Moody alongside me here. I've been James Newton. And we will be going to the Indianapolis Road Course Saturday, August 29th. It's going to start at the same time for the VSCA SportsCar Championship. Hope we'll be seeing you along for the ride for the penultimate round of the season. And with that, it's just about time to say good evening again from Nolan Rempel, Cade Corbin, from Lucas Moody up in the booth, and Howie Burrows in the production booth. I have been James Newton saying so long. Thank you so much for joining us for this live coverage here on Green Flag TV. Hope to see you next time out.
Peace.